Chapter 1 The woman he met, having multiple births. The female protagonist, Lu Mengli, had been drinking for 3 rounds, and the night was halfway over. In the midst of the hazy darkness, Chu Qiuting felt like he had had a very pleasant dream. In the dream, a beautiful woman with a hot body and pure looks was entwined with him. If it weren't for the splitting headache, he would have opened his eyes and felt like he could have a few more rounds. Wait. Something's wrong. Chu Qiuting reached out and pinched it again, and it felt very full. A balloon filled with water doesn't feel this good. A faint fragrance followed, making Chu Qiuting realize that there was someone else lying next to him. A woman. The moonlight was bright. It cast a ray of light that spread throughout the room. After adjusting to the hazy night, Chu Qiuting finally saw an incredibly delicate face. The perfect oval face was flawless. Long eyelashes trembled slightly, and the closed eyes looked as if she were asleep. The lips were full and luscious, but at the moment they were slightly pursed, as if she was holding back something. Since there was no quilt covering them, Chu Qiuting also noticed that his hand was resting on the other person's erected area. Seeing this, Chu Qiuting's desire suddenly flared up, but he suppressed it. As he recalled, he was surprised to find that although this woman was unfamiliar, she had appeared in his dream not long ago. Damn it, could it be that the dream I had was actually not a dream? He quickly recalled what had happened. He had attended a class reunion and met this woman by chance. She and a group of friends had also come out for hot pot, and someone knew her friends, so they all ate together. Then everyone was in high spirits and started to compete in drinking. As they competed, they ended up in bed together. Suddenly, Chu Qiuting understood. They both lost control after drinking, and this woman was his first. What was her name? Lu Mengli? It seems to be that name. And it seems that she was the campus queen of the University of Shanghai for Science and Technology. But I'm not bad either. I was also the campus heartthrob of Beijing Normal University. He once again fixed his gaze on Lu Mengli's face, but his hands were rubbing her cheek mischievously. The other person's eyebrows furrowed slightly, as if she had sensed something. Chu Qiuting's breathing became heavy at this moment. He propped himself up on one hand, leaned his whole body sideways, stretched his neck out, and slowly moved closer to the other person's red lips. Just as he was about to kiss her, Lu Mengli suddenly opened her eyes. For a moment, their gazes met. The mood also changed from ambiguous to solemn and awkward at this moment. Chu Qiuting, who was stiff in midair, suddenly grinned and said, "You're awake." The woman's eyes were cold, and there was no emotion on her face. She didn't respond to Chu Qiuting's words, but instead shifted her gaze from his face to her breasts. A pair of large hands were invading her territory. So she reached out and moved Chu Qiuting's hand from her body to somewhere else. Then she got up from the bed again, searched for a while, picked up the clothes and underwear scattered on the floor, and then walked into the bathroom. The whole process did not involve any communication with Chu Qiuting. Chu Qiuting soon heard the sound of running water coming from the bathroom. The graceful reflection on the glass, the swaying figure, was breathtaking. What did this woman mean? Chu Qiuting was a bit at a loss. Was she going to settle the score with him, or was she just going to let it go? Not long after, Lu Mengli washed up and came out fully dressed. Her shoulders were draped with long, wet hair, and her indifferent gaze rested on Chu Qiuting as she said, "I hope that what happened last night will be considered as if it never happened between the two of us." While waiting, Chu Qiuting did not expect that Lu Mengli's first words were to distance themselves from the relationship. But that's fine, no one loses out. After saying that, Lu Mengli turned and left, leaving Chu Qiuting alone in the hotel, reminiscing. What an interesting woman, I thought you wanted me to take responsibility. Chu Qiuting's mouth curled up slightly. Of course, if you had said it, I would definitely take responsibility. 6 years passed in a flash. Chu Qiuting had graduated for more than 4 years. After entering society, he realized the cruelty of reality. He had been unproductive at school, which had led to his current unstable job. In the past 4 years, he had moved bricks on construction sites, worked as a waiter in restaurants, and also worked as a customer service representative in a company. But he couldn't stay long in any of these jobs. He finally entered the gaming field, where he worked as an anchor taking orders, barely able to make ends meet. In his spare time, he would also deliver takeaways, and as a result, he had been in quite a few car accidents. Fortunately, they were all just scrapes, and no one was hit, which was considered lucky. However, the battery was stolen several times, which made Chu Qiuting so angry that he quit delivering food. At this time, Chu Qiuting had experienced all kinds of life, but life still had to go on, and he could not blame others. It was time to pay the rent again. After Chu Qiuting transferred 4,500 yuan to the landlord, there was less than 3,000 yuan left in his card. This was his living expenses for the next period of time. He had wanted to get a new computer, but now that had become a luxury. He could only grit his teeth and continue to play for his employer on the same machine he had bought for 3,000 yuan from the second-hand market 3 years ago. After logging into his employer's LOL account, he prepared to spend the night rushing from gold to platinum, which would cost about 400 yuan. Platinum to emerald would be slightly more expensive, at about 500 yuan. If the computer is better configured and has higher FPS, he will have more room to operate and naturally his rank will rise faster. Boom! Just then, there was a loud thunder outside, and soon it started pouring. Chu Qiuting didn't care. After all, he was making money at home, and he wouldn't even look if there was a flood that didn't reach his home. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. However, there was suddenly a knock on the door. It sounded more rhythmic and not so urgent. In doubt, Chu Qiuting put down his headphones and got up to go to the door, looking through the peephole while wondering. He saw a woman in a raincoat, standing in the doorway with her head down, making it hard to see her face. Chu Qiuting hesitated, but then the door rang again, so he opened the door. The woman also looked up, facing Chu Qiuting directly. After taking a good look at the woman's face, the atmosphere instantly froze. There was a loud rumble. And the lightning and thunder roared again. Chu Qiuting woke up with a start and looked at the woman in some disbelief, saying, "Lu Mingli?" After Chu Qiuting called out her name, Lu Mingli had tears in her eyes and said with a choked voice, "Chu Qiuting, I can't hold on anymore." From the other person's tired face, it was clear that Lu Mingli was not in good shape. Although she was wearing a raincoat, her hair and shoes were wet. Let's talk inside first. Chu Qiuting was a little surprised that the woman he had encountered 6 years ago but had never interacted with would be intertwined again. After Lu Mingli was pulled into the house, Chu Qiuting noticed that her hands were abnormally cold, so he hurriedly poured her a cup of hot water. The other person had also taken off their raincoat and then stood in the doorway but did not dare to take a seat. "What are you being polite for? Sit." Chu Qiuting was not quite sure why Lu Mingli had suddenly appeared, but she must be in some kind of trouble and needed his help. Lu Mingli, however, said with tear-filled eyes, "Chu Qiuting, there is no time to waste. I have come this time to ask you for a favor." "Speak." Chu Qiuting handed the other person the cup of water to warm their hands and then said firmly, "If there is anything I can do to help, I will. I want to ask you to lend me some money." Lu Mingli spoke her mind and began to sob uncontrollably. "Sanba has a fever, and I really don't have the money to take her to the doctor, so I have no choice but to find you." Chu Qiuting was surprised and blurted out, "You have a child? Where is the father of that child?" But I saw Lu Mingli looking at Chu Qiuting with strange eyes, and she said with a grievance, "You are their father." Chapter 2 7 Adorable children shouting "Daddy." My children? These words exploded in Chu Qiuting's mind like a thunderbolt. Suddenly, he noticed the details in Lu Mingli's words, and his heart was in turmoil. "You mean, that accident we had back then caused you to become pregnant, and there's more than one?" "To be precise, there are 7. Lu Mingli also said with great grievance, "I didn't expect to give birth to so many back then." Chu Qiuting was stunned. 7? 7 children in one birth. What kind of operation is this? Are my genes that powerful? Looking at Lu Mingli's slender figure, which had not been deformed in any way, he found it hard to imagine how the other person could be more fertile than a sow. After coming back to his senses, Chu Qiuting saw that Lu Mingli didn't seem to be lying, and hurriedly asked again, "You said Sanba is sick, where is he?" "Tianha community, less than 7 kilometers from your home." After explaining, Lu Mingli suddenly grabbed the corner of her shirt with both hands, saying, "Chu Qiuting, I didn't mean to put you in charge. I'm the one who wants to give birth. I came this time to ask you for a loan, and I promise I'll pay you back as soon as possible." Chu Qiuting suddenly became serious, saying, "Lu Mingli, what nonsense are you talking about? That's my child too. How could I ignore it if it's sick? Let's not talk about that for now. Hurry up and take me to see the baby. A fever is no small matter. If it damages the brain, it could be a big deal." Seeing that Chu Qiuting was insistent, Lu Mingli pursed her lips and finally agreed to go with him. A battery car was parked in front of the door. Chu Qiuting glanced at it and saw that it was a bit worn out, not as good as his battery car, which was gathering dust. Chu Ting simply said, "It's raining so heavily, let's take a taxi back." A taxi would cost more than 20 yuan, but Lu Mengli was calculating the money. Only having been in charge of a household did she know how difficult it was to make money. But Chu Ting didn't care about that. He opened the taxi hailing app, entered Tianhe Community, and asked Lu Mengli to confirm it. After making sure it was accurate, he called a taxi. Within a minute, someone accepted the order. After a journey that took less than 20 minutes, Chu Ting and Lu Mengli arrived at the entrance to the community. Lu Mengli led Chu Ting into the basement on the first floor, which was a relatively cheap location. It was raining heavily at the time, and one could see a lot of water accumulating, causing a large area of dampness. Chu Ting couldn't help but feel his eyes watering, and he followed behind without saying a word. It wasn't until the iron door opened that he saw several cute babies aged 4 or 5 years old busily taking care of another baby lying on the floor with only a cushion for support. They were all girls and looked exactly the same. It was hard to tell which one was which at first glance. "Mom!" All the babies shouted in unison when they saw Lu Mengli return. Their soft and cute voices almost melted Chu Ying's heart. One of them ran up to Lu Mengli and hugged her tightly, saying, "Mom, Sanba's face is so hot, what should we do, Mom? Mom, who is this big brother?" The other children were also curious, but they looked a little nervous and scared. Lu Mengli didn't know what to say, and she looked at Chu Ting, but he was at a loss for words. Chu Ting had mixed feelings. He had never thought that he would suddenly have 7 children. Each one looked very young and cute, and you could tell from their faces that they had her mother's eyes, his nose, and his own facial contours. He crouched down and a smile of paternal love appeared on his face as he said, "Little treasure, I'm your father." "Father?" Dabao opened his big eyes and looked at Lu Mengli, confusedly saying, "Mom, didn't you say that Dad was far away and couldn't come back?" "You're a big liar, you're not my father. My father is a hero." Chu Ting felt a little sad, and looked at Lu Mengli. He wasn't sure how the other party described himself to the children. But the priority was to check Sanbao's condition. At the moment, he had a very high fever and was not quite conscious. His red cheeks were like red-hot iron rods. There was no time to catch up with the kids, so Chu Ting immediately picked him up and said to Lu Mengli, "I'll take the child to the hospital first, you stay here and take care of him." "Mom, I don't want him to take Sanbao away. You're a bad guy, give my sister back to me." One by one, the cute babies all rushed forward, blocking Chu Ting's path, yelling and screaming, as if they were going to protect Sanbao. Chu Ting had no choice but to ask Lu Mengli for help. The other party also suddenly came to her senses, relieved and trying hard to force a smile. She explained to the cute babies, "Baby, he really is your father. It was your mother who found him from a very long way away. Daddy came back to save Sanbao too, so you guys should get out of the way and stop messing with Daddy, be good." "Mom, is he really your father?" "Absolutely." Lu Mengli's eyes brimmed with tears as she nodded seriously. The children took another look at Chu Ying, then all rushed over at once, hugging him and shouting, "Dad! I have a dad, I finally have a dad! Dad, where have you been all these years? We missed you so much." Chu Ting heard the children accept him and call him Dad over and over again. For some reason, tears welled up in his eyes. He took a deep breath and greeted the children, saying, "Be good, my darlings. Dad has to take Sanbao to the doctor now." "Will you stay with your mom?" "Yes." "Dad, my sister is sick, you must cure her." "Dad, I want a chicken drumstick." Chu Ting saw that these cute kids had let down their guard around him, and while he was moved inside, he also fulfilled their requests. "Okay, Dad will definitely bring Sanbao back healthy and bring you lots of delicious snacks." "Yay! Dad is the best. I love you, Dad. Dad, remember to bring food for Mom too, she hasn't eaten all day." Lu Mengli's smile suddenly froze, and she looked at Chu Ting a little embarrassed. "Don't listen to what they're saying, I already ate." But Chu Ting didn't say anything, and he took Sanbao and left the basement. Since there was no umbrella, Chu Ting was going to wrap Sanbao in his own jacket to prevent him from getting wet and getting a fever. But at this time, Lu Mengli came out with an umbrella to protect Chu Ting from the wind and rain. "Why did you come out? Go back quickly." Chu Ting shouted, "You have to take care of the other children. What if something happens if you're not here?" However, Lu Mengli smiled happily and said, "They can take care of themselves, so don't worry." Chu Ting didn't say anything more. The longer Sanbao's illness dragged on, the more annoyed he became. After hailing a taxi again, the two got in and rushed to the nearby hospital. Sanbao in his arms was burning up, and he shouted deliriously, "Mom, I'm so cold." The driver also looked at the back seat and noticed that the baby looked like he had a fever. He then said to Chu Chou Ting and his wife, "Is the baby running a fever? Then just sit tight, I'll take you to the hospital as soon as possible." Chu Chou Ting also repeatedly thanked the kind driver. Lu Mengli's thoughts were all on Sanbao, and she comforted him, "Baby, mommy will take you to the hospital, just hang in there a little longer. Daddy is back, he will take you to the doctor, you have to be good." As she spoke, her face was covered in tears. Her trembling hands held Sanbao's small hands tightly, rubbing them together constantly, as if to keep them warm. The serious and caring way she was looking after him made Chu Chou Ting feel incredibly sad. "How have you been getting through all these years?" Chu Chou Ting asked, choking back his tears. Chapter 3 Brother Tongzi, who delivered coal in the snow, has transformed into a cute baby daddy. Lu Mengli's hand paused suddenly, and then she continued rubbing Sanbao's wrist, smiling as she said, "I've been doing well." Although they had only met twice, he understood that she was a strong woman. He was very curious about what had happened in the past 6 years, but he could also imagine how difficult it had been. "Don't worry, I'll be there for you in the days to come. Even if Chu Chou Ting's life is a mess right now, he won't run away from his responsibilities. He's prepared to face it together with Lu Mengli." However, these words made Lu Mengli burst into tears. There weren't many words, just a simple okay that revealed all her feelings. Soon, with the driver's steady driving, they arrived at the hospital. Chu Chou Ting hurriedly rushed into the hospital with Sanbao in his arms, shouting, "Doctor, where is the doctor?" Soon a nurse came out of the hospital and asked, "What's wrong?" "The child has a fever, please help me take a look." Chu Chou Ting said anxiously, "Please." The nurse immediately arranged a ward and then asked Chu Chou Ting to go through the formalities. Lu Mengli followed Sanbao for treatment. After a while, after Chu Chou Ting finished the formalities, the hospital test results were also out. The reason Sanbao had a fever was mainly because his poor physique caused bronchitis, which in turn caused a high fever that would not go down. The problem now was not whether Sanbao's high fever could be cured, but the medical expenses for his hospitalization. After the diagnosis, the doctor also prescribed medicine and asked Chu Chou Ting to pay the bill. It was more than 4,300 yuan in total. He only had 2,800 yuan on hand, which was less than half of the total. Seeing Lu Mengli by Chu Chou Ting's bedside, taking care of Sanbao, he didn't have the heart to ask if there was any extra money. He thought about how it had been hard for her to take care of the 7 children for the past 5 or 6 years, and it would be really cowardly of him to ask for more. He opened his phone and found the game employer. Chu Chou Ting sent a message, "Boss, I'm playing your account right now, and I'll be able to reach master in no time. I want to discuss with you whether you can advance me some money, I have an emergency." After waiting for a few minutes, the other person replied, "Brother, I only hired you because I trust you, but I just logged into the assistant and my rank is still gold. What makes you think you can beat the master? If you can't, I'll find someone else, and there's no way I'll pay you in advance." The other person's ruthless rejection dealt Chu Chou Ting another heavy blow. Chu Chou Ting immediately asked a few of his gaming friends again, and they all said that they were not well off and could not give him much. A few tens or hundreds of dollars can provide some relief. But this amount of money is completely insufficient to address the urgent situation, and Chu Chou Ying was at a loss for the time being. In the hospital room, Lu Mengli noticed that Chu Chou Ying was pacing in the hallway, occasionally making phone calls, as if trying to raise the money. Lu Mengli glanced at the more than 600 yuan in her account, which was her entire fortune. After thinking for a moment, she walked out of the hospital room and whispered to Chu Chou Ying, "How much is the medical bill?" Putting down his phone, he fixed his gaze on Lu Mengli, but she smiled back at him and said, "Don't worry about the medical expenses, I'll take care of it. You go in and keep Sanbao company, I'll go buy you guys something to eat." With that, Chu Chou Ting left straight away. Watching Chu Chou Ting turn around, Lu Mengli pursed her lips, her eyes carrying a touch of apology, before turning back into the ward. At the same time, she watched Sanbao receiving an intravenous drip and slowly lowering his fever. She thought for a moment, took out her phone and called home. It rang for a long time before it was answered, and then a cold voice came on the line, "Didn't you say you wanted to break with your family? Why are you calling back?" "Dad, I need some money." Lu Mengli looked at Sanbao and clenched her fists, saying, "Just 5,000 yuan will do." "Now you know about money?" Lu's father's words still carried anger as he said, "I still say the same thing, find that wild man for me and give him all the children, you come home with me, I'll do whatever you want, otherwise forget it." Lu Mingli was a little broken, saying, "Dad, why are you so cruel? Chibo is also your granddaughter. Even if you're angry, they're still my flesh and blood. How could I possibly abandon them?" "Then you just keep insisting." Lu's father continued, "I have something else to do, so I'm hanging up." As he listened to the phone go to voicemail, Lu Mingli helplessly leaned against the wall, slowly crouched down, and covered her face and cried. Chu Chou Ting arrived at the hospital entrance, looking at the ongoing heavy rain. His mood was also incredibly heavy. More than 4,000 yuan was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, and Chu Chou Ting tried every means possible but still had nowhere to borrow the money. After looking around WeChat, his gaze finally landed on the landlord's rent. He regretted it a little, thinking that if he had known, he would have delayed paying the rent for a day. Now he had to be brazen and send a message to the landlord. "Are you there, sister? I want to discuss something with you." "Yes, little Chu, what's wrong?" The landlord replied promptly. "Sister, it's the rent I gave you. Can you refund it to me first? I have an urgent need for it. Can I transfer it to you tomorrow?" Chu Qiuting felt uneasy after sending the message. The other party did not reply for a long time. 5 minutes passed. The nurse came over and said to Chu Qiuting, "Mr. Chu, it's time to pay for your child's treatment." "I'll pay right away, just a moment." Chu Qiuting politely replied to the nurse. "Please hurry," the nurse said and walked away. The landlord also sent a message, "Chu, this won't do, the rent is due, you must pay it. You can't borrow from the rent even if you're in a hurry, right?" Chu Qiuting didn't reply, knowing that even this last option would not work. He was going to pay the first 2,000 yuan first, and as for the remaining fees, he would talk to the hospital and ask for a few days' grace. When he reached the payment window, Lu Mingli followed him and stood next to him, saying, "What's your WeChat ID? Why are you out here?" Chu Qiuting didn't want Lu Mingli to see how embarrassed he was, so he made an excuse and said, "Sanbao needs someone to watch over it, so you go in quickly, and I'll give you my contact information in a moment." "Chu Qiuting, I know you don't have enough money. I still have a few hundred yuan in my WeChat, so let's make do with that for now." Lu Mingli also knew that Chu Qiuting was embarrassed, but at this juncture, face was no longer important. Chu Qiuting, who had the words on the tip of his tongue, looked downcast. Instead of making excuses for not having enough money, he looked up, trying not to let the tears fall, and let out a deep breath, forcing a smile. "What are you talking about? Who said I don't have enough money? You go back quickly, don't worry about the cost." Just then, a prompt suddenly appeared in Chu Qiuting's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for binding the cute baby daddy system. Chapter 4, Be a good husband to a woman and a good father to a cute child. Chu Qiuting, who had been obsessed with novels for a while, was familiar with this prompt. He hurriedly communicated with the system mentally. "Brother Tonzi? It is this system." The cute child and father system replied. "Good guy, it really is." Chu Qiuting's face was covered with joy as he said, "Now I'm facing a huge problem, so solve it for me first." "Please, my lord, calm down. You don't need to worry about the medical expenses for the baby." The system explained, "You should first listen to the functions and rewards of this system." "Tell me." After seeing the system prompt, Chu Qiuting couldn't wait to hear more. My lord should have a general idea of the functions of this system. As the name suggests, it allows the lord to become a super dad and take care of the baby, thereby randomly obtaining various rewards. The task rewards are simple. The owner must take care of the children personally, with no restrictions on the specific methods of care, such as feeding, bathing, and doing the laundry, etc. However, if the owner just does things half-heartedly to get by with the system, there is no way to get any rewards. Therefore, each task will be strictly scored, and reasonable reward conditions will ultimately be given. Chu Qiuting understood at once. The purpose of the cute baby daddy system is to let him take care of the children. As long as the children are well taken care of, his rewards will continue to come in an endless stream. Perhaps it is to make up for the fact that he has been a negligent father for the past 5 or 6 years. The initial reward will now be distributed. To congratulate the owner on becoming a less than qualified father, you will be punished for taking good care of them in the days to come. It has been detected that the children's bodies are seriously lacking in nutrients, so the system will give the owner a starting fund of 50,000 yuan to temporarily solve your urgent needs. Subsequent care of the children will depend on your performance to give varying degrees of rewards. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Qiuting felt his phone vibrate. He didn't look at it in front of Lu Mingli, but casually glanced at it, and it was a bank text message. Obviously, the system's 50,000 had been credited to his account. At this moment, Chu Ting regained his confidence as a man, and while handing over a list to the doctor at the window who was paying the bill, he said, "Please help me settle the bill." After taking the bill, the doctor began to register and said to Chu Ting, "A total of 4,365 yuan. Please tell me if you would like to pay in cash or by scanning the QR code?" Scan the QR code. Chu Ting placed his phone on the scanner, and with a drop of sound, the payment was successful. Chu Ting's heart finally fell, and then he smiled at Lu Mingli and said, "I already said that you don't need to worry about the expenses, and neither will you in the future. Let's go and see San Bao," he said, and he was about to take Lu Mingli's hand and leave, but when he lifted it halfway up in the air, he felt it was inappropriate, so he smiled slightly and let go. Lu Mingli, however, felt that Chu Ting was a bit strange. After taking another look at the payment window, she saw that the money had indeed been paid. She wondered to herself, did this guy borrow the money? After arriving in the ward, Chu Ting asked Lu Mingli, "What did the doctor say? Is San Bao okay?" The doctor said that San Bao is relatively weak and needs to be kept under observation for a day or two after the fever subsides. As Lu Mingli said this, moisture appeared in her eyes again. "In fact, I always knew that San Bao had a weak constitution. When she was a child, she didn't drink much milk. It's all my fault for not being able to take care of them." At this moment, all her grievances suddenly erupted, and Chu Ting felt sad just by watching her. It's incredible to think that a woman has raised 7 children on her own. Chu Ting reached out his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then placed it on the other person's shoulder, gently reassuring her, "Everything will be fine. Don't cry. I'm here now, and we'll take care of these children together in the future." Lu Mingli also felt like she had found someone to rely on. Tears welled up in her eyes as she said, "Chu Ting, if I hadn't been desperate, I wouldn't have implicated you." "I'm sorry. What are you talking about? This is something that I should have borne." Chu Ting found that Lu Mingli was really a gentle woman. He smiled slightly, reached out to wipe away the tears at the corner of the other person's eyes, and said tenderly, "Actually, you should have told me about this earlier, and you wouldn't have had to suffer so much." Feeling the comfort from this strange yet familiar man, Lu Mingli felt that all her grievances were slowly fading away. She picked herself up and said, "Chu Ting, since the children have already recognized you as their father, I don't have anything to hide either. You also need to be prepared to be a good father." "Of course, I'll start preparing now." Chu Ting smiled and said, "After San Bao's illness is cured, let's move them out of the basement. That place is too damp and not good for your health. I know the current environment is not suitable for living, but there's nothing I can do about it. Lu Mingli has a lot of unspoken suffering, blaming me for being unmotivated and unable to earn money, which has caused suffering for the children. Things will get better." Chu Ting smiled slightly and said, "I haven't fulfilled my duty as a father all these years, and now it's my turn to take care of them. As for money, you don't have to worry about it, I have it." Lu Mingli looked at Chu Ting with red eyes. The smile on this man in front of her seemed to be very healing to the soul. Spending time with him would unconsciously calm one's mood. Could this be called relying on someone? Over the years, she had never felt this way before. It was when she was a child, when she had parents by her side to take care of her and she had no worries about food and clothing, that she felt this way. "Give me your phone." Chu Ting spoke again as the other person was engrossed. "Ha?" Lu Mingli came back to her senses and said, "What do you want?" "Of course it's to add you as a friend." Chu Ting also sighed and said, "We are both the parents of children, but how can we not have a way to contact each other? It would be a laughing stock if we told people." Lu Mingli also blushed, and then added the phone number in WeChat. Then, Chu Ting transferred another 10,000 yuan to Lu Mingli. Seeing the transfer information, Lu Mingli stared at it and said, "Chu Ting, what are you doing? I don't want it," she said, and was about to click to refund it, but Chu Ting stopped her. "Lu Mingli, you keep this money, I will spend the rest of my life taking care of you all." Chu Ting said emotionally, "In the future, I will make even more money for you and the children. Consider it a repayment for what I have owed you over the past few years." In Lu Mingli's heart, which was riddled with pain, it was as if a ray of sunshine had shone in, slowly healing her. The tears that could not be stopped were moved to tears by Chu Ying's words. She didn't know how she felt about Chu Ying at the moment, but she could not resist the warmth he brought her. "Perhaps this is the haven of home. I will also work hard to take care of the 7 cute babies with you." Lu Mingli also made a promise. The two's relationship was once again intertwined because of the appearance of the cute children. This time, Chu Cho Ting was also determined to get to know this great and gentle woman again. Reaching out his hand, Chu Cho Ting's face beamed with a smile as he said, "Hello, mother of my children, my name is Chu Cho Ting. I'm very happy to meet you and to have you give birth to these 7 adorable children for me." Lu Mengli was taken aback for a moment, but quickly reacted, also reaching out her hand to have physical contact with Chu Cho Ting for the second time. "Father, thank you. Chapter 5 You gave birth to 7 children for me, how could I let you lose again?" The rain gradually disappeared. Lu Mingli's mood was like the sky clearing after the rain. With Chu Cho Ting by her side, she also felt relieved. At this time, Sanbao's high fever also subsided, and the two people's hearts that had been carrying a burden also let go. "I'll go buy some food." Chu Choting glanced at the time, it was just after 9 in the evening. Worried that the children were hungry, and not feeling at ease with the children at home, he explained to Lu Mengli, "You can take it back to the babies in a little while." With tens of thousands of yuan in his hands, Chu Choting also had a little bit of confidence. Without giving Lu Mengli a chance to argue, he had already got up and left. The air had become fresh after the rain, driving away a little of the stuffiness. As he walked along the road, Chu Cho Ting felt refreshed. There were many street food stalls and other fruit shops around the hospital. He also remembered that his baby liked chicken legs, so he went to KFC and ordered 2 family buckets, 5 orders of fried rice with eggs, and some light food for Sanbao. He then went to the fruit shop and bought tangerines, bananas, watermelons and other fruits, which he couldn't carry in both hands. The trip cost a few hundred yuan, but Chu Cho Ting didn't mind at all. If he had a car, he would have carried all this food. When they arrived at the hospital room, Sanbao had already woken up. "Mom, why isn't Dad back yet? I want to see Dad." Lu Mengli was comforting Sanbao, saying, "Honey, Dad went to buy food and will be back soon." As soon as he entered the door, Chu Choying heard their conversation and a moment of adoring love suddenly appeared on his face. His fingers were bruised from holding the bag, and the bag was so heavy that it couldn't fit on the table, so he had to put it on the floor for now. Seeing that Chu Cho Ting's fingers were bruised and discolored, Lu Mengli felt a little uncomfortable. She got up and took it from him, saying, "Why did you buy so much? It's a waste if you can't finish it all." But Chu Cho Ting laughed and said, "It's not much. If I could carry it, I would have brought you some other things too." "Dad?" Sanbao felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity when he first saw Chu Cho Ting, and his childish voice carried a hint of cheerfulness as he shouted, "Daddy, I'm home." Chu Cho Ting was not that unfamiliar with the children, but he was also a little nervous. He walked over to the edge of the bed and looked at Sanbao, who was in much better spirits, his face full of a smile. He said, "Guess what delicious food Daddy brought you?" "Wow, KFC." Sanbao saw several boxes of Family Bucket at a glance, and his eyes lit up a little. "Daddy, did you buy all this for me?" In a child's world, there is nothing but toys and food, so he is especially happy. But Lu Mengli said to Sanbao, "Baby, you're still sick, you can't eat any of this." Sanbao pouted immediately, his face full of grievances, looking pitifully at Chu Cho Ting as if asking for help. Chu Cho Ting, however, took out a bowl of millet and lean pork congee and minced pork and egg custard, and the delicious smell instantly filled the air, making Sanbao's mouth water. He smiled and said, "Honey, how about I feed you some lean pork congee?" "Yes." Sanbao was a bit weak, thin, and didn't have much flesh when held in one's arms. But Chu Cho Ting didn't blame Lu Mengli. After all, she had to take care of 7 cute babies by herself, and it was good that she could feed them, so what more could she ask for? Seeing the little one's excited face, Chu Cho Ting carried a bowl of millet and lean pork porridge to the bedside and said to Lu Mengli, who was tidying up a pile of food, "I brought you fried rice with eggs and chicken soup. You should come and eat too." "I'm not hungry." But suddenly, Lu Mengli became self-conscious. This look made Chu Cho Ting feel a little sad. Then, looking at the washed-out clothes and the damp canvas shoes, he continued, "My dear, your mother has been busy all day. Shouldn't you go and encourage her to eat with you?" "Mom, come on, let's eat together, otherwise I won't eat either." Sanbao was very understanding and said with a heart full of compassion. Lu Mengli gave Chu Cho Ting a cold stare. They had just become friends with the child, and they had already started to gang up against her. However, she was touched inside, and finally had hope for her family. Fine, Mom will eat with you." Lu Mengli could not convince the two of them, so while Chu Cho Ting took another serving of fried rice, they sat down together and started to eat cheerfully. Chu Cho Ting personally fed Sanbao, and the other person also ate with relish. While feeding, Chu Chou Ting wiped Sanbao's mouth, but Sanbao said with a smile, "Mom, you feed Dad too." Lu Mengli. "Mom, Dad doesn't have hands to eat, so you feed him." Sanbao seemed to be closer to Chu Chou Ting, and he even urged him without any hesitation. Lu Mengli thought for a moment, then took a disposable spoon and scooped a mouthful of rice from her own lunchbox and brought it to Chu Chou Ying's mouth. Under Sanbao's watchful gaze, Chu Chou Ying's face wore a faint smile as he opened his mouth and took a bite. This caused Sanbao to giggle. "Mom, I finally have a dad." Sanbao was about to dance for joy. Chu Chou Ying and Lu Mengli, however, looked at each other and smiled, then a trace of bitterness appeared in their eyes. 10 minutes later, Chu Chou Ying fed Sanbao 2/3 of a bowl of lean meat porridge, and he didn't stop until the other person couldn't eat anymore. He didn't force it, after all, the child's appetite was only so big, and it was already remarkable that he could eat so much. After eating, Sanbao also felt sleepy and fell asleep again. After taking care of Sanbao, a system prompt suddenly sounded, ding. Congratulations to the owner for feeding Sanbao for the first time. Rating D, received a 1,000 yuan reward. Beginning to double generation. Ding. Double success. Received a triple food allowance reward. 3,000 yuan has been issued to the owner's account. Ding. Activate prop card, double money. Chu Chou Ting's eyes lit up after hearing this. He didn't expect the system to keep its word, and that he could receive a reward just by taking care of the cute baby. And there is a doubling mechanism, with a maximum multiple of 7 and a minimum multiple of 1. At this point, he received a 3x reward, turning 1,000 yuan into 3,000 yuan. Although it wasn't much, he had still earned it easily. And there was also a money doubling item card. Looking at the annotation, he could double the money in his hand directly, not just the current reward. However, Chu Chou Ting did not choose to double it immediately. After all, he had enough money for now, and it would be better to double it when he had saved up a certain amount. On the other hand, Lu Mengli finished half a bowl of fried rice with eggs and didn't drink much soup before packing up. Seeing this, Chu Chou Ying gathered his thoughts and said to her, "Sanbao's condition has improved a lot now, so you can go home first. I'm not at ease leaving them at home alone, so you should go home and eat some more later." Okay. Lu Mengli did not refuse, and in fact, she was also worried about the children. Although she usually went to work and the children were self-reliant and did not get into trouble, it was getting late and they had not eaten dinner yet, so she was getting ready to leave. Chu Chou Ying told her to take all the food back. He also took some food with him and then took a taxi to the hospital. As Lu Mengli walked side by side with Chu Chou Ting, she thought about it for a long time and finally asked, "Chu Chou Ting, are you sure?" "Sure about what?" Chu Chou Ting was waiting for the taxi to arrive, and while he turned back, he smiled slightly at Lu Mengli and said, "Do you mean taking responsibility for a family?" Although he didn't want to admit it, after this incident, Lu Mengli felt that having a man in the family could still alleviate a lot of the burden, so he nodded and said, "Well. Of course, if you're not ready, after Sanbao gets better, you can go back to your old life." Chu Chou Ting looked into the other person's eyes. After he finished speaking, he noticed some hesitation and despondency in the other person's eyes. It was obvious that she didn't want Chu Chou Ting to leave either. It was just that she chose to respect Chu Chou Ting's decision. Such a virtuous woman, if she let him down once, how could he let her down again this time? "When you approached me and learned that I was the father of 7 children, I was already prepared to take responsibility for the entire family, including you. I will never let you down again in this life." Chapter 6 Let me get to know you again from your figure. The car is here. With Chu Chou Ting's help, Lu Mengli loaded all the food into the car, leaving only a small portion to eat with the fruit at the hospital. After the driver started, Chu Chou Ting could not rest assured and reminded her, "Call me or send me a message when you get home, and be careful on the road." Okay. Lu Mengli nodded. After the car disappeared at the end, Chu Chou Ting turned around and returned to the ward. At this time, Sanbao was still asleep, so Chu Chou Ting did not disturb him. Instead, he took out his phone and looked for friends to chat with, but found that after so many years, he had lost contact with his old classmates. Suddenly, a WeChat friend who had been forgotten in the corner caught his eye. He had added her as a friend, and her name was Chen Xiaoyan. She had been a drinking buddy of Lu Mengli at the time, and he didn't know why he had added her as a friend. After that, they had never been in contact. Chu Chou Ting was very curious about what had happened to Lu Mengli after the one-night stand. So after a moment's thought, he clicked on the other person's chat page and sent a text, "Hello, classmate, do you remember me? Who are you? How did you get my WeChat? The other person replied a few minutes later. My name is Chu Cho Ting. We had a drink together 6 years ago. Chu Cho Ting added, you were at the table with Lu Mingli, and then you got together with some of our friends from Shida University. Chu Cho Ting? Chen Xiaoyan replied a few words. I remember, that night I was also drunk and was taken away by my boyfriend, and then Lu Mingli came back by herself. What did you guys do to Lu Mingli? She dropped out of school for no reason and deleted all our contact information. Dropped out of school? Chu Qiuting was shocked. Could it be because of the pregnancy? You don't know? Chen Xiaoyan added, it's baffling, but without contact information we won't get answers. Anyway, after all these years, why are you looking for Lu Mingli? Chu Qiuting had also learned some information about Lu Mingli from the other party. Apparently, she had not mentioned her pregnancy to anyone, but had suffered alone. During their contact, she had never mentioned her family, and only came to find him when she really couldn't afford the medical expenses. This explained many things, and it seemed that the only way to find out was to ask Lu Mingli. It's nothing, just a casual question. Chu Qiuting also planned to keep it a secret. By the way, don't delete WeChat. If there is any news about Lu Mingli, we can contact each other again. Chen Xiaoyan sent a few question marks and added, you must have done something to Lu Mingli back then, otherwise, with her academic performance, I'm afraid she would have already become successful by now. I won't delete you, but I also hope that you can find Lu Mingli and give me an explanation. I will. Chu Qiuting's heart was filled with mixed emotions. After ending the chat, it wasn't long before Lu Mingli sent a message, I'm here. Chu Qiuting replied in seconds, good. After thinking for a moment, he added with some unease, I'll stay with San Bao at the hospital tonight, so you take care of the little ones at home. Remember to eat a lot, you're all skin and bones. Lu Mingli sent a series of ellipses. Chu Qiuting didn't know what to say either. Although he had a lot of questions to ask, he felt that it wasn't the right time. After a few minutes, Lu Mingli sent him a picture, which looked a bit like a family portrait. The children were gathered together, happily eating from the family bucket. From the cheerful smiles on their faces, it was clear that these children had not had these snacks for a long time. They were all asking when you were coming back. Chu Qiuting suddenly felt like his wife was concerned about her husband and using the children as an excuse. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth as he replied, what did you say? Lu Mingli didn't reply, so Chu Qiuting waited patiently while he went on Douyin to find toys and clothes that the cute kids would like. After looking for a long time, he had chosen some clothes, but he didn't know the sizes, so he couldn't check out for a while. At this time, Lu Mingli finally replied, I said I'm keeping Sanba company, and we'll come back together when he gets better. Do you know the sizes of their clothes and the shoe sizes? Chu Qiuting asked simply and straightforwardly. Staring at the message page, Lu Mingli hesitated to reply. On the other side. After reading Chu Qiuting's message, Lu Mingli didn't know how to reply. She didn't want to make Chu Qiuting spend money. At this time, she still felt that she had already troubled the other party enough, and was afraid of leaving an impression on Chu Qiuting that she was looking for him to spend money. But looking at the several cute children, she suddenly felt her eyes watering again, as she had not bought them any decent clothes for over a year. She did not want to make the children suffer even though she was suffering herself. Ding dong. The sound of the message notification sounded again. She looked at the latest message from Chu Qiuting, I want to buy some clothes and shoes for the children. Don't think too much about it, after all, I am now a member of the family, and I want to make up for this debt. Lu Mingli wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes, then typed in the information very familiar to her, they are about 105 centimeters tall, and weigh. She typed in the information and suddenly paused. Looking at the emaciated faces of the children, she felt very sad in her heart and said, 16 kilograms, so they can wear shoes in sizes 29 or 30. This weight is already far below the normal level for children. After reading this data, Chu Qiuting googled the standard data again. Based on the time of the original pregnancy, the 7 cute kids are almost 5.5 years old and are old enough to go to school. Putting these issues aside, in terms of physical development, it is clear that they are worse off than ordinary people. He felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, and he was more determined to take good care of them. He bought each of the 7 cute kids a dress, a set of doll shoes, and a set of overalls, and after settling the bill, it cost almost more than 8,000 yuan. This includes learning toys and stuffed animals. All were delivered to his rented room. After Sanba got better in a couple of days, he received them and their new clothes would arrive. After solving the problem of the children's clothing, Chu Qiuting asked Lu Mengli again, "What about you?" "I don't need any." Lu Mengli refused to say. "If you don't say, I'll just buy whatever." Chu Qiuting threatened, "If it doesn't fit, don't blame me." Lu Mengli. "Tell me, I want to buy you a dress too." Chu Qiuting then slowed down his tone and said, "At least, let me get to know you again." "I don't know, usually my pants and clothes are a size M." Lu Mengli didn't want to reveal too much about her figure, so she simply explained. Chu Qiuting didn't pursue it too much, leaving her a little personal space and said, "I estimate you're about 165 and 90 pounds, so I'll go buy something according to that standard, is that okay?" Lu Mengli. Chapter 7 Daddy, I want you to go to the bathroom with me. Chu Qiuting imagined what to wear based on Lu Mengli's figure and appearance. In the end, he chose a sweet and cute snow-white dress that could perfectly outline a slender waist, and a princess dress with a bow on the chest. The set cost more than 400 yuan, which was not considered expensive, so he placed the order. There was also a sweet French floral bubble dress, which was also a waist cinching style, and would look incredibly pure and cute when worn. Although Lu Mengli is the mother of 7 children, she is only in her 20s and is still very young, and she should have the vitality of a young girl. In addition to the dress, Chu Qiuting also bought her a casual printed short-sleeved shirt and denim shorts. As for the contents, he doesn't know, and at this stage, the two of them are not close enough to buy this kind of thing. So he chose a few more pairs of shoes. Heels are essential, as well as flat shoes and high-top shoes, all of which are brands. As for cosmetics and bags, Chu Qiuting was not considering them. With the funds in hand, he would first solve the urgent problems. Only when he had spare money would he choose to buy something practical for Lu Mengli. After spending a few thousand more, Chu Qiuting felt it was well worth it. Such a treasure girl had taken on so much for him, and he deserved to treat her better. Switching to the WeChat chat screen, Chu Qiuting said with a smile on his face, "I bought it for you, and I bought it based on my own taste, so I'm not sure if you like it. Want to send it to me to see?" Lu Mengli returned to her state as a little girl, curious about Chu Qiuting's taste in clothes, and asked carefully. Since having the baby, her expenses on clothes, shoes, and cosmetics have been greatly reduced. She doesn't see herself buying a set of clothes all year round, and basically all her expenses are spent on the baby. At this time, Chu Qiuting bought himself new clothes, and she had no way of refusing. Ripples appeared in her heart, prompting her to try to redate Chu Qiuting. Chu Qiuting thought about it and sent her a set of bow princess dresses that he thought were relatively good, while keeping the other clothes a secret. He didn't want her to feel that he had bought too much and she wouldn't want it. The shoes were also high-top shoes, which looked like a relatively normal outfit. After looking at it, Lu Mengli felt that the dress was too innocent, and if it were in the past, she would have liked it more. But now she is the mother of 7 cute children, so it is a bit inappropriate to act so young. After thinking about it, she asked how much it was to avoid hurting Chu Qiuting's pride, so she made up an excuse and asked, "How much is it?" "It's not expensive, only a few tens of dollars." Chu Qiuting lied and said that it was just over 100 with the shoes. Reading the message, Lu Mengli felt that Chu Qiuting had not told the truth, so she simply copied the picture and pasted it onto a shopping website. After a search, many of the same clothing appeared, but the prices also varied. The price range was 200 to 400 yuan. After carefully looking at the store design, Lu Mengli found that the set Chu Qiuting bought for himself was the most expensive, costing more than 400 yuan. A pair of shoes would also cost nearly 600 yuan, more expensive than the clothes. She immediately hurriedly said to Chu Qiuting that, "This clothes is not suitable for me to wear at this age, why don't you return it and continue to pick the ones that cost tens of dollars? It has already been shipped, so it cannot be returned." Chu Qiuting looked at the message and knew that the girl had probably checked the price as well, and was afraid that she might not want it because it was considered expensive. Moreover, she was still young, and the clothes would suit her perfectly. She would definitely look beautiful in them, so trust my judgment. Lu Mengli didn't know how to refuse for a moment. "Thank you, Chu Qiuting." "You're welcome, it's what I should do." Chu Qiuting suddenly felt a sense of pride well up within him. "By the way, are the babies full? I'll order more if they're not enough." Lu Mengli replied in seconds, "That's enough, there's still a lot left uneaten, and they've all fallen asleep now." "Then you eat some more and go to sleep, I'm at the hospital, Sanbao will be fine." Chu Qiuting explained. "Okay, I'll get up early tomorrow to take your shift." Lu Mengli agreed. Chu Qiuting didn't say anything else, but looked at Sanbao, who was sleeping peacefully, and reached out to touch her little head. Although it was still a little warm, it was already much better than before. A smile could not help but appear on his face. Chu Chou Ting sighed, feeling that everything that had happened today was a bit unreal. He had become a father. He shouted inwardly, and suddenly his mood became surging. The child they had together, a treasure girl, was still so cute. Gradually, the night grew deep. Chu Chou Ting fell asleep with his head on the edge of the bed. When Sanbao got up, he looked at Chu Chou Ting and saw that Lu Mengli was nowhere to be seen. Instead of crying and making a fuss, he shouted brightly, "Daddy!" The first time, Chu Chou Ting didn't wake up. Sanbao shouted again, "Daddy!" Chu Chou Ting woke up with a start, looked at Sanbao with sleepy eyes, and immediately said, "Baby, you're awake, what's wrong?" "Daddy, come up here and let's sleep together." Sanbao said to Chu Chou Ting without any guarding up, "Mom said that if you don't cover yourself at night, you can catch a cold easily, and Sanbao doesn't want Dad to catch a cold either." One sentence. It made Chu Chou Ting's eyes fill with tears instantly. Sanbao's understanding is heartbreaking. Lifting his hand, he touched Sanbao's forehead, which had already gone down with the fever. Chu Chou Ting said softly, "Baby, don't be afraid, Dad's body is twice as strong, I won't catch a cold. It's only a little after 3 o'clock, go back to sleep, be good." "Daddy, I want some water," said Sanbao, whose lips were a little dry. "Okay, Daddy will get you some water." Chu Chou-ying poured a glass of water for Sanbao and then carefully fed him a few mouthfuls himself. Sanbao gulped down a few mouthfuls before stopping and then continued to shout as Chu Chou-ying had just put the glass down, "Daddy, I want to go pee." Chu Chou-ying laughed silently, not impatiently, but instead carefully pampering him, "Then Daddy will take you." "Great." Sanbao grinned and held out his hands for Chu Chou Ting to hug him. He looked at the four stand, which was mobile, so he picked up Sanbao and pushed the four stand along as he walked slowly out of the ward. Sanbao hugged Chu Chou Ting tightly, feeling the breath and warmth from his body, and contentedly said, "Daddy's body is so warm, I want Daddy to keep hugging me." "Dad will always hold you," Chu Chou Ting promised. It was late at night and quiet, with only 2 nurses on duty. Chu Chou Ting saw a nurse as he passed by and asked for help. "Excuse me, my daughter wants to go to the bathroom, can you please help?" The female nurse was relatively kind and immediately agreed. Sanbao, however, clung to Chu Chou Ting and said with big, watery eyes, "Dad, I want you to go with me." Chu Chou Ting smiled helplessly and said, "Sanbao, Daddy can't just go to the ladies' room. I need the nurse to take you there. After you've peed, Daddy will hug you, okay?" "Okay." Sanbao is very obedient. As long as you explain patiently, she will listen. Chu Chou Ting felt a surge of emotion as he watched Sanbao being carried by the nurse to the ladies' room. While waiting, his WeChat message sounded. He picked it up and saw that it was from Lu Mengli. The other party had not yet gone to bed. Chapter 8 It's good to have a husband to take care of you. Are you asleep? Reading the message, Chu Chou Ting replied, "I just woke up, Sanbao is in the bathroom." "Sanbao woke you up, didn't he?" Lu Mengli guessed correctly. "It's fine." Chu Chou Ting was still a bit polite in his conversation with Lu Mengli, so he asked, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" "I can't sleep." Lu Mengli added, "I can't stop worrying about Sanbao." Chu Chou Ting was not sure about Lu Mengli's thoughts either. He typed a string of text but then felt it was not suitable. In the end, he said, "Go to sleep. You can see Sanbao jumping around when you wake up tomorrow." "Good night, then." Lu Mengli sent a message saying, "You should get some sleep too. You've worked hard." Without replying, Chu Chou Ting put his phone away and looked back at the bathroom. Sanbao was already being carried out by a nurse. When she saw Chu Chou Ting, Sanbao beamed and said, "Daddy, give me a hug." Chu Chou Ting hurriedly went over to him, took Sanbao from the female nurse's arms, and said gratefully, "Thank you, you've troubled yourself." "You're welcome, this is what I should do." The female nurse smiled at Chu Chou Ting and said, "Your daughter's fever has already subsided. We'll observe her again tomorrow, and if there are no problems, she can be discharged from the hospital." "Thank you very much." Chu Chou Ting thanked her again, then returned to the ward with Sanbao in his arms. Sanbao fell asleep in his arms after just a short while, as if his sleep mode had been activated. After carefully carrying Sanbao to the bed and covering him up, Chu Chou Ting also let out a sigh of relief. He suddenly realized that Lu Mengli had been taking care of 7 adorable babies by herself, from birth to the present, and really didn't know how she had endured it. Just Sanbao's fever for one night made Chu Chou Ting feel a bit exhausted, not to mention when he was in the cradle, he probably couldn't even sleep. Thinking about this, Chu Ting's understanding of Lu Mengli deepened a little more, and his sense of guilt continued to deepen. The next day, as dawn broke, Chu Ting heard footsteps coming from the ward. He hadn't slept deeply, so he woke up immediately. Then, looking a little surprised, he saw that Lu Mengli had already dressed and was by his side. He hurriedly got up, glanced at San Bao, who was still asleep, and pulled Lu Mengli out of the room. "Why did you come so early? I only need 2 or 3 hours of sleep a day." Lu Mengli looked full of energy, and she didn't know how she did it. With her hair tied in a bun, she looked very capable. She gave Chu Ting a slight smile and said, "You've had a long day, go back and rest, I'll take care of the rest." Chu Ting thought about it for a moment, then said, "Are the girls doing well?" "They're still asleep, I've already heated up some food for them, they'll eat when they wake up." Lu Mengli thought about it for a moment and explained. "That won't do. How about this, give me the key to your house and I'll take care of them." Chu Ting relies on Manhua to get rewards, so that he can provide them with a better material life. So he continued, "Sanba should be fine, so just discharge her from the hospital when the time comes." But Lu Mengli wanted to say something else, but Chu Ting refused, "No buts. Last night you told me to think it over, and I've already given you my answer. I didn't know before, so I could just ignore it, but now that I know, I can't just do nothing." In the end, Lu Mengli was convinced by Chu Ting. She took out the key and handed it to Chu Ting, and then said, "Let's have some breakfast before going back." Chu Ting didn't expect Lu Mengli to have prepared a breakfast for him, and he immediately smiled and said, "Great. You eat, I'll go look for Sanbao." Lu Mengli smiled knowingly and then walked into the house. The other person didn't close the door, but Chu Ting didn't go in. Instead, he opened the lunchbox in the hallway. Surprisingly, it wasn't yesterday's leftovers, but what looked like a nutritious breakfast personally made by Lu Mengli. The sandwich was filled with luncheon meat, fried eggs, boiled vegetables, and hot soy milk on the bottom. He grabbed the sandwich and gobbled it up, while taking another sip of soy milk, adding sugar, which directly sweetened his heart. Lu Mengli was inside the house, and she touched San Bao's forehead with her hand. She was completely relieved after the fever completely subsided. She couldn't help but look out the door again, and through the glass window she saw Chu Ting eating the sandwich he made himself with gusto, and a smile also appeared on his face. It seemed like he sensed Lu Mengli watching him, so Chu Ting glanced back inside the house again, just in time to lock eyes with Lu Mengli. The other party hurriedly looked away again, looking guilty, which made Chu Ting feel amused. After finishing breakfast and drinking the soy milk, Chu Ting walked in and said to Lu Mengli, "Thank you, it was delicious." "Did you eat enough?" Lu Mengli asked softly as she took the lunchbox. "I'm full." Chu Ting laughed and said, "What about you, have you eaten yet?" "I have," Lu Mengli blushed a little and said. But Chu Ting saw through the other person's little thoughts, but he didn't expose them. He just nodded and said, "Shall I go then?" "Okay." Lu Mengli got up and was about to give him a ride. Chu Ting stopped her and said, "Don't come out. While San Bao is still asleep, you should also take a nap for a while." After saying this, he turned around and left. However, instead of taking a taxi, he ran to the bakery, bought a few meat buns, as well as shumai and dumplings, and ordered 2 cups of black rice porridge and millet porridge before heading back to the hospital. After arriving outside the ward, Chu Ting noticed that Lu Mengli was rubbing her thigh. He then realized that Lu Mengli had a serious bruise on her knee, and he wondered if it was from the fall just now, or from slipping while riding an electric bicycle last night. Unwittingly, Chu Ting's heart ached, and without knocking, he carried the breakfast and walked in. Lu Mengli heard the noise and hurriedly pulled down her pant leg. She looked at Chu Ting in panic and said, "Why are you back?" "I came to bring you breakfast." Chu Ting said, "Put down the bag," and then without further ado, he pushed Lu Mengli down in the chair and said with a serious face, "What happened to your thigh?" Seeing that Chu Ting had discovered it, Lu Mengli stammered, her eyes darting as she said, "It's nothing, it'll be fine in a little while." Still trying to be brave. Chu Ting was a little angry, so he squatted down and pulled Lu Mengli's pant leg open, and immediately saw a large bruise and abrasions. He simply applied a layer of iodophor. Seeing this, Chu Ting looked up again and said in a very strong voice, "Sit still and don't go anywhere." Lu Mengli's body trembled. It was the first time she had seen Chu Ting so strong. She came back to her senses only after he left the ward, then pursed her lips and looked at the wound on her thigh, her emotions mixed. After a while, a female nurse was brought in by Chu Ting, carrying disinfectant and gauze for bandaging. Lu Mengli felt that Chu Ting was making a big deal out of nothing. She opened her mouth to speak, but Chu Cho Ting interrupted her. Don't look like it's nothing, but if the injury damages the bone and causes a chronic problem, I'll let the nurse give you a simple dressing to prevent infection. Hey, young lady, why don't you come out with me for a bit, and we'll take care of the wound in the next room. The female nurse knew the family, and the baby had a high fever and was in the recovery stage, so it was not a good time to disturb them. Since it had come to this, Lu Mingli got up, but when she touched the wound, it hurt so much that she limped a little. Chu Cho Ting hadn't noticed before, but now that he saw her like this, he simply picked her up across the waist. The overwhelming boyfriend energy made it impossible for Lu Mingli to resist, and she exclaimed in alarm before Chu Cho Ting carried her out of the room. The female nurse looked at Chu Cho Ting's barbaric yet romantic way of doing things, but she secretly thought, it's good to have a boyfriend to take care of you. Chapter 9 A cute baby that almost makes you tear up. After disinfecting and treating Lu Mingli's wounds, Chu Cho Ting carried her back to the ward. Sanba had not yet woken up, and he had slept very soundly. Chu Cho Ting told the other party not to walk around too much, and to call the nurse for help if there was anything, before leaving the hospital. Before going home, Chu Cho Ting brought a hearty dinner for the 6 cute babies. After finishing his errands, it was already past 7 o'clock when he arrived at Lu Mingli's home. He took out the key and twisted it a few times before the door opened with a creak. The noise woke up the Menghua kids. When they saw it was Chu Cho-ying standing in the doorway, they all came up to him affectionately, shouting, "Dad! Dad, didn't Mum and Sanba come back yet? Wow, Dad brought so much delicious food again. I want meat buns are the best." Some were concerned about the situation of Sanbao and Lu Mingli, but most were little foodies, intent on the food. Chu Cho Ting noticed, however, that there was one more cute child who was huddled in the corner and not saying a word. Since they all looked exactly the same, Chu Cho Ting couldn't tell which was which. He first said to the 6 cute children in front of him, "My dears, don't worry, go wash your hands first, and I'll pack the buns for you to eat, okay?" "Okay." The cute kids dispersed in an instant, running to wash their hands. When Chu Cho Ting placed the soy milk and donut, meat bun, pan-fried bun and dumplings on the table, filling it up, the cute kids also washed their hands and ran over, their hands still wet. However, the little one wearing a white shirt with some patches still remained motionless, still wary of Chu Cho Ting. After greeting several cute babies, Chu Cho Ting took a meat bun and a cup of soy milk over. However, the other person directly covered his head with the quilt, looking like he was ignoring him. Without lifting the other person's quilt, Chu Cho Ting instead turned to one of the cute babies and asked, "Baby, how many in your family?" "Dad, I'm Wu Bao." The young cute baby, who was only up to Chu Cho Ting's waist, smiled innocently. Her smile was very healing, showing her small white teeth, cute and charming. "So it's Wu Bao, and who's the baby still sleeping?" Chu Cho Ting picked Wu Bao up in his arms, and the other one giggled and kept eating the meat buns, while answering, "Dad, she's Chi Bao." Chu Cho Ting was a little surprised, not expecting Wu Bao to be able to tell whether she was a younger or older sister. Perhaps it was because they had lived together for so long that there was no distinguishing feature that Chu Cho Ting had not yet noticed. So he carried Wu Bao to the edge of the tatami bed, so that sleeping on the floor was also convenient for the baby to get in and out of bed without falling. At this time, Chi Bao was still covered by the quilt, but he could be seen trembling. Chu Cho-ying didn't know what was going on, so he tentatively shouted, "Chi Bao, what's wrong?" Chi Bao didn't say a word, but a faint sob came from somewhere, which made Chu Cho-ying feel a little uncomfortable. "Chi Bao, Daddy's calling you, don't be afraid." Wu Bao blinked his big eyes and followed up with reassurance, "Meat buns are delicious, you should have some too." Then, she handed over the meat bun she had just eaten a little of. Chu Cho Ting put Wu Bao down, then whispered, "My dear, you keep Chi Bao company for Daddy while I call Mum." "Okay, Daddy, don't worry, Chi Bao is just timid, she's like this a lot when Mum's not around." Wu Bao seemed to have grown up a little. She petted the other person's little head, causing the other person to emit a bell-like laugh, which was very soothing and made Chu Cho Ting feel better. He took out his phone and simply called Lu Mingli. It was quickly connected, and before Lu Mingli could say anything, Chu Cho-ying spoke first. "Lu Mingli, I want to ask, what's going on with Chi Bao hiding under the covers by herself and not coming out? Is it because she's afraid of me?" Lu Mingli hesitated for a moment before whispering, "Chi Bao is a bit of an introvert, different from the other sisters, so you need to be a bit patient." "I understand." Chu Cho-ying nodded. "Besides, she is also afraid of strangers." Although Lu Mingli paused for a moment and continued, "Personally, she is very slow to warm up, and she has never had contact with you, so it may make you overthink things." "I don't have much to overthink, and even if Chi Bao resents me, I will accept it, because I have an incompetent father." Chu Chou Ting, however, had long been mentally prepared and said, "Don't worry, I will let the Mengbao slowly accept me. If it doesn't work in 1 day, then 2 days, and one day I will become a qualified father." Good. Lu Mingli also didn't know what to say for a moment, and responded with something that came to mind, adding, "Oh yes, Bao Bao is allergic to mushrooms, so you must never give her any mushroom-based foods." I understand. At this point, Chu Chouying realized that there was still a lot he needed to know about these adorable children, and that he needed to learn gradually. Did Bao Bao like any particular foods, or was there anything she was allergic to? "She's not picky, she loves meat," Lu Mingli said simply and straightforwardly. After Chu Chou Ting had learned a little more, he ended the call with Lu Mingli, then walked over to the edge of the bed and continued patiently, "Shibao, I'm your father. I'm sure your mother has already told you that when I was away, I was going to faraway places to earn money to buy you meat to eat. Can you please think about what you like about your father? What do you like to eat? Or if there is anything you want, you can tell your father, and I will make it happen for you immediately, okay?" Qibao seemed to be moved, and when the other 5 children also came over to comfort her, she finally came out of the quilt. However, her eyes were already teary, and she said with a face full of grievances, "I don't want anything from you. Mom said I can't just eat whatever I want." This kind of education is happening to himself, and Chu Chou-ting didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Thinking about the other person's character, Chu Chou-ting didn't care and said, "Mom is talking about a bad person, but I am your father, just as close as Mom, so Qibao can rest assured and eat what Dad gives you." "Really?" Qibao's eyes were clear as he looked at Chu Chou-ting uncertainly. Wu Bao chimed in at this time, "Qibao, of course it's true, Mom said she's our dad, and Mom also said that everything we ate yesterday was brought back by Dad, have you forgotten?" "Dad, I want to eat the chicken leg, it's delicious." "Me too, the hamburgers are all meat, and there's salad, I like it." The children all chimed in, their faces covered in food, but they couldn't forget the taste of KFC from yesterday. Chu Chou-ting, however, agreed, "Okay, next time Dad will take you all out to eat again, but for now, I want to let Qibao eat breakfast first, what do you all think?" "Qibao, you must listen to your father. Your mother says that's what a good boy does. Your father is a very nice man. He can take us to eat delicious food. Qibao, don't be afraid. I'm here. We'll protect you." Chu Chou-ting was a little moved and saddened by what he heard. This 5-year-old child had been very well educated by Lu Munli. Everyone looked after each other, unlike the siblings in some families, who often fought and quarreled. "Qibao, don't cry." Chu Chou-ting tried to reach out and wipe Qibao's tearful eyes. The other person stiffened for a moment, but in the end did not avoid it. After touching the other person's young, small face, Chu Chou-ting knew that his relationship with Qibao had advanced further. Then he sat down on the bed with a thud and very decisively and naturally picked Qibao up in his arms. The other person did not feel resentful, but instead let Chu Chou-ting hold her in his arms. At this moment, the guard in her heart gradually let go. Chu Chou-ting, however, was secretly sweating. If Qibao resisted, he would have to think of a long-term plan. Fortunately, the other party was obedient, so Chu Chou-ting took the meat bun and said with a smile, "Qibao, let Daddy feed you, okay?" He thought he would succeed at once, but Qibao shook her head. For a moment, Chu Chou-ting was at a loss. But then, the next second, the situation reversed, and even Qibao's words made Chu Chou-ting almost burst into tears. Chapter 10. He tried to get closer to the cute child, but was kissed by the cute child. "I can do it myself," Qibao said in a childish voice, with a hint of timidity in her eyes. "My mother told me that if I can do it myself, I shouldn't trouble others." With these words, she nervously took the meat bun and, like a child who had done something wrong, took a careful bite. Chu Chou-ying watched all this and began to think about Qibao's character. She gives the impression of being timid and withdrawn. And even under Chu Chou-ying's direct gaze, she eats very carefully, her eyes alert and full of caution. Chu Chou-ying pulled a tissue over to wipe Qibao's mouth, but she dodged away. This situation made Chu Chou-ying feel helpless. He asked the system for help, "Can you analyze Qibao's situation for me?" "My lord, Qibao has a timid and withdrawn personality. She is afraid of strangers and dares not initiate communication with others." The system then provided a solution: the director should gradually gain Qibao's trust, so that she can integrate into group life and expand her social skills. After understanding this, Chu Chou-ting tried to communicate with the other party. "Qibao, Daddy has a question for you. Who is your favorite person?" Qibao remained silent. However, Wu Bo was more outgoing and said, "Daddy, I like Mommy, she is the most awesome person in the world." Chu Chou Ting noticed that Qibo was also thinking, but was not good at expressing himself. He suddenly had an idea and then asked the other children, "What about everyone else? If you can answer, I'll give you a toy as a reward, okay?" "Yes." The 5 children cheered. Only Qibao remained silent, but Chu Chou Ting kept an eye on the changes in her eyes. It was clear that Qibo was also excited, but she just didn't know how to express her feelings. Seeing that it had had a little effect, Chu Chou Ting took Wubo in his arms and said, while picking up the half-eaten meat bun she had been eating, "Wubo is great, whatever toy you like, Daddy will buy it for you." "Daddy, I want a watch, the kind you can use to call Mummy." Wubo was surprisingly clever in asking for a valuable present. But Chu Chou Ting was not at all stingy and said, "Okay, Daddy will buy it for you now." He then picked up his phone and went to the TikTok mall to start choosing a smartwatch for Wubao, in front of all the other children. The price wasn't expensive, just a couple of $100. After looking around, Chu Chou-ying finally chose a wall children's phone watch, and asked Wubao, "Do you like this one?" "Yes." Wubao didn't expect Chu Chou-ying to actually buy it, and she was so happy that she started dancing around, saying, "Dad is the best." She gave him an excited kiss on the cheek, instantly brightening his mood. "Ha ha ha, Wubao, how about another kiss on this cheek?" Chu Chou-ying was not satisfied. "Okay." Wubao giggled, pouting and kissing Chu Chou-ying on the other cheek, making Chu Chou-ying so satisfied that he almost jumped up and down. After the order was successfully placed, Chu Chou-ying said to Wubao, "This watch will take 3 or 4 days to arrive, so Daddy will give it to you then, okay?" "Thank you, Daddy," said Wubao politely. At this point, the other little ones also joined in, shouting at Chu Chou-ying, "Daddy, Daddy, I want a fairy tale book, will you buy it for me?" Since Chu Chou-ying could not tell the difference between the sizes of these cute children, he reached out and patted the side of his body, motioning for her to take a seat, and said, "Little one, let me ask you, what is your position in the family?" The baby thought for a moment before replying, "Dad, I'm Lubao, the eldest of the 7 treasures, the sister of Wubao, and I was born 3 minutes after Wubao." Chu Chou-ying was surprised that Lubao had such a detailed answer, and while he was amazed, he also patted the other person's little face in praise. "Lubao is awesome, answering so seriously. Dad promises to buy you a fairy tale book, what kind do you like?" "Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs, and the Little Match Girl." Lubao added, "Mom used to read them to me every day, and that's what I want." Chu Chou-ying began to fulfill these cute children's wishes one by one. He bought Lubao several copies of every fairy tale book that was available on the market. While doing so, he asked, "By the way, Lubao, can you read?" At this time, the children were 5 years old and were about to miss the kindergarten age. This was a relatively serious and thorny question, and he pondered after asking it. "My mom taught me, she said I'm the smartest, I already know more than 100 words." Lubao bragged, "If Dad doesn't believe me, I can show you my homework." Chu Chou-ying was surprised, and then he saw Lubao run to a cabinet, take out his own notes from his small school bag, and run back again with short little legs. "Dad, look, this is what Mom taught me." He saw that the exercise book was full of dense clusters of text in pinyin, all relatively few strokes in Chinese. Seeing that the notes were written very neatly and carefully, Chu Chou-ying was overwhelmed with mixed emotions. It was obvious. Lu Mingli had no money to send her children to school, so she could only find time at home to teach them to write. "Lu Bao is awesome." Chu Chou-ying patted the other person's little head, and then looked at the other cute children who were looking at him with anticipation and burning eyes. He smiled slightly and said, "So, everyone, have you all learned to read and write like Lu Bao?" "Dad, I can do it too. Mom has taught us all." "I wrote this, Dad, look." The other children also took out their exercise books and began to show them to Chu Chou-ying. He didn't expect that these children were so self-motivated, and couldn't help but feel moved. He said, "My dears, you are all very good, and Daddy is going to give you a reward. However, as Daddy has just returned and still doesn't understand a lot, can I ask you for advice?" The children all said in unison, "Yes." Chu Chou-ying then continued to laugh, saying, "That's right. When Mom is not at home, you are all doing your homework, aren't you? Dad, Mom says we should study hard so that we can become useful people in the future." Wu Bao came over and said, "That's why we usually take the lead and let our sisters study and write at home while Mom is at work." Lu Bao suddenly complained, "Dad, Debao and Erbao always go out to play, catch butterflies and dragonflies, and then Mom makes them into specimens and puts them in their books." Debao and Erbao angrily said, "Lu Bao, that's what Mom allows, and she even praised us." "Dad, wait, I'll show you the specimens Mom made for us." The two cute kids immediately opened their notebooks as if to show off their medals, and after searching around a bit, they finally got a dragonfly and a butterfly to take shape in the book, which was very beautiful. Shu Ting praised them again, then looked at Qibao, who had always been out of place with everyone else, and asked, "Qibao, what about you? Do you have anything fun to share with Dad?" "Qibao, speak up, I'm not a stranger, what are you afraid of?" Children are wise beyond their years. Through contact, Chu Choying discovered that although Wubo is young, he has ideas and a very lively and innocent personality. He is a leader-type personality. "Yes, Qibao, Daddy has bought us all things, just you are missing. If you answered Daddy's question, there will be a reward. Haven't you always wanted a transformer? Let Daddy buy it for you." Chu Choying didn't expect Qibao to like boy stuff, and suddenly became interested. He said, "Qibao, so you like transformers, Dad will buy them for you." With that, he entered the shopping mall in front of Qibao, presenting a dazzling array of transformers, which made Qibao's eyes pop. "Tell Dad which one you want." In anticipation, Qibao suddenly raised his hand and pointed to the Optimus Prime children's toy. "Qibao likes yellow Optimus Prime. Then Daddy will buy it for you. And this little dinosaur? Do you want it?" Shu Ting spoke softly, trying to be patient. But Qibao nodded, her eyes full of expectation. Shu Ting didn't ask Qibao to speak or anything, because he knew that you need to approach children gradually. Only when they fully trust you can you communicate with them effectively. Moreover, the two toys only cost a couple of $100, and Shu Ting still had the means to buy them for her. After buying everything, Shu Ting realized that he had spent time with the children until lunchtime without realizing it. Fortunately, the children had also eaten almost everything. From this, he had also established some friendships with the cute children and learned about their personalities and likes. As he watched them happily playing with the gifts they were about to receive, Shu Ting couldn't help but smile with a fatherly love. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for getting along with the children. Your patience has increased the children's affection for you. Rating B, reward 10,000 yuan in cash, starting to double generation. Ding, doubling success, get 1 times cash reward, 10,000 yuan has been distributed to the owner's account. Please keep up the good work. Shu Ting had never heard such a pleasant sound in the world as the system's reward prompt tone. However, this time it was only 10,000 yuan, so the equivalent amount had not changed. He hoped for more, but of course he did not complain or regret it. After all, there was still a long time to come. At this time, in his account, with the addition of this 10,000 yuan, there was still a deposit of about 35,000 yuan. As for what had been spent, including the hospital fees, it was almost 15,000 yuan, and 10,000 yuan had been given to Lu Mengli. Fortunately, he can still hold out for a while, and Shu Ting doesn't feel any pain. After all, as long as he can make his children happy, that's enough. At this time, Lu Mengli sent a WeChat message. "Shu Ting, how are you getting along with the children? Are they causing trouble?" Shu Ting smiled slightly, watching the children all go to do their homework, including Qibao, who obediently stayed with the other cute children and helped them with their writing. "No, they're all very well behaved." "Do you make them practice writing every day?" Lu Mengli replied immediately, "Well, that's the only way to keep them from running off. I've been thinking about something during my time with the kids, and I'd like to discuss it with you." Shu Ting decided to bring the kids to school, which was the top priority. "Okay." Lu Mengli replied with a simple word. Shu Ting thought about it for a while and quickly typed, "The babies are already 5 years old and know that you have been teaching them at home. Now, I just want to send them to kindergarten." Shu Ting, "I actually want to do the same, but the cost of going to kindergarten is really too high." Lu Mengli had some concerns and said, "This has always been a problem I've been considering, but I don't have enough ability to let them learn. I'm not a very good mother, I'm sorry. In my eyes, you are the greatest mother there is, without equal." Shu Ting could imagine how much pain Lu Mengli was feeling when she sent these words, so he comforted her. "Now the children have to go to school too, so don't worry about the money. As long as I'm here, I'll give them a good environment to study in. So, I want to take a look at the kindergarten environment here with you. If possible, it's not time for new students to enroll yet, so while there's still a little time, let's find one for them." Chapter 11. The past was a bit bitter, but the future will bring you sweetness every day. Shu Ting, "I've seen it before, the minimum standard fee is 7,000 yuan a year." Lu Mengli, however, explained, "There are 7 of us, and we'll need at least 100,000 yuan a year, not to mention other expenses. And once they really start going to school, this amount of money will be essential every year. With me there, their studies won't be delayed. After Chu Cho Ting sent the message, he simply called the other party, as this was a more convenient way to communicate. Lu Mingli answered quickly, and Chu Cho Ting continued, I have enough money for their tuition fees, and I can solve all your worries. The most important thing now is to find a reliable kindergarten, don't you think so? Chu Cho Ting, I'll listen to you. Lu Mingli made up her mind again, but I will also try to make money on my side to subsidize the household expenses, not to rely on you for everything. It's not fair to you. Silly girl, do we need to be polite to each other? Chu Cho Ting suddenly spoke softly, in an extremely intimate tone, saying, You gave birth to 7 cute babies for me, plus all the hardships you have suffered for them over the years. If it's unfair, it's also towards you. On the phone, there was silence on Lu Mingli's end. Chu Cho Ting could vaguely hear a choking sound. Lu Mingli, I've said it before, I will take good care of you and the children, and I don't just say it casually, please believe me. I understand. Lu Mingli's voice trembled slightly as she said, San Bao will be discharged from the hospital this afternoon. We will discuss their schooling with you when we get back, is that okay? Okay, do you want me to pick you up? Chu Cho Ting asked again with concern. Lu Mingli smiled and said, No, save your money, don't worry. Okay, we'll talk when we get back. Chu Cho Ting said lightly. Just as he was about to hang up, Lu Mingli whispered, Chu Cho Ting, thank you. Chu Cho Ting grinned and hung up. After that, he began to search online for kindergartens in the city. After his final search, he found that there were several private kindergartens near where he lived, along with their tuition fees. The fees for each kindergarten are different, but they are generally divided into categories. The lowest education fee is 500 yuan a month, and the highest is 800 yuan. There are also meal fees and heating fees, etc., which add up to nearly 1,000 yuan a month for a cute child. 7 is 7,000 yuan, and it will cost more than 80,000 yuan a year. After learning about it, he knew what to expect. Now he has over 30,000 yuan in savings, and if he uses the super double card, he will still need about 20,000 yuan. Suddenly, Chu Cho Ting began to worry about money again. Dad, how do you think my handwriting is? At this time, Wu Bao came to Chu Cho Ting's side, looking forward to praise. Chu Cho Ting looked at the other person's handwriting and it was quite neat, and it was still the words Dad and Mom. He felt warm and fuzzy all of a sudden. After picking up Wu Bao, Chu Cho Ting still couldn't tell which one was which, but that didn't stop him from praising, You've written really well, baby. Did your mother teach you all this? Yes. Wu Bao's innocent eyes were dark and round, and when she smiled, she looked very pure. She said, This is Mommy, and this is Daddy. He. Did your mother teach you the word daddy too? Chu Cho Ting was curious. Well, Mom has taught us a lot of words, I'll write them down for you later. Wu Bao said, struggling to get off of Chu Cho Ting. Chu Cho Ting quickly let go, and then Wu Bao ran to the table and sat upright to write. Looking at the other cute kids, they were also writing carefully stroke by stroke. It was Bao who was more mischievous, scribbling and doodling, not writing at all. And he often interferes with the other cute babies. Chu Cho Ting walked over and saw that Bao was actually drawing, freehand, and was curious, Baby, what are you drawing? Dad, I'm drawing astronauts. Bao said with a smile, This is a spaceship, and this is an astronaut. Upon closer inspection, one can still make out the outline a little. Chu Cho Ting smiled and said, Baby, I didn't realize you were so talented at drawing. But Daddy, can you teach me how to write? Bao said with a look of expectation, I can't write spaceship, and astronaut either. Mom taught me once, but I've forgotten. Chu Cho Ting immediately found an empty seat and sat down, then picked Bao up and placed her on his lap. He then said carefully, Come, Daddy will teach you how to write. Bao is naughty, but Chu Cho Ting understands that she likes to explore new things and is curious about all kinds of new things. And it seems that she is interested in things like spaceships. After Chu Cho Ting held Bao's small, tender hands and wrote out spaceship and astronaut stroke by stroke, he corrected himself, Baby, in our country, there is something that can be sent into the sky, called a rocket. As for spaceships, they are for aliens. There is a difference between the two. He patiently explained, Our great astronauts ride in rockets, not spaceships. Got it? Wow, Dad, you're amazing. Bao exclaimed in admiration. I get it, aliens ride in spaceships, astronauts ride in rockets, and they all fly up to the sky in a flash, right? Yes, our baby is so smart. Chu Cho Ying beamed. Dad, I get it, I'll write it. Bao said, and began to immerse herself in her drawing. Chu Choying let go of her hand and let her down to study on her own. The system's prompt sounded again, ding. Congratulations, host, for teaching Erbao new knowledge. Rating, B. You have received a 10,000 yuan cash reward. Doubling is now in progress. Ding. Doubling successful. You have received double the cash reward. 20,000 yuan has been deposited into your account. Please keep up the good work. Chu Ting felt his mood improve as he received the cash again. With the deposit, he had just over 55,000 yuan. Using the doubling card, that was 110,000 yuan. With the tuition fees for the cute kids paid, he felt a little relieved. He looked around again, and the cute kids continued to study with their heads buried in their books. To get a sense of their sizes, Chu Ting thought for a moment and then shouted at the cute kids, "Babies, Daddy's going out for a while and will buy you some food on the way. You just stay at home and do your homework, and don't run around." "Yes." The cute kids answered in unison. Chu Ting was still not at ease, so he added, "When I come back, I will check everyone's homework. If anyone has done a good job, I will reward them. If anyone is lazy, they won't get a reward." "Dad, don't worry, I'll supervise my sisters," Wubo said with a smile. "Mom usually tells me the same thing." "Wubao, I'll leave my sisters in your care." Chu Ting immediately recognized her from her personality. The other one also nodded desperately to show her commitment. Then he turned and left, going to the supermarket. Before leaving, he closed the door, but did not lock it. In case the house caught fire, they could escape. After arriving at the big supermarket, Chu Ting went on a shopping spree, buying everything the family lacked. Of course, this included 7 different colored bracelets, which could be used to identify each of them and also as a small gift for them. After the trip, the shopping cart was full. At checkout, it cost thousands of dollars. Chu Ting sighed that the money was really not durable, but he felt that it was worth spending. After leaving the supermarket with a total of 6 bags, Chu Ting had to take a taxi back. It was already past 3 p.m. when he arrived back and the children were hungry, so Chu Ting wanted to get them something to eat. Just as he arrived at the door, Chu Ting was about to put down the bags and open the door when one of the children volunteered to open it. Then all the children came running out and shouted at him, "Dad, let us help you carry it." The children were all very understanding. Even Shibao, who was quiet, came over to help. Chu Ting laughed and said, No, Dad can carry it. Dad's hands are all red from carrying the bags, so we want to help a little. The girls said, and they took a turn carrying the bags. They found them very heavy, and in the end, 2 of them carried 1 bag each, and they carried the shopping bags into the house. As he watched their busy figures, Chu Ting's face broke into a smile. He suddenly realized that normally, he eats, sleeps, and does everything alone, but now that there are a few more children, it has become lively. After entering the house, Chu Ting said to the cute kids, "Babies, I have a gift for you. Do you want it?" "Yes." The children were overjoyed. Chu Ting took out a few bracelets from his pocket, a total of 7 colors. The children all liked these new gadgets and came running over, their eyes falling into the bracelets. "Wow, what beautiful bracelets! Then Daddy will give them one by one, starting with the big red one for big treasure." Chu Ting was being a meanie and deliberately said this. Big Treasure immediately ran out of the crowd and said, "Daddy, I'm over here." After noticing the difference between Debao and the other cute kids, he realized that there really wasn't any difference. He wondered how Lu Mengli managed to give birth to such similar children. At least they all had a birthmark on their face, so he could tell them apart. "Here, let Daddy put it on you." Chu Ting let out a sigh of relief after putting the wristband on. Debao couldn't take his hands off it. After Chu Ting had put the wristbands on the other cute kids one by one, they all studied their wristbands. After clapping his hands, Chu Ting said to all the cute kids, "Listen up, my dears. From now on, this will be your lucky charm. No one can take it off. You must take good care of it. Understand?" "Yes, Daddy, we won't take it off." The cute kids answered in unison. There was also a yellow wristband, which Chu Ting reserved for San Bao. Once he can tell them apart, he will buy them new silver bracelets and have their names and birth dates engraved on them. "You're such good girls, so now Daddy will start cooking. Tell Daddy what you want to eat." Seeing that it was getting late, Chu Ting was about to order takeaway. The children cheered again, "Daddy, I want a chicken leg. I want ice cream. Daddy, can I have some chocolate?" Crunch. At that moment, the iron gate opened. Chu Choying and the others turned around instantly, and Lu Mengli came in, holding Sanbao and carrying something. Seeing this, the cute kids gathered around, calling affectionately, Mom. Sanbao is back with Mommy. I want a hug too. Lu Mengli, however, put Sanbao down, and noticing that everyone had a wristband on their hand, she looked at Chu Choying and smiled. You bought them for them? Well. Chu Choting said with some embarrassment, the 7 children look exactly the same, I can't tell them apart, so I had to give each of them a wristband, so that I can tell them apart in the future. Puff. Lu Mengli couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was the first time that Chu Choting had seen Lu Mengli laugh so easily, and he couldn't help but giggle alone. Isn't that silly? It's not your fault. Lu Mengli's eyes softened as she said, sometimes, I can't tell who's who without paying attention. It's mainly because your genes are so strong that, apart from differences in personality, it's hard to tell their sizes from appearances. Chu Choying teased her. Lu Mengli suddenly blushed, and then she looked at the happy faces of the children and the large pile of shopping bags on the table, not all of which had been taken out yet. A feeling of tenderness welled up in her heart as she said, Chu Choying, you're spending money recklessly again. These are all necessities. Chu Choting laughed and said, it's just that you and Sanbao have both returned, so in a while I'll order takeout and we can eat together. But Lu Mengli stopped him, saying, don't order, it's expensive and not clean. I'll cook it. But the kids want chicken legs and ice cream potato chips. Can you cook it? Chu Choting asked hesitantly. But she saw Lu Mengli shaking her head and smiling wryly. I know you want to satisfy all their wishes, and I know you love them very much, but these kids are still growing up, so they should eat less junk food. So just once? Chu Choying tried to communicate with Lu Mengli in the hope of gaining her consent. This won't happen again. Seeing Chu Choying meekly pleading for the children, she felt warm in her heart, and she said softly, I'll cook, you go play with the kids for a while. Thank you, Lao Chu Choting. When Chu Choting got excited, he almost blurted it out, but fortunately stopped in time. Lu Mengli heard it, and she understood what Chu Choting was going to say next. Unable to help herself, she blushed again, nodded lightly, and turned around to go into the kitchen. Although the basement is very dark and damp, and the lights need to be on all the time, there is a kitchen and bathroom, which are kept tidy by Lu Mengli. Even when the children are at home, they don't mess around, as if they have received a good education from Lu Mengli. They also help with the cleaning and tidying up together. It can only be said that Lu Mengli has done a good job with their education. Staring at Lu Mengli's back, she took the rubber band off her wrist and tied her hair up, looking neat and tidy as she entered the kitchen. Chu Choting, however, gave a knowing smile and looked at Sanbao and said, Baby, are you still feeling unwell? Sanbao was currently gathered with the other cute children, and when she heard Chu Choting's greetings, she became coquettish. Daddy, I'm fine. I saw that my sisters have bracelets on their hands, and I want one too. Chu Choting naturally hadn't forgotten about her, and took the prepared yellow wristband out from behind his back. He laughed while saying, Tada here, Sanbao's wristband is ready. Daddy will put it on you now. Come, hold out your little hand. Sanbao extended her small, tender hands, looking forward to Chu Choting putting the wristband on her. Then she shook the wristband a little and said with a smile, Thank you, Daddy. Well, that's a good girl. Chu Choting saw that Sanbao was fine, and his heart followed suit, relieved. Then he said to everyone, I just discussed it with your mother, and today we'll allow the kids to eat ice cream and chicken legs, but not too much of this, or it will give you a stomachache. So from now on, let's agree to eat it once a week, okay? Instantly, the 7 cute kids all started to argue. Chu Choting noticed that Chi Bao also seemed to be very happy to eat the food. This was the first time she had interacted with everyone together, and she couldn't help but think that perhaps Lu Mengli had returned and made her bolder. Maybe. It was recognition of Chu Choting. Anyway, Chu Choting felt that this was a good thing. So, he placed an order for takeaway, ordering 8 cups of ice cream, as well as 2 family buckets and drinks. Although it cost another 300 yuan, Chu Choting was happy with it. However, this was not counted as a reward for personally taking care of the cute kids, so Chu Choting was unable to get a reward. Chu Choting didn't care about this either. He knew that there was still a long way to go, and there would always be things that he had to do personally waiting for him. After ordering the takeaway, Chu Choting said to the cute kids, Next, Daddy is going to help Mommy cook, so can you guys play by yourselves for now? Yes. The children were very sensible and answered in unison. Just as Chu Choting watched them happily chasing after each other and showing off the wristbands in their hands, his phone rang. He checked his pocket and realized that it wasn't his phone ringing, but Lu Mengli's. He had forgotten to take his phone out of her bag. Just as Chu Qiuting was about to call out to the other person, Lu Mengli ran out with a panicked look on her face, then took out her phone from her bag and looked at the caller ID, her face looking even more displeased. I saw that Lu Mengli didn't answer it either, hung up directly, and then looked at Chu Qiuting's eyes and avoided them. Chu Qiuting was suspicious and asked, "Why didn't you answer it?" "It's a harassing call," Lu Mengli said, and then turned around and entered the kitchen, taking her phone with her. Chu Qiuting didn't think much of it and followed into the kitchen, preparing to help the other person. Lu Mengli said, "By the way, we don't have enough salt at home. Would you go downstairs to the store and buy a bag for me?" "Okay." Chu Qiuting nodded and turned around to leave. When the cute kids saw that Chu Qiuting was going out, they also wanted to go with him. Chu Qiuting's face returned to a smile, and he took Wu Bao and Debao by the hand before leaving the house. With the two cute kids leading the way, Chu Qiuting also found the store, which was just a distance of no more than 50 meters from home and just around the corner. When they arrived at the store, the owner seemed to know them very well and said in a friendly manner, "Oh, the babies are here to buy something." "Good evening, Grandma, we want to buy a bag of salt." "Okay, Grandma will get it for you." The old man looked at Chu Qiuting again, and while holding the salt, asked, "Baby, who is this?" Before Wu Bao could say anything, Sanbao jumped in and said, "Grandma, he's my father's back." The shopkeeper was taken aback and looked at Chu Qiuting again, feeling a little incredulous. After all, Chu Qiuting also looked very young. Obviously seeing the old woman's confusion, Chu Qiuting smiled and said, "Hello, Auntie, I'm the biological father of Wu Bao and the others. I was away before and only recently returned. I heard that you took special care of them before, so I'd like to thank you here." The old woman was surprised, but immediately returned to her smile and said, "Hello, hello. You have no idea how hard it was for your wife to take care of the girls every day before you returned. I'm so glad you're back. You must take good care of the two of them in the future." "I will." Chu Qiuting took out his phone and said, "Auntie, how much is it?" "I'll scan it for you." "Are you referring to this bag of salt or the whole thing?" the old lady asked. "The whole thing?" Chu Qiuting was puzzled. The old lady laughed and said, "Your wife has racked up quite a few debts at our store, and we understand that it's not easy for her to raise 7 kids on her own, so we've let it slide. Now that you're back, if you can afford it, pay off your wife's debts as well." "I say, you old woman, what are you talking about?" After Chu Qiuting understood, an old man rushed out of the house, frowning and saying, "That, young man, don't listen to her nonsense." Chu Qiuting knew that the uncle was trying to spare Lu Mengli's face, and it was true that the aunt was thinking about making money. But Chu Qiuting also didn't intend to let Lu Mengli continue to owe people favors. After all, it wouldn't be long before they moved away. So he said generously, "Uncle, just pay whatever the amount is. I'll add it all up for you." The aunt gave the uncle a disgruntled look, then said to Chu Qiuting with a smile, "It's 761 yuan in total, plus the salt, it's 762 yuan. We can round it down for you if you don't want to take it." "Thank you." Chu Qiuting scanned the QR code directly and paid in one go. Then he took the salt and rushed, holding the hands of the two children, smiled at them and continued, "Uncle, Aunt, then we'll go. Bye, grandparents." The two Wu Bao children also waved politely to them. The uncle and aunt also smiled and said, "Bye, sweetheart, take care." Chu Qiuting nodded and turned back, walking towards home. At this moment, he suddenly realized that Lu Mengli's life seemed to be even more difficult than he had imagined. His mood instantly became a little worse, and a sense of guilt rose again. The two cute kids sensed that Chu Qiuting's face was not quite right, and they couldn't help but ask out loud, "Dad, what's wrong?" Chu Qiuting came back to his senses and smiled slightly at them. "Dad's fine, I was just thinking." "Oh yes, my darlings, let me ask you a question. How long ago did you and Mom move to this neighborhood?" "I don't remember." Debao shook his head. Wu Bao thought for a moment and then counted on his fingers. "Dad, it seems like a long time." Chu Qiuting, who did not get a general answer, did not mind and said, "Okay, Dad knows." After that, they also came to the door. Before they opened it, Chu Qiuting heard Lu Mengli seem to be on the phone. "Give me a few more days, and I will definitely pay it back. I promise, it won't be overdue again." Chapter 12, the father cooks for himself and indirectly kisses the treasure girl. After listening outside, Chu Qiuting felt a little uncomfortable. His hands couldn't help but clench up, but he realized that it would hurt Wu Bao and Sanbao, so he loosened them. Then he took a deep breath, restored his smile, and pushed open the door to enter. He happened to see Lu Mingli finish her phone call, and the two of them looked at each other again. Chu Chou Ting smiled slightly and said, "I bought the salt back." "Okay, thanks." Lu Mingli smiled politely. But Chu Chou Ting could tell that she was forcing a smile. After taking the salt from Chu Chou Ting, she turned and went into the kitchen while looking at the cute kids, who were still laughing and joking. She put the tissues, hangers, towels, baby bath lotion, etc., that she had bought from the supermarket on the table, and all the kids helped to clean up, and the smile on her face could not help but appear. After letting go of the hands of San Bao and Wu Bao, Chu Chou Ting crouched down and whispered, "My dears, you guys play first, our ice cream will be here soon, and Daddy will give it to you again in a while, okay?" "Okay." The cute kids immediately went off to play on their own. Chu Chou Ting, however, went into the kitchen. While watching Lu Mingli washing vegetables, he came over and, after thinking for a while, finally said, "I've settled the account of the canteen." Lu Mingli, who was washing vegetables, trembled slightly and her hands stopped moving. She lowered her head, her eyes reddening, and said, "Thank you." Hearing her choked voice, Chu Chou Ting knew that Lu Mingli was not feeling well. She was shouldering the entire family alone, and the burden was so heavy, but she had never mentioned it to him. Therefore, Chu Chou Ting also mustered his courage, grabbed her shoulders with both hands, and turned her around to face him. There was distress and pain on her delicate face, and watery mist gradually appeared in her eyes. The next second, crystal tears welled up and slid down her face. Chu Chou Ting reached out and wiped them away for her, while softly saying, "Mingli, what I want to say is, if there is anything, for the sake of the children, let's bear it together. I don't want you to keep anything inside. In the past, you were alone and had nowhere to complain, but now that I'm back, you can totally rely on me." Lu Mingli's eyes were clear and transparent. Long lashes still had tears hanging from them. After listening to Chu Chou Ying's words, she forced a smile and said, "I'm fine, don't worry. I still have to cook dinner, the kids are waiting to eat." She tried to avoid the subject. But Chu Chou Ting grabbed her shoulders and said, "Mingli, I want to know how you have raised the children all these years. Will you tell me?" Lu Mingli pursed her lips, and finally let out a heavy breath, saying, "Chu Chou Ting, to be honest, I feel very secure with you by my side, and I have never felt more relaxed. As for my own affairs, I will solve them myself, I don't want to burden you." Chu Chou Ting felt that Lu Mingli was very stubborn and independent. He still had no idea about many things. He had always wanted to find a time to have a good talk with Lu Mingli. Now he felt that this was the perfect time, so he continued to pursue the matter. "I am also the father of the child, so there is no question of being a burden. What I want is for you and the child to be well. I am a man, and it is up to me to take care of the family. You have taken on enough for me, so please let me share some of the burden for you, okay?" Lu Mingli's hand loosened and tightened and loosened, and finally a smile appeared on her face. She said very calmly, "Chu Chou Ting, if I hadn't left you in the first place, how good would that have been? If I had been braver and told you about all of this in the first place, how good would that have been? But I've never regretted it. Watching my babies grow up day by day, I feel that everything I've done has been worthwhile. Even if I'm going through a hard time right now, every day when I see the smiles on their faces, it makes my heart feel so sweet. You should understand what I mean, right?" Chu Chou Ting felt that Lu Mingli was changing the subject, and he felt that he had to take some drastic measures, so he stopped beating around the bush. "Mingli, I heard it at the door, is your credit card overdue, and how much do you owe?" In fact, Lu Mingli also guessed in her heart that Chu Chou Ting had discovered something, which was why he was talking to her about this. So when Chu Chou Ting asked, she wasn't that surprised. She was torn. But Chu Chou Ting continued, "If there is a problem with your credit, it will affect your children's schooling and their future jobs. So Mingli, tell me the truth now. I know you don't want to get me into trouble, but as long as it can be solved with money, it's not a problem, understand?" Lu Mingli knew all this, which was why she had been unable to sleep or eat for some time. She was afraid of the impact of the overdue credit card. Taking a deep breath, Lu Mingli finally confessed, "I have 12 credit cards and owe a total of 30,000 yuan. I haven't touched the 10,000 yuan you gave me, because that's for the kids' living expenses. So I was thinking that as soon as my salary is paid, I'll pay it all back." After getting the answer, Chu Chou Ying didn't say a word, and immediately took out his phone to transfer 40,000 yuan to Lu Mingli. Although his money suddenly became a few thousand yuan, Chu Chou Ying knew that Lu Mingli's problem must be solved first. "Chu Chou Ting, are you crazy? Why are you giving me so much?" Lu Mingli stared in disbelief, saying, "I will pay it back slowly." If it's not enough, I have more. Chu Chou Ting said firmly, your man has nothing else but money. Hearing the word man, Lu Mingli froze on the spot. Chu Chou Ting also suddenly realized that his words were a bit inappropriate, but since they were already out, he continued, after graduation, I will live alone, and I don't have many expenses during the week, so I have saved a lot of money. Just pay back the money without worry, do you understand? Lu Mingli is a woman who is meticulous in her calculations. So Chu Chou Ting has seen everything he has done for the children and for her in the past 2 days. The expenses alone have already been tens of thousands of dollars. In the past, she would never have dared to think about it. Seeing that Lu Mingli was dumbfounded and clutching her hand, Chu Chou Ting's hot temper returned, and he directly took her phone and handed it to Lu Mingli, saying, unlock, collect the money, and repay the loan. Tears welled up in Lu Mingli's eyes again, and she slowly took the phone and accepted the money in front of Chu Chou Ting. At the moment, her emotions were very complicated. For Chu Chou Ting, before last night, she did not have any feelings for him. They had only had a one-night stand, and there was no way to talk about true feelings. But in the past 2 days, Lu Mingli's feelings towards Chu Chou Ting have changed greatly. So much so that now, she is also confused about what kind of feelings she has for Chu Chou Ting. The two have always treated each other politely, not at all like family. It is only because of the relationship between the Menghua that they are under the same roof. Chu Chou Ting, this money. Shut up. Chu Chou Ting knew what the girl was going to say, and suddenly became strong, saying, Lu Mingli, listen carefully, don't ever again distinguish between you and me. Although you and I have never been in a relationship, and this is only the first time we've met, I hope that from now on, we can try to cultivate our relationship. Lu Mingli didn't expect Chu Chou Ting to be so transparent and direct, and for a moment, she was speechless. Pay back the money first, then take a break. Chu Chou Ting then took off the apron from Lu Mingli and said, I'll cook dinner, and let you taste my earnings. Let me be a super dad tonight. Lu Mingli suddenly laughed at Chu Chou Ting's words. She no longer acted pretentiously, but looked at Chu Chou Ting, who was unable to tie the apron no matter what, and went behind him to carefully tie a bow for him, while whispering, thank you, father. Hearing this, Chu Chou Ting knew that Lu Mingli's heart had been opened by him. He smiled and said, you're welcome, mother. As long as you two are happy, that is my greatest happiness. I will also try to get along with you. Lu Mingli said another reassuring thing, and then turned around and left the kitchen. She was going to replace a few credit cards to avoid trouble if she really got a credit record. At this time, Chu Chou Ting was left alone in the kitchen. Looking at the prepared ingredients, which included white bok choy, pork belly and garlic shoots, as well as chicken feet and eggs, Chu Chou Ting was greatly troubled. Because at home, he rarely cooks, and basically orders takeaways or eats instant noodles. But everything is difficult at the beginning, so Chu Chou Ting opened TikTok and started searching for cooking videos. Finally, he confirmed the recipe. Stir-fry pork belly and garlic shoots. Marinate chicken feet. Stir-fry Chinese cabbage. Make egg soup with eggs and seaweed. And braise prawns. First, he cut out the side dishes and then prepared some scallions, ginger, and garlic. After a busy 10 minutes, his phone rang. After washing his hands, he saw that the takeaway had arrived, so he ran out directly while still wearing his apron. After bringing the takeaway in, the children were already very hungry. Chu Chou Ting could see that the children's mouths were watering, so he laughed, my dears, let's not eat the ice cream yet. I'll put it in the fridge and we'll eat it after dinner, okay? Good. The children stopped crying and obediently waited for Chu Chou Ting to distribute the food. At this time, Lu Mingli also came out of the room and saw Chu Chou Ting distributing the family bucket to the children. A happy smile appeared on her face. Don't eat too much, save some room for dinner, do you hear me? Lu Mingli reminded the children. We know, Mom, we'll save it for later. Wu Bao answered first. Chu Chou Ting felt comfortable when he saw the family enjoying themselves. Just as he was about to go into the kitchen, San Bao came over with a piece of chicken and shouted, Dad, you eat too. Okay, Dad will have a piece too. Chu Chou Ting bent down, and then San Bao stuck out his arm and shoved it into Chu Chou Ting's mouth. The other Menghua kids also gave Lu Mingli a big chicken leg, saying affectionately, Mom, this big chicken leg is for you to eat. Lu Mingli also understood how the children felt, so she didn't refuse and took it, saying, Thank you, my dear. You can keep the rest for yourselves to eat. Mom and Dad, we'll save it to eat with you. The cute children said wisely. Amidst the laughter, Chu Chou Ting glanced at Lu Mingli and then walked into the kitchen. The other person also came in with a chicken leg, saying to Chu Qiuting, "Let me do it." "No, I said I'd cook today, so you just teach me how to control the heat," Chu Qiuting stubbornly said. In fact, this can also indirectly get rewards from the system. You eat the chicken leg. Lu Mingli smiled slightly, but said, "I have already paid off all the loans, and there is still 15,000 yuan left, which I have sent to your mobile phone." Chu Qiuting, however, was cutting vegetables while turning back to Lu Mingli, trying to look cool, and said, "Keep the money, I still have some here." As soon as the words fell, a sudden tingling made Chu Qiuting's hand shrink violently. Lu Mingli was startled, and when she looked at Chu Qiuting's hand again, she saw that it had been cut by the kitchen knife, breaking the skin. Without thinking, Lu Mingli directly grabbed Chu Qiuting's hand and shoved it into her mouth. Is this considered an indirect kiss? Chapter 13 Showing off in front of Manhua and gaining culinary skills. Lu Mingli sucked frantically on the blood that kept dripping from Chu Qiuting's hand. There was a strong smell of blood in her mouth, but she didn't mind at all. Chu Qiuting watched all of this with a smile on his lips, and retracted his hand, saying, "I'm fine." "Does it hurt?" Lu Mingli looked at the deep cut on her finger and asked with concern. "It doesn't hurt." Chu Qiuting saw that Lu Mingli didn't mind at all, and there was still blood at the corner of her mouth, so he reached out and gently wiped it away. After the other person reacted, she frowned and said, "You go rest, I'll get the medicine box and bandage you up." However, when Lu Mingli turned around, she was suddenly pulled back by Chu Qiuting. Lu Mingli, due to inertia, immediately took 2 steps back and then directly fell into Chu Qiuting's arms. Her body trembled and stiffened. Smelling the faint fragrance on her, he remembered that 6 years ago, she also smelled like this, which was somewhat nostalgic. This was a belated embrace, and he hoped it was not too late. Chu Qiuting's voice carried a touch of pity, which made Lu Mingli unable to hold back her tears. "What are you doing, suddenly saying this?" Lu Mingli wanted to get up, but she was held back. "Stop it, I'll get a band-aid." Chu Qiuting let go only then, and then saw Lu Mingli already turn around and leave the kitchen. Ding detected that Lu Mingli's heartbeat index had exceeded the standard, and her favorability towards her owner had skyrocketed, breaking past 60%, with a rating of A. She had received a 120,000 yuan cash reward, and the double effect had not been triggered. "Please keep up the good work." The sudden happiness took Chu Qiuting by surprise. The money had also been credited to his account in real time, and Chu Qiuting couldn't believe it after looking at it. After counting carefully and confirming that it was 6 digits and 120,000 yuan, he became instantly excited. His originally depleted savings had become 100,000 yuan because of Lu Mingli's increased favorability towards him. Now, there was a way to pay for Menghua's tuition fees and there was no need to worry anymore. Lu Mingli also came over with a medical kit and saw Chu Qiuting smiling foolishly in place, so she couldn't help but roll her eyes and say, "Chu Qiuting, what are you smiling at? You're still happy even though you're hurt, are you stupid from the pain?" But Chu Qiuting continued to laugh. "Lu Mingli, you are really my lucky goddess." Without a clue, Lu Mingli had no idea what Chu Qiuting was talking about. "Hey, Chu Qiuting, are you okay?" Lu Mingli became worried and reached out to feel Chu Qiuting's forehead. Seeing that he didn't have a fever, she said, "Don't scare me." Chu Qiuting laughed again and said, "It's okay, I just feel that today our family is all together and happy." Lu Mingli rolled her eyes again, and while opening the medicine chest, she first disinfected Chu Qiuting's wound with alcohol, and then carefully applied a band-aid. During the process, blood was still oozing out, which looked painful to watch, and made Lu Mingli feel a little guilty. She asked, "Does it still hurt?" After moving his index finger slightly, Chu Qiuting felt that it wasn't a big deal and said, "It's not a problem, I can continue working." "No, I'm afraid you'll cut off the rest of your fingers." "I'll do it." Lu Mingli made a rare joke. Subconsciously, she herself didn't notice that her communication with Chu Qiuting had suddenly become a little more intimate, without being as polite as before. Bao poked his head in at this time, and when he saw that Chu Qiuting and Lu Mingli were facing away from each other, he suddenly exclaimed, "Dad, are you hurt?" Chu Qiuting looked at the orange wristband on the other person's hand and said with a smile, "Bao, Daddy is not hurt. This is just a surprise from Mommy." Lu Mingli's eyes widened for a moment, and she was both angry and amused. She felt that Chu Qiuting really knew how to joke around. "If the cute kids find out what's going on, won't I have to take the blame? Wow, I want a surprise too." Bao's words almost made Lu Mingli stumble. She even patted Chu Qiuting on the shoulder and said, "You're going to corrupt the child." "Ha ha ha, that's not going to happen." Shu Qiuting then said to her Bao, honey, this surprise needs to be given to you by your boyfriend in the future, your parents can't give it to you now. Huh? What's a boyfriend? Can you eat it? Bao was being quirky. Seeing Bao's confused and curious expression, Lu Mengli couldn't help but laugh out loud. She felt that Chu Qiuting was leading Bao astray, so she quickly said to Bao, baby, the kitchen is small, and in a while, mommy is going to be cooking, so if you're not careful, you could get burned. Go play with your sisters. Okay, bye, mommy and daddy. Bao ran off again, giggling. After Bao left, Chu Qiuting and Lu Mengli exchanged glances again, and they both felt that the atmosphere had become a little more ambiguous. Lu Mengli's heart was beating a little faster, and she didn't dare to look directly into Chu Qiuting's eyes. She went over to the side and started taking over the pork belly that Chu Qiuting hadn't finished cutting yet. She couldn't bear to look directly at him, but said, Chu Qiuting, have you never cooked before? Yes. Chu Qiuting also realized that he had cut the meat a little thickly, but still said with justification, usually when I'm alone, I just eat instant noodles. Lu Mengli was speechless for a moment. Is instant noodles really the only thing you know how to cook? Not really. Chu Qiuting continued to smile playfully, saying, I can also chop ham and eggs. Lu Mengli then realized that Chu Qiuting was teasing her. She blushed, and, angry, she said while chopping the meat, you just go play with the kids, I can do the kitchen by myself. The thought of cooking for her adorable children made her feel that if she got an A-level reward, she would be very lucky. That's why Chu Qiuting just wouldn't leave, no matter how hard he was being driven away. Instead, he insisted on getting his hands dirty and said, Lu Mengli, you have to give me a chance to show off in front of the kids, so that they know that not only their mother can cook, but their father is also an all-rounder, right? Seeing Chu Qiuting's serious expression, Lu Mengli couldn't argue with him, and couldn't help but laugh out loud and say, okay, I'll give you the chance to show off, but if you get hurt again, don't blame me for kicking you out. Chu Qiuting immediately promised, of course. Lu Mengli, however, shook her head with a wry smile, unable to do anything about him. After all the side dishes were taken care of, Lu Mengli watched as Chu Qiuting carefully placed the pork belly in the pan while watching a cooking tutorial on TikTok. After that, during the continuous stir-frying, she saw that he was about to sprinkle the black beans, so she hurriedly shouted, don't rush it, the oil from the pork belly hasn't been forced out yet, keep simmering. With a master chef in front of him, Chu Qiuting simply turned off the music and said to Lu Mengli with a smile, Chef, I'll do as you say. You just teach me how to do it in a while, and it will definitely taste delicious. What a flatterer. Lu Mengli smiled and pouted. However, Lu Mengli was also wholeheartedly teaching Chu Qiuting how to cook, and would immediately remind him if the heat was not right. Or she would promptly rescue the dish if too much salt was used. The kitchen instantly became as lively as a battlefield, even more lively than outside. It was finally dark when the dishes were all finished. After they were served, although the aroma was overpowering, Lu Mengli couldn't bear to look at them. On the contrary, Chu Qiuting was in a great mood, greeting a group of cute children and saying, babies, dinner time. Where's the rice? Lu Mengli suddenly had a major life complaint and stared blankly. Chu Qiuting also realized that after half a day of busy work, he had forgotten to cook the rice. I'll do it now. Chu Qiuting quickly saved face. I'll do it, you don't know how much rice and water to use. Lu Mengli was afraid of making another mistake, so she got up and went to the kitchen to steam the rice. The cute kids, however, had to climb up to the table one by one, but they had nowhere to put the chopsticks. In order not to let them go hungry, Chu Qiuting thought that they could eat vegetables instead of rice, so he waved his hand and said, babies, eat the vegetables first, the rice will be ready soon. Bao couldn't wait any longer and reached out to pick up the stir-fried pork. When he saw that the fat was still dripping with red oil, he looked disgusted and left it in the bowl for a long time without eating it. After seeing this, Chu Qiuting felt a little embarrassed, and offered Bao a piece of lean meat. Here, you can have the fat for me, and try this one. Bao's face lit up when he saw the lean meat, and he gobbled it up in one bite. But the next second, Bao hurriedly spat it out, along with a mouthful of saliva, while repeatedly saying, Daddy, it's salty. How can that be? Chu Qiuting said, and tried a mouthful of the fatty meat himself. It was greasy and tasted salty, making it disgusting to eat. Ugh! Chu Qiuting also retched, but then forced it back down. He said nonchalantly, since Bao doesn't like it, let's eat vegetables. Come on, everyone, try the vegetables. This white stuff must be delicious. In spite of his assurances, the little ones all took up their chopsticks. But when they all swallowed with drooling mouths, they all frowned or shivered. Daddy, it's sweet. Yuck, it's disgusting. No way, I think it's delicious. In Chu Cho Ting's disheartened state, a pleasant voice suddenly entered his ears. When he looked up, he saw that Sibo had recognized his cooking skills. For a moment, Chu Cho Ting almost teared up with emotion, as his hard work had finally paid off. Sibo, you still understand me? Chu Cho Ting felt relieved. Dad, it really is delicious, said Sibo, taking another bite of the white turnip and eating it with gusto. Chu Cho Ting even began to doubt whether the other cute kids were not used to the food he cooked. It was not until Lu Mingli came out and saw it that she laughed and said, Sibo likes sweet food, so she likes this dish more. Although it was a bit of a blow, Chu Cho Ting was not discouraged. After all, for the first time cooking, being able to get recognition from one of the cute kids was still a very proud thing. Ding personally cooked for the cute baby, successfully gaining Si Bao's approval and AD rating, which is rewarded with 500 yuan in cash. Activate hidden skill, gourmet on the tongue. Although the rating is not high, there is an unexpected bonus. He immediately checked the skill description. Chapter 14, it's time to show off your real cooking skills with the Family Deluxe Instant Noodle Burger. Gourmet on the tongue, the dishes cooked by the host's hands will all become delicious dishes that are hard to resist. Looking at the annotation, Chu Cho Ying's face lit up with joy. In that case, in the future, when he cooks again, he will definitely cook incredibly delicious food. In his mind, the recipes of China's 5,000 years of culinary culture also suddenly emerged. The cooking methods of hundreds of dishes were as if they had been refined by him 1,000 times, and he knew them all by heart. Not only does he have a mastery of every step of the cooking process, but also of seasoning, knife skills, and heat control, and it seems that a kind of muscle memory has formed in his mind. Moreover, Chu Cho Ting knows that the benefits are not only reflected in cooking delicious food, but also, most importantly, in satisfying the taste buds of the cute kids, thereby earning rating rewards. This is the most important thing. In order to save face, Chu Cho Ting glanced at the food on the table and felt that it was also unbearable to look at after becoming the chef. He then said to the children, "Wait, Daddy will cook you another meal." Seeing Chu Cho Ting's unwilling appearance, Lu Mingli knew that he was also doing what was best for the children. She smiled and comforted him, "Chu Cho Ting, these dishes are not inedible. They can be eaten with the rice when it's ready, so there's no need to cook again. Give me half an hour, and I'll fix it for the kids before the rice is ready." Chu Cho Ting, however, was adamant. But to Lu Mingli, Chu Cho Ting was just trying to reassure everyone. What kind of food could be cooked in half an hour? Even with Chu Cho Ting's cooking skills, it was impossible. But she didn't dampen the mood, but instead followed into the kitchen, ready to help Chu Cho Ting cook this time. On the side, she turned back to the children and said, "If you're hungry, you can have some snacks to tide you over, but not too much, do you hear? Mom, we'll wait for Dad to finish cooking before eating with you. We're not hungry. We ate all the fried chicken family bucket Dad bought earlier." Although the cute kids are only 5 years old, they are already very sensible. This is also the place that Lu Mingli is most proud of. Raising the children well is better than anything else. After entering the kitchen, Lu Mingli saw Chu Cho Ting turn around and walk out again, but with his hands empty. She wondered what he wanted. "I'll go buy some instant noodles," Chu Cho Ting said to Lu Mingli. Lu Mingli was stunned. She thought to herself, this guy usually just eats instant noodles at home, so is he trying to get the kids to eat his specialty dishes too? No wonder it only takes half an hour to cook. Chu Cho Ting, no need, your dishes are delicious too. I never thought this man would still be competing with me, Lu Mingli laughed and said. No, I have to save face in front of the kids. Chu Cho Ting guessed Lu Mingli's thoughts again and continued, the noodles I'm making this time are not ordinary. They don't just need to be soaked for a while, that's not nutritious. I've learned a way to make them that's called decent. Lu Mingli couldn't help but laugh. Watching Chu Cho Ting's back disappear at the door, Lu Mingli had no choice but to accompany the kids and say, Daddy will go make you something delicious in a while, but shouldn't we not waste the food on the table? Mom, we know that every grain of food is grown with the hard work of the farmers, so we can't let their sweat go to waste. The children always remember Lu Mingli's teachings, so they started to move their chopsticks, and no matter how bad the taste, they would eat a little bit. Lu Mingli also slightly adjusted the taste, pouring away the soup to neutralize it, so that it wouldn't be too salty or too sweet. Mom, I can't eat anymore, it's really salty. Sanba's mouth was watering, and his eyes were closed. My dears, we won't eat it now, we'll put it aside. I'll make it again tomorrow. Lu Mingli knows how to manage a household with diligence and frugality, so even though these dishes have failed, she doesn't want to throw them away. Instead, she starts thinking about how to salvage them. Before long, Chu Choying also returns with 10 packs of instant noodles. As soon as he enters the house, he says to the children and Lu Mengli, "Now Daddy is going to start working for real. My dears, bear with me for a little while, and Daddy will have the food ready in no time." "Good. Dad, keep up the good work. You've worked hard, Dad." Lu Mengli just smiled and said nothing, thinking that she would help if she could. Although Chu Choying's cooking skills were worrying, his sense of responsibility made Lu Mengli all the more touched. After entering the kitchen, Lu Mengli was going to take over Chu Choying's work and let him take a break, but he was still rejected. "This time, I will give you a different taste of food, so just wait and see." "Fine, then I'll wait for you, the great chef, to show off your skills and fill my belly and the bellies of the babies." Lu Mengli no longer tried to stop him, but watched from the side, asking if he needed anything like eggs or ham, and she would cut it up for him. "No." Chu Choding said heroically, "Just wait and eat." Then Chu Choding brought the fire to a boil, then ripped open all the packages of instant noodles, and put in all 10 packages, according to the appetites of the children. At this time, Lu Mengli noticed a detail. That is, Chu Choting did not pour the broken instant noodles into the pot, but used a flat plate to collect it. Lu Mengli couldn't help but be curious. What do you do with the broken instant noodles? Of course it's used to make another dish. Chu Choting laughed, "A divine way of eating that you've never seen before." After the instant noodles were soft, Chu Choting took them out and said, "Mengli, bring me a big basin." "Okay." Lu Mengli began to help out. After everything was loaded, Chu Choting's next move surprised Lu Mengli a bit. She saw him take the instant noodles and rinse them under the faucet, and finally squeeze the water out as much as possible. "Mengli, bring a bigger bowl." Chu Choting ordered again. At this point, Lu Mengli couldn't understand what Chu Choting was doing at all. It was completely different from the simple way of making traditional instant noodles. She didn't have time to ask more questions, but instead took out the large bowl and placed it on the table. After that, she saw Chu Choting grab a handful of instant noodles and spread them on the bottom of the bowl. After spreading them out, she saw Chu Choting take 2 eggs out of the refrigerator again, as if he knew what to do. Chu Choting knocked it open with his hand and put it in the bowl. Lu Mengli smiled, "You can do it, Chu Choting. You're quite skilled at cracking eggs. 10 minutes ago, Chu Choting couldn't have done this, but now it's a piece of cake." "It's nothing." Chu Choting grinned, smugly saying, "Now is the time to truly show off my chef skills." "Okay, I'll wait for your delicious food to appear." Lu Mengli chimed in, just like a good wife and mother. Chu Choting added flour and a small amount of seasoning, and then began to stir the instant noodles in the bowl. He also took out the luncheon meat from the shopping bag he had just bought, and paired it with the tomatoes he already had at home, sliced them, and arranged them on a plate. During this process, Lu Mengli also noticed Chu Choting's knife skills. Compared to the previous kind of cutting meat that looked like he was about to cut his fingers, it was much more skillful. Although they were all cut into large pieces, each slice of luncheon meat and tomato was evenly thin, indistinguishable to the naked eye, and she was instantly a little surprised. "Chu Choting, your knife skills are better than mine when cutting thick slices, and each slice is so even, which really gives me a little surprise." Chu Choting was secretly pleased with himself, and this was only the beginning. There will be many more places to surprise you in the future, so watch out. I'm going to start making the first dish with instant noodles. Chu Choting reminded her. Lu Mengli instantly understood. Chu Choting had been laying the groundwork for a long time, and he had been waiting for this moment. "So you mean to say that these instant noodles can be used to make several dishes?" Chu Choting heated the pan, added some oil, and then poured in the well-stirred instant noodles and fried them until both sides were golden brown. Soon, the aroma of the instant noodles and eggs wafted through the air, and Lu Mengli couldn't help but salivate as she smelled it. "Wow, it smells so good. What are you making, Dad? I'm suddenly so hungry. When can we eat, Dad?" "Mom, Dad is amazing." The kids were also suddenly attracted by the aroma of the instant noodles, and they gathered at the door, sticking their little heads out, while they could be seen with drool hanging from the corners of their mouths, exclaiming in awe. Lu Mengli wasn't quite sure what Chu Choting's final product was, so she could only let Chu Choting answer for himself. "Just wait a little longer, my darlings, Daddy will be done soon." Chu Choting poured the instant noodles out of the pan and placed them on a large flat plate to cool and harden. After about a minute, Chu Choting began to cut the noodles. He cut the corners of the noodles to make them square. After that, he fried the luncheon meat in the oil left in the pan until it was slightly browned and then placed it on the noodles. "It's just like making a hamburger." In fact, Chu Chou Ting was indeed making a family version of instant noodle burgers. After arranging the luncheon meat, he added sliced tomatoes, added a layer of salad dressing, and then spread lettuce on top. Lu Mingli was a little stunned by what she saw. She never imagined that instant noodles could be made into burgers, and this was the first time she had seen it. She couldn't help but admire Chu Chou Ting a little. Then he cut the square instant noodle burger into small pieces and arranged them on a plate. Everything was handled in an organized manner, no longer as flustered as before. It was a bit unbelievable. Lu Mingli said, "Chu Chou Ting, I've noticed that your cooking skills have also improved." "Haha, didn't I tell you before that I can cook instant noodles?" Chu Chou Ting grinned and teased, "After doing it for a while, I've figured out these ways of eating, which are all small achievements for me." Lu Mingli can smell the rich aroma. Chu Chouying cuts the food into 8 pieces and says to Lu Mingli, "You and the kids can start eating, and I'll start cooking the other ways to eat it." It's only been less than 10 minutes, and Chu Chouying's control of the heat has greatly reduced the cooking time. No extra time is wasted in any step. The kids can't wait, and are waiting behind the kitchen door to feed themselves. Lu Mingli took out 7 bowls, put a piece in each one for the kids, and told them to eat first, while reminding them to be careful as it was hot. The kids seemed really hungry. After getting the instant noodle burgers, they couldn't wait to eat them, and didn't care if they were hot or not. "Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh, it's hot!" Lu Bao exclaimed after taking a bite. The other cute kids were also exhaling heavily, but seeing that everyone was eating with relish, Lu Mingli couldn't help but ask curiously, "How is the taste, my dears? Is it delicious?" Chapter 15 Mom and Dad are drinking a toast, they're getting married. "It's delicious. Mom, it smells so good, you eat it too. Dad's hamburger is so delicious, I want to eat some more." Every Menhua had an incredibly sincere smile on their face. Several of the Menghua's eyes were narrowed into crescent moons from eating. Compared to the meals Chu Chou Ting had made before, Lu Mingli could also feel that the Menghua weren't just going through the motions. This instant noodle burger really hit the spot. While he was busy, Chu Chou Ting smiled at Lu Mingli and said, "Try it." "I'll try it," Lu Mingli said, and also picked up the last piece of instant noodle burger, took a small bite, and immediately the instant noodles mixed with the taste of eggs instantly blossomed in her taste buds. The fragrance of the crispy but not greasy noodles filled the air, and they were crunchy when bitten into, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, giving the feeling of eating meat. Her eyes brightened slightly. She never imagined that Chu Chou Ting's instant noodle burger was really something, and it could be called a delicacy. "How does it taste? Satisfied your appetite?" Chu Chou Ting smiled and said. "Very delicious." Lu Mingli also said without hesitation, "Compared to the burgers you eat outside, I like yours better." Chu Chou Ting felt instantly gratified. He laughed heartily and said, "As long as you like it, I'll cook it often from now on. This way of cooking doesn't cause inflammation, the nutrients are evenly matched, and the kids can eat it with peace of mind." "Dad, you eat too." Wu Bao came up quietly and handed over the half that was left over. Who wouldn't like such a sensible child? "Dad's not hungry, Wu Bao, eat first, there's more in the pot." Chu Chou Ting felt a great sense of satisfaction at this moment. However, the system's prompt tone did not come, and Chu Chou Ting did not rush. Perhaps it was calculating the estimated cost of the entire dinner. Then, Chu Chou Ting began to prepare again. First, he took a large basin and filled it with baking powder, then poured in the flour and salt, and added some cooking oil to knead the dough. Since the kitchen was too crowded, Lu Mingli told the young girls to go out and eat first, and then call them when they were done. As for her, she suddenly handed over the instant noodle burger that she had eaten a little of earlier, and placed it near Chu Chou Ting's mouth and said, "You eat a little too." Chu Chou Ting glanced at Lu Mingli, but the other party blushed a little and said, "I bit a little, you eat the other side." However, Chu Chou Ting grinned and took a big bite directly at the mark where Lu Mingli had bitten, and began to taste his own handiwork. He found that the texture was incredibly soft and fluffy, and it had a unique flavor that combined the freshness of the egg with the deliciousness of the luncheon meat that had been grilled. Together with the lettuce and salad tomatoes, the entire instant noodle burger was not greasy at all, and the nutritional value of the meal was enhanced. "It tastes good," Chu Chou Ting also affirmed. Lu Mingli smiled and said, "Want some more?" "You eat it." Chu Chou Ting laughed and said, "If you don't like my saliva, eat the other side, and then give me the rest." But Lu Mingli didn't say anything, but instead ate along the bite marks left by Chu Chou Ting. At that moment, Chu Chou Ting felt that Lu Mingli didn't seem to dislike him at all, and he felt a sense of relief in his heart. Mingli, now I finally understand what it feels like to be at home. After mixing the dough, seal it with plastic wrap and let it ferment for a few minutes. Then start working on the other specialties again. Lu Mingli broke open the instant noodle burger and stuffed another bite into Chu Chouying, asking, "What's it like?" "It's like this delicious food, the feeling of happiness." Chu Chouying still knows how to describe it, making Lu Mingli beam with joy. At this moment, Chu Ting also laughed along, so sunny and comfortable. Lu Mingli saw Chu Ting start to slice the remaining pork belly and then mince it. The movements were fluid, without the slightest sense of stagnation, and she was slightly surprised. "Chu Ting, be honest with me, did you just cook on purpose?" Chu Ting naturally understood what the other person meant. He had merely activated the Ji gourmet on the tip of the tongue skill, so he pretended to be mysterious and smiled. "Guess? Your knife skills obviously seem like a different person from before." Lu Mingli exclaimed in amazement. "That's because I have a talent for cooking, and I can learn it after just one time." Chu Ting, however, was shamelessly narcissistic. Lu Mingli did not refute, because next, Chu Ting's actions once again stunned her. She saw Chu Ting arrange the minced meat on a plate, then crack an egg in a small bowl and use 2 chopsticks to start stuffing the minced meat into the egg yolk. This process requires attention to detail and patience. If the force is not controlled well enough and the experience is not sufficient, it is easy to cause the egg yolk to break. After handling 8 servings, Chu Ting mixed the egg with the instant noodles, sprinkled in the green onion, and picked up the steamer to steam it. In order to hurry, Chu Ting also asked Lu Mingli to help. He started to handle the risen flour again, flattened it with a rolling pin, and did a lace treatment on the edges. He then added the filling made from grated cheese bought from the convenience store, spread it over the bottom of the bowl, and added the instant noodles. He chopped the tomatoes and added the chopped cabbage, spread another layer of instant noodles, added a few slices of sausage, layered everything, and then put it in the baking dish to steam. Although Lu Mingli leads a frugal life, the kitchen is fully equipped with all kinds of utensils. It can be seen that she is also trying her best to satisfy the children when it comes to food. Lu Mingli looked a little incredulous and said, "Chu Ting, are you making pizza?" "Correct." Chu Ting laughed and said, "The family version of instant noodle pizza will definitely satisfy your stomachs. You really do change the way you cook for us." Lu Mingli suddenly understood that the children love KFC, pizza, and the like, and Chu Ting can even make it using instant noodles. I have to admit that he is accomplished in the culinary arts and has a more imaginative mind than I do. While waiting for the instant noodle pizza and egg steamed noodles to come out of the oven, Chu Ting used a large colander to fill the instant noodles, poured oil into the pan and heated it until it was 70-80% hot, then put the large colander in the pan again, instantly frying the instant noodles until they were golden brown and set, then scooped them out. After placing it on a nice plate prepared by Lu Mingli, the hemispherical instant noodles stood in the middle of it. Then Chu Ting cut carrots, luncheon meat and broccoli and stir-fried them in a pan, adding salt and chicken essence to taste before taking them out of the pan. He arranged the dish on a plate, put the instant noodle balls in the middle, picked up a few eggs for the children and arranged them on the plate, and used small tomatoes as an embellishment. Not only does it look good, but the taste needs no further explanation, just like the food made by a 5-star chef in a hotel. "Done, serve." Chu Ting clapped his hands and laughed. Before serving it to the table, Lu Mingli curiously asked, "Chu Ting, what's the name of this dish?" Chu Ting grinned and said, "Decent cake. It's made to celebrate our family eating our first meal together in a neat and tidy manner." But I also saw Chu Ting's cooking skills soar, which is amazing. After taking the instant noodle cake out, Chu Ting could hear the exclamations of the children in the kitchen. They were obviously amazed by the way the instant noodle cake was made and plated. Children are more curious than adults, so this instant noodle cake also made them applaud. Xiao Ting's mouth curled up into a smile as he used some of the leftover ingredients in the kitchen to make good use of them. He sliced some of the remaining pork belly, then added some 5-spice powder and salt to marinate it. After mixing it well, he poured in the light soy sauce and dark soy sauce. To make the dish a little lighter for the kids, he didn't add the chili powder, and finally used cornstarch to knead it. While waiting for the pork belly to absorb the flavor, Xiao Ting didn't stop working. He poured the instant noodle seasoning packet into the instant noodles, stirred well, and spread it out. He then arranged the thinly sliced marinated pork belly on a plate, stacking it up layer by layer like a small mountain peak. After he had finished, Lu Mingli also came in. As she watched Chu Ting create yet another new dish, she couldn't help but smile wryly. "Chu Ting, is this enough food?" In fact, it looks like there are many dishes, but the portions are very small. So Chu Cho Ting smiled and said, as long as the children are happy, it's fine to make more. Come, help me put it in the steamer. Lu Mengli was also very neat and efficient. She rolled up her sleeves and lifted the tray with the steamer. At this time, the egg noodles in the steamer were also cooked, and they were taken out alternately. A faint fragrance came from the steamer, and Lu Mengli's appetite was aroused. Chu Cho Ting, however, sprinkled a little chopped green onion on each bowl as a garnish. Finally, it was done, and he also laughed, instant noodles with eggs served. I'll save one for you to eat. Lu Mengli looked at the 8 servings and said lightly, you've made so much, and you haven't even had a bite yourself. Do you know why I've only made 8 servings? Chu Cho Ting, however, grinned and began to lay the groundwork. Lu Mengli curiously asked, why? The sweet words I had prepared long ago came in handy at this moment, because I want to eat with you. Lu Mengli was touched. You're full of bad ideas. After Lu Mengli pouted, she hurriedly covered her inner shyness and went out with a bowl of instant noodles and a raw egg. The cute kids outside, however, were already enjoying their meal. The instant noodles and cake were almost finished in no time. However, Lu Mengli noticed that 2 portions had been placed in separate bowls and had not been touched, apparently reserved for her and Chu Cho Ting. Lu Mengli smiled knowingly at the children's thoughtfulness. Are you having fun eating, my dears? Very much. Daddy has also made other dishes for you. This is 1 bowl each, so you must finish it all. Lu Mengli spoke gently and cheerfully. The children also felt like they were in for a treat. After Lu Mengli had set their places for them one by one, she reminded them, eat slowly, don't burn yourself. Got it, Mom. The children waved their little spoons and beamed. Lu Mengli hadn't experienced this kind of happy atmosphere in a long time. With Chu Choing around, everything at home was slowly getting better, and Lu Mengli felt a wave of gratitude and warmth in her heart. After entering the kitchen again, Chu Cho Ting eagerly asked, how was the instant noodle cake? We've almost finished eating it, and we've also sneaked 2 servings for us. Lu Mengli said with a faint smile on her face. That's good, it seems that my cooking skills have been recognized by the kids, ha ha ha. Chu Cho Ting laughed, while beginning to dispose of the kitchen trash and dishes. Lu Mengli also helped with the cleanup. She also poured instant noodles and poured eggs into her mouth, feeding Chu Cho Ting, who was busy with both hands. It tasted good, not at all greasy, and the more she ate, the more addicted she became. Chu Cho Ting also let Lu Mengli take a few bites, and fortunately, the other party did not mind the saliva and ate with a smile. She was now finally sure of Chu Cho Ting's cooking skills, and the taste could match that of a star chef. After about 5 minutes, Chu Cho Ting saw that the instant noodles in the steamer were almost done, so he personally put on the steamer gloves and took out the instant noodles with meat. He then poured on some hot oil, which immediately made a sizzling sound. In an instant, the smell of the steamed pork filled the entire kitchen, and it was so good that you could smell it forever. Chu Cho Ting personally served the steamed pork on a tray, which was still steaming. Seeing that the children were still eating instant noodles with eggs poured into them, he said with a smile, look, my dears, what else have I made for you? Wow, it's meat. Instant noodles and meat. It smells so good. Daddy, you and Mummy come and eat too. The children cheered with excitement, but Chu Cho Ting laughed and said, there's one last dish. Daddy will serve it now, and then we'll all eat together, okay? Great. The children shouted louder than anyone else, deafening, but it made Chu Cho Ting feel so good. The final pizza was also taking shape in the oven, so Chu Cho Ting continued to serve it. Lu Mengli helped out, and looking at the brightly colored pizza, which was no worse than the pizza made specially in the store, she couldn't help but admire Chu Cho Ting. We're going out to dinner with the kids, and I'll clean up after we're done eating. Chu Cho Ting laughed. Okay, let's eat first. Lu Mengli looked at the rice, which was just steamed, and could only smile helplessly, but it looks like this rice will have to wait until tomorrow. Chu Cho Ting laughed, just leave it, I'll cook it tomorrow, and make you some fancy fried rice. Lu Mengli smiled slightly and said, okay, my chef. Had ha. Chu Cho Ting felt a sense of accomplishment at this moment. After the food was served, the 9 members of the family, including the 7 adorable children, gathered together. Chu Cho Ting, who had bought drinks, raised his glass and said, my dears, before we eat, let's toast our dear mother, shall we? Yes. The adorable children were also full of smiles, holding their fruit drinks and raising their glasses. Then, under Chu Cho Ting's leadership, they shouted to Lu Mengli, Mom, you've worked hard. Lu Mengli could hold back no longer and burst into tears. All the grievances she had felt before, and all the hardships she had endured, vanished at that moment. My dear children, thank you, because of you, I am happy. Lu Mengli also spoke from the bottom of her heart, and looked at Chu Qiuting and said, here, let's also toast to Dad, shall we? The adorable children followed suit, and then, moved by Lu Mengli's words, they all shouted, Dad, you've worked hard too. Dad is not tired, and you make me feel very happy. Chu Qiuting's eyes were a little moist as he looked at these lively and adorable children, and a sense of happiness welled up in his heart. Afterwards, Chu Qiuting looked at Lu Mengli and laughed, let's also have a toast and a cup handling ceremony. Lu Mengli became embarrassed, however, and didn't expect it to be so abrupt. Sanba, who often watched TV, immediately started a commotion. Mom and Dad are having a cup handling ceremony, they're getting married. Mom and Dad bow to the heavens and the earth. Second, bow to the elders. Send them to the bridal chamber. These kids really know everything. Chu Qiuting looked at Lu Mengli in surprise and said, did you teach them that? No. Lu Mengli's face flushed and she said, I don't know where I learned it. But Chu Qiuting didn't mind, and continued, since the kids have said it, shall we do it? At this point, Lu Mengli had already approved of Chu Qiuting. So, without any reservations, she held out her hand and entwined it with Chu Qiuting's. The two looked at each other again, and then drank from the straws. The children were also applauding and jumping around happily, with a joyous look on everyone's face. Oh, Mommy and Daddy are getting married. But this was just a formality. But in the simple world of children, perhaps this was a wedding, a very romantic and happy wedding. When the two of them let go, Chu Qiuting whispered again, in the future, I will definitely give you a grand enough wedding, I promise. Lu Mengli's body trembled, and tears welled up in her eyes again. Although she didn't answer, Chu Qiuting knew that if he gave her enough time, Lu Mengli would always say yes. The family began to take their seats one after the other. Chu Qiuting then called out to the Menghua kids, dinner's ready. Try some of Dad's other dishes. The Menghua kids couldn't wait any longer and started to dig in with their chopsticks. Some of the Menghua kids couldn't get the food to their mouths, so Chu Qiuting and Lu Mengli helped them out by giving each of them a little bit. As the time passed, Chu Qiuting watched the Menghua kids chatting and laughing, and felt an infinite sense of satisfaction. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully preparing a decent dish for the cute kids, gaining their recognition, receiving an S-level rating, and being rewarded 1 million yuan in cash. Doubling is in progress. Ding! Doubling has succeeded, and you have received double the cash reward, which has been issued to your account. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming the head of the family, your status has risen, and your temperament and charm have improved. Chapter 16 Folding the laundry for the mother of his children, the whole family moved. Chu Qiuting never expected that this display of cooking skills would be unanimously praised by the cute kids, and after being judged by the system, he received an S-level rating. Looking at the entire 1 million yuan cash reward, Chu Qiuting's eyes went straight. After living for so long, this was the first time he had seen so much money in his account. Although it was not enough to buy a decent house for the time being, at least the daily lives of the family of 9 and the living expenses of the cute kids would not need to be worried about. It's just a pity that the doubling trigger multiplier is still 1, otherwise it would be millions. But having a million is already pretty good. Chu Qiuting is not greedy, or rather, he is mentally prepared to go with the flow. Seeing Chu Qiuting in a daze, Lu Mengli did not forget to ask, what's wrong? After coming back to his senses, Chu Qiuting smiled at the treasure girl in front of him and said, nothing, I'm just feeling very emotional. I never thought that Chu Qiuting would also have a day when his dreams come true. Lu Mengli has always had a grudge in her heart. Of course it wasn't directed at Chu Qiuting, but she felt that after confessing to him, he had really done too much for her and the Menghua kids in the past 2 days. He had settled the hospital fees for San Bao, making her lively and active again, and also helped her solve the crisis of overdue loans, indirectly helping the children's future prospects, which would not be delayed because of her. He also made a table full of delicious meals, and as she watched the Menghua kids smile with joy as they ate, Lu Mengli picked up her drink again and said, Dad, thank you. This was not the first time that Lu Mengli had said so. However, Chu Qiuting could feel that every time Lu Mengli said thank you, it was from the bottom of her heart. He also raised his drink, clinked glasses with the other person, and took a sip. This scene fell into the eyes of the cute children, especially Bao, who actually looked like he was learning. San Bao, let's do the same. Chu Qiuting and Lu Mengli were at a loss for words. This little brat was still young but already so full of mischief. When the meal gradually came to an end, the children had all had enough to eat. Their little tummies were all round and plump. As they were preparing to clear away the table, the eldest child ran out of the bathroom and said, Mom, Dad, the toilet is blocked again. Lu Mengli hurriedly put down the chopsticks in her hands and said, I'll go and have a look. Looking at Chu Chou Ting's tall and majestic figure, Lu Mengli did not offer to yield, saying, Okay, there is a problem with the toilet drain, it often gets blocked. I have mentioned it to the landlord several times, but it has not been resolved. I will fix it. Chu Chou Ting laughed. Then he took the aggrieved De Bao by the hand and walked into the toilet, saying, Daddy will fix it. De Bao, wait a moment. Daddy, hurry up, I can't hold it in anymore, De Bao said anxiously. Right away. Chu Chou Ting looked and saw that black water was constantly bubbling up from the toilet, and the smell was extremely unpleasant. He frowned slightly and said, Baby, you go out first, I'll let you know when I'm done. Dad, I'll get you some gloves, said De Bao, and went over to the side to hand over the spare cleaning gloves that Lu Mengli had prepared. He smiled knowingly and said, Thanks, De Bao, go out quickly, it stinks here. Okay. De Bao nodded obediently, ran to the door, and then peeked in with the other cute kids. Even though the unpleasant smell made them cover their noses and mouths, they still wanted to watch Chu Chou Ting display his awesome power. Chu Chou Ting looked around, but he didn't find anything handy to clean the toilet, and the black water was still coming out, almost overflowing the plane. Lu Mengli seemed to be uneasy about Chu Chou Ting, so after putting away the dishes and putting them in the kitchen, she followed him to the toilet. She could smell the fishy smell from afar, frowned, looked at the helpless Chu Chou Ting, and asked, What's the matter? Do you need my help? Has this happened before? This was the first time Chu Chou Ting had encountered such a difficult problem. But Lu Mengli shook her head and said, It hasn't happened before. It just gets blocked occasionally, and I can get it unblocked by poking it with a toilet plunger a few times. It's not working. Chu Chou Ting shook his head and said, I guess you need a special unblocking tool. What should we do? It's so late and there's nothing. Lu Mengli looked at the stench, which even filled the hall. If it wasn't resolved, there was no way they could sleep at night, she said anxiously. Dad, I can't hold it in anymore, oh. De Bao began to jump around a lot, his whole face about to burst. In desperation, Chu Chou said to Lu Mengli, Is there a public toilet nearby? Take De Bao to the toilet first, I'll take care of this. Okay. Lu Mengli also looked at Bao Bao, who was so anxious that she could hardly stand it, and hurriedly led her away. As for the other cute babies, they could no longer stand the stench and all ran away. But soon, the little ones put on their masks again and said to Chu Chou Ting with a smile, Daddy, it stinks, you wear it too. Chu Chou Ting smiled slightly, petting Wu Bao, who had bravely stepped into the toilet and handed him the mask, and thanked her by petting her head. Thank you, Wu Bao, you are really Daddy's little cotton padded jacket. Hee, you're welcome, Dad. This is what I should do. Wu Bao said very obediently. Now get out quickly, Dad will think of something. Chu Chou Ting saw that the black water had covered the squat position and was about to spread to his feet, so he quickly picked up Wu Bao and walked outside. Then he used the toilet plunger to forcefully unblock it, but this had no effect at all and almost made him stink. With no choice, Chu Chou Ting had to leave the toilet, then close the door and call Lu Mengli. After the other party answered, they asked, Hey, is the toilet fixed? No. Chu Chou Ting looked at a few cute kids, all running out of the house and breathing in the fresh air. He smiled helplessly and said, I don't think I can sleep at home tonight. Why don't you call the landlord and ask him to come over and take a look? That's about it. Lu Mengli said, and hung up the phone, calling the landlord. Chu Chou Ting followed her out of the house and breathed in the fresh air outside, feeling much more comfortable in his lungs. After a while, Lu Mengli called, but her words revealed her helplessness. He is out of town and can't come back, so he asked me to find a solution myself. If that doesn't work, he said to find the property management or a plumber to come and take a look. It's past the point now where the property management has already closed for the day. Chu Chou Ting knows that living under someone else's roof means there are a lot of inconveniences, and you have to solve problems on your own. After thinking about it, Chu Chou Ting also took this opportunity to say to Lu Mengli, Why don't you go to my house to stay tonight, otherwise the children definitely won't be able to sleep because of the toilet problem. Lu Mengli thought about it and couldn't think of any other good solutions, so she could only agree, Is that convenient? Look what you said. Chu Chou Ting laughed helplessly and said, I'm the only one at home, and the children and you are not strangers, so what's inconvenient about it? That's fine. Lu Mengli immediately agreed, and I'll wait for De Bao to finish going to the bathroom and then go back. You guys wait for me at home, and we'll clean up together then. Just before hanging up the phone, Chu Chou Ting decided, Mengli, we can't live in this basement anymore, so move in with me. I'll also look for new housing online now and make sure where the kids go to school. Whatever you say. Lu Mingli surprisingly did not refuse, and then added, I still have 15,000 yuan in my phone, which I will transfer to you now. In a few days, my salary will be paid as well, and I will give it to you together. After a pause, Lu Mingli added, if it's not enough, you have to tell me, and I will think of another way. Chu Chou-ting, however, happily smiled and said, keep your money and your salary. I have plenty of money. It's not a problem if we keep renting. In a while, let's go look at houses again, settle down early, and it will be convenient for taking care of the baby. Lu Mingli was taken aback for a moment and said, honey, there's no rush to buy a house, and we've already spent too much of your money. When I have money, I can contribute a little, and then we can consider buying a house, okay? Silly girl, don't think so much. Our priority is our child. Chu Chou-ting knew what Lu Mingli was thinking and continued, only if we have a stable home can we live a good life. Are you right? Then you have to promise me not to borrow money or take out a loan. Let's do things according to our abilities. I don't want you to follow in my footsteps. It's not fair to you. Lu Mingli was concerned. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Chu Chou-ting smiled slightly, okay, you stay with Dabao for now, I'll go with the kids to quickly tidy up the house, and bring whatever we need tonight. We'll deal with the rest tomorrow. Okay, I'll come back as soon as I can to help you. Lu Mingli nodded in agreement. After hanging up the phone, Chu Chou-ting looked at the kids, who were already playing around, carefree and enviable. He clapped his hands and called out to the kids, babies, let's move tonight and go live with Daddy, okay? The children were overjoyed, yes, Daddy. We have a new home. Daddy, when Mum comes back, can we go together? Some of the children thought that Chu Chou-ting wanted to take them away secretly, so they couldn't help squatting down, pinching Sanbao's little face and laughing, of course, but before Mum comes back, let's use our little hands to tidy up the house a bit, shall we? Yes. The children answered cheerfully. Then, one by one, they ran back into the smelly house. Chu Chou-ying followed them in and told them, my dears, you just pack up the things you need to study, your favorite toys, and whatever else you want to bring, and put it all in your school bags. The cute kids were very obedient and got to work. They put their homework books, school supplies, and favorite things into their backpacks, and anything they wanted to buy, they held in their hands. As for Chu Chou-ting, he walked into Lu Mingli's room, looked at the neatly packed closet, thought about it, pulled out the safe and simply packed some change of clothes for them. After Lu Mingli returned, she saw the cute kids carrying bags of luggage, but she didn't see Chu Chou-ting's figure, so she couldn't help but ask curiously, baby, where's Daddy? Dad is in the room, packing Mommy's clothes. The children replied. Oh, okay, have the children packed everything? Lu Mingli noticed that the smell in the house was getting stronger and stronger, and it was not a solution for the children to stay there all the time, so she said again, after you've packed, wait for Mommy and Daddy at the door first. They all nodded, and then walked out of the door in an orderly manner one after the other. Lu Mingli, however, walked into the house and found Chu Chou-ying folding her black underwear in his hands. Chapter 17 The Seven stunned the driver in the car, your wife's jeans are really strong. Lu Mingli blushed instantly and hurriedly said, Chu Chou-ting, I'll pack these clothes. After stuffing the black underwear into the suitcase, Chu Chou-ting smiled and said, it's already packed, including your toiletries. Thank you. Lu Mingli hurriedly closed the suitcase. Because she noticed that Chu Chou-ting had also folded his own underwear and placed it in the middle compartment. Chu Chou-ting noticed that the other party seemed to be shy, but he said with interest, Lu Mingli, why are you so red? Is it? Lu Mingli looked a little guilty and said, I guess it's because I just ran back, and it's a little hot. As for whether it is or not, everyone knows. Chu Chou-ting lifted the suitcase, which still had some weight, and said, check again to see if there are any items you need tonight. If not, we'll send the children there first, and I'll come back with you in the morning to pack. After checking, Lu Mingli realized that she didn't have much with her, basically just the children's things, so she shook her head and said, that's about it, we'll pack tomorrow. At this point, the smell of the toilet came into the room, and she was a little depressed, saying, it's late, let the children go to sleep first. Okay. Chu Chou-ting left the room with his suitcase, followed by Lu Mingli, who also had a few bags in her hands. At this time, Chu Chou-ting added, I've noticed that you don't have much makeup, so it's time I bought you some. Lu Mingli didn't expect Chu Chou-ting to have observed so closely. Apart from daily sun protection and skincare, she basically didn't use makeup very much. After all, in the past, she had to spend every penny wisely, and her children's clothing, food, housing, and transportation were more important than anything else. She was also used to a simple life, so she shook her head at Chu Chou Ting and said, "No, I don't wear much makeup either." Although Lu Mingli went without makeup every day, she was more delicate and beautiful than some girls who wore makeup. Her skin was very tender, and she didn't know how she took care of it. She didn't look like she had given birth and become a mother at all. Chu Chou Ting, however, just smiled and said nothing, and when he arrived at the door, the cute kids had been waiting for a long time. They were also carrying their own belongings in their hands, and then they watched Chu Chou Ting and the other person walk out. They all looked like they were going on vacation, with smiles on their faces, saying, "Mom and Dad, can we go to our new home yet?" Although Chu Chou Ting's rental house was not big, it had 2 bedrooms and a living room. He had once wanted to be a news anchor, so one room was dedicated to work, and the other room was for rest. As for the living room, it was also about 30 to 40 square meters, connected to the kitchen and next to the bathroom, adding up to 90 square meters. The rent of 1,500 yuan a month is reasonable, and Xu Qiuying has lived here for several years. The main reason is that the location is relatively good. Outside the residential area, there are roads in all directions, with a hotel and snack street above and a shopping plaza and supermarket below. It is also suitable for taking a walk with the children after dinner at night, strolling around for a few laps, and buying trinkets. Originally, Xu Qiuying had planned to move to a different place after the new year, but he never expected to suddenly have 7 children. He felt that there was an arrangement in the universe. Due to the large number of people and the luggage, they had to take 2 cars. Xu Qiuting and Lu Mengli each took a car and arrived together within 10 seconds of each other. He didn't leave immediately, but asked the driver to wait for a few minutes. Since the fare was calculated by the hour, the driver was happy to wait. After Lu Mengli's car arrived, Xu Qiuting helped get the 3 children into the car first, then put the luggage in the trunk and let Lu Mengli go first. He then got into the other car and told the driver, "Driver, we can go now." The driver was a little surprised to see 4 children in the back seat, and 7 in total, all looking exactly the same. Then he saw that they were all sitting quietly and obediently, without making a fuss, so he smiled slightly and said, "Handsome guy, this is the first time I've seen so many children who all look exactly the same. It's a bit." Xu Qiuting smiled and said, "The mother of the children is capable." "Are they all your children?" The driver glanced in the rearview mirror again. The innocent faces of the cute children were full of curiosity as they looked out the window. He couldn't help but ask. "Well." Xu Qiuting couldn't help but turn his head and look at the 7 cute children. A proud smile crossed his face as he said, "They're all my treasures." "Dad, we're all your little cotton padded jackets, hee hee." Wu Bao laughed in a childish voice as he sat in the car. "Ha, your kids are so funny, unlike mine, who just know how to make trouble." The driver couldn't help but feel emotional. Xu Qiuting also beamed, "Yes, they are all very well behaved and sensible, and that's what I'm most proud of. I have to admit, your wife and your genes are very strong, having multiple births is really rare." The driver kept shaking his head in shock. Ding dong. The phone suddenly rang with a message alert, and Xu Qiuting picked it up to see that it was from Lu Mengli. "Xu Qiuting, was your driver shocked?" He knew what Lu Mengli was referring to, so he quickly replied, "It seems we've both encountered the same situation. I was just talking about you to the driver, saying that you're very great." Then, he replied to the driver, saying that, in fact, it was all the mother's credit. 10 minutes later. After both taxis arrived at the community, the young children also got off the car one after the other. Their cheerful voices could be heard. "We're at our new home. Dad, where are Wu Bao and the others? Mom, are we going to live with Dad forever?" The young children cheered, and Lu Mengli also gave a positive reply, "Yes, we'll stay with Dad from now on and never go anywhere." At the thought of her basement, which had never seen the light of day, and which would now finally be free from its misery, Lu Mengli was overcome with emotion. Everything that had happened over the past 2 days felt like an incredible dream. Instead of things going from bad to worse, they had instead gotten better and better, and she couldn't help but feel extremely grateful. She looked around at the scene, and saw that Xu Qiuting's car had also pulled up and stopped. Xu Qiuting appeared first, then opened the car door for the little girls, and carried them down one by one. The cute kids waved politely to the driver and shouted in unison, "Bye, uncle." The driver was so happy that he waved goodbye too, and then as soon as they drove a little way, he immediately sent a voice message to his wife, telling her about the interesting thing that happened when he was driving passengers home tonight. "Honey, you'll never believe it, the passengers I just drove were a family of 7 triplets, all very cute daughters, it's unbelievable." Then there was Xu Qiuting. After they gathered at the entrance to the community, Chu Qiuting checked their luggage again to make sure they hadn't forgotten anything, and then he said with a smile, "Let's go to Daddy's house." Immediately, a group of people rushed in. The security guard at the booth looked at the 7 cute babies and thought he was seeing a ghost. He rubbed his eyes and realized that it was Chu Qiuting, a resident of the community, who was with a woman and children. He couldn't help but walk out and say, "Young man, who are they?" "My children and my wife." Chu Qiuting paused for a moment, and finally looked at Lu Mingli before directly confessing to the security guard. "Hello, Grandpa." The security guard was almost in his 50s, and when he saw the 7 cute babies smiling at him, he had never received such treatment before. Instantly, his heart was melted. "Hello, everyone, hee hee. Uncle, I'll take the kids home first." Chu Qiuting greeted the other man and then took the hand of one of the cute kids and walked up the slope. Lu Mingli couldn't help but say to Chu Qiuting, who was standing next to her, "I'm not your wife yet." Outsiders may not think so. Chu Qiuting took advantage of the situation and said, "Besides, even if I'm not, you can't argue with me on the kids' behalf, can you?" That's the truth. Lu Mingli was speechless. Instead, the several cute children were holding hands, looking around, as if they were full of curiosity about their unfamiliar surroundings. After a few minutes, they arrived at the building where Chu Qiuting lived. Chu Qiuting suddenly asked curiously, "Lu Mingli, how did you find me the other day?" This question had been puzzling Chu Qiuting for 2 days, and now he finally had the chance to ask. Lu Mingli suddenly felt a pang of anxiety in her heart, and then she let out a sigh of relief. "Actually, I didn't expect such a coincidence either. Last month, I came home from work and ran into you on the way, so I followed you all the way to your community and found that you were still quite close to where I live. But at that time, I hadn't thought about what kind of mood I would face you." Having said that, she glanced at the Minghua beside her, and a smile suddenly appeared on her face. She said, "If it weren't for Sanba's fever, and I was worried that something had happened to her, then maybe you and I wouldn't have been able to meet again." Chu Qiuting smiled bitterly, "I find that you are really stubborn, and maybe you still have resentment towards me." "No." Lu Mingli denied it in one breath, and then said very seriously, "From beginning to end, I have never blamed you, even when I got pregnant unexpectedly. At the moment I decided to give birth to them, I didn't blame anyone." Chu Qiuting believed that Lu Mingli wasn't just trying to comfort herself, but he was still full of guilt. Lu Mingli was, after all, the school flower of Jiaotong University, but she met an irresponsible man like him. If he hadn't drunkenly messed around with her, perhaps Lu Mingli's life would be incredibly brilliant now. After all, Jiaotong University is a double first-class school with an unlimited future, but she dropped out of school because of him, wasting her life for nothing. "I'm sorry." Chu Qiuting also said sorry to Lu Mingli after a lapse of 6 years. But Lu Mingli smiled happily and said, "It's all in the past, what's there to be sorry about? Besides, the kids have all grown up now, and thanks to you, you saved Sanba's life and did so much for me. I'm actually very grateful. So, let's not talk about the past, and look forward to the future." Chu Qiuting gathered his thoughts and said, "I believe that our future will get better and better." Seeing Chu Qiuting's spirited appearance, Lu Mingli also silently affirmed in her heart. The group finally arrived at their place to stay. Chu Qiuting took out the key and opened the door amidst the impatience of the children. Then, a group of children rushed in. When they saw the simple new home, they didn't mind, but instead, they stared with wide eyes and happily danced around. "Wow, Dad's home is so big." Compared to the 60 square meters in the basement, where the children slept together every day and either played or romped around in the tiny living room, Chu Qiuting's rented house was indeed much more spacious. However, for a family of 9, it was still a bit small. As he watched them in jubilation, Chu Qiuting took the luggage in Lu Mingli's hands and placed it on the nearest table. He told her, "For the time being, you'll have to make do with living here. After a while, when the children have a place to go to school, we can then think about a new home. There's no rush. I think it's pretty good just the way it is." Lu Mingli smiled wanly. Chu Qiuting also did not mention anything that had not yet happened. The most urgent task was to arrange a place for the children to sleep. He had already thought about it before coming here. There were beds in the 2 rooms, so he could let the children and Lu Mingli sleep there, and he could rest on the sofa in the hall. Tomorrow, he would go to the furniture store to buy new beds and place them in one of the bedrooms for the 7 children to sleep in. After settling in, it was already past 1 a.m. The children were divided into 2 groups, with 3 of them sleeping together with Lu Mingli and the other 4 in the other room. Although Lu Mingli felt bad about it, after hearing Chu Qiuting's plan, she was only doing this for a day or 2, so she gladly accepted. After the children fell asleep, Chu Choying lay on the sofa in the hall, but he couldn't sleep at night. The events of the past 2 days continued to reverberate in his mind, and he felt that it was all too unrealistic. So, he got up from the sofa, took another beer from the fridge, and went out onto the balcony to enjoy the breeze and drink. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a light footfall sounded. Chapter 18. The 7 cute kids had very different personalities, and they all had a rich father. Chu Chou-ting turned his head and saw Lu Mengli walking over, wearing pajamas, her long hair falling over her face pure and pretty. He smiled slightly and said, "Hello, you couldn't sleep either? Not used to sleeping?" Lu Mengli came over to Chu Chou-ting and said, "Not really, I just had too many thoughts in my head." "Tell me about it." Chu Chou-ting turned around, hands behind his back next to the railing, looking directly at the treasure girl in front of him and said, "Maybe I can help you with that. I have to go to work tomorrow morning." Lu Mengli didn't hide it either. "I've taken a few days off work because of the Sanbao incident, and the supervisor has been nagging me. I think that with you here, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for you to take care of the kids. But you also have your work, so I'm thinking about what to do." Before Lu Mengli could finish, Chu Chou-ting grinned and said, "What's there to worry about? You go to work, and I'll take care of the kids." Lu Mengli looked at Chu Chou-ting with incredulity and said, "What about your work?" "I work from home, so it won't be a problem." Chu Chou-ting thought for a moment and said, "You probably don't know that over the years, I have worked as a game host, a novel writer, and I have also co-founded an online literature studio with others. It is doing quite well, so don't worry about it affecting me." "Really?" Lu Mengli doesn't know much about this industry, but she also knows that in recent years, there have been a lot of people working as anchors and writing novels. As for the specific situation, she hasn't studied it, so don't lie to me. "Why would I lie to you?" Chu Chou-ting laughed and said, "Leave the family matters to me. If I get too busy, I'll give you a call." "Okay, that's all for now." Lu Mengli saw that Chu Chou-ting wasn't joking, so she let out a small sigh of relief, and then brought up another important matter. "Chu Chou-ting, have you thought about which school you want to send the baby to?" Chu Chou-ting took out his phone and enlarged the kindergarten information he had taken a screenshot of for Lu Mengli to see, while explaining, "There are a total of 6 or 7 kindergartens in the surrounding area, the closest one is a few kilometers away, and the farther one is almost 20 kilometers away. The others are in other districts, so take a look." Lu Mengli took the phone and looked at it, checking it against the kindergarten information she had previously looked up online. She glanced at it and said, "At present, the Mickey Kindergarten should have a relatively good reputation according to online reviews, but the monthly childcare and education fees and food expenses add up to 1,080 yuan, and the school is attended for almost 9 months a year, so the tuition fees add up to about 9,720 yuan, which is equivalent to 10,000 yuan in spending. For our 7 children, this comes to just over 70,000 yuan, not counting other expenses. This is the minimum, and with my current ability, I can barely afford it, but I can't maintain my daily life. Then let's choose Mickey Kindergarten, I'll contact them tomorrow." Chu Chou-ting had also done his homework before meeting Lu Mengli. After analysis, he decided on the spot, "You just go to work with peace of mind, and I'll contact you whenever I have news." "Chu Chou-ting, don't try to be brave with me, do you hear me?" Lu Mengli said very seriously, "If you have any difficulties, you must tell me. By the way, you have to take back the 15,000 yuan." Seeing that Lu Mengli was still worried about the money, Chu Chou-ting had no choice but to take the phone and show her the balance of more than 300,000 yuan that he had deliberately saved in WeChat. When Lu Mengli saw that Chu Chou-ting's WeChat deposit had more than 300,000 yuan, she was instantly dumbfounded. She didn't realize that Chu Chou-ting really had money, and that it was more than enough to pay for the tuition fees of the cute kids. For a moment, her emotions were mixed, and she smiled wryly and said, "Chu Chou-ting, I didn't realize that the cute kids also have a rich father." "That's right." Chu Chou-ting smiled slightly again and said, "This is just the money in WeChat, I also have it in my bank card." Lu Mengli couldn't help but become curious. "Chu Chou-ting, you said you're not bad looking and you're rich, so why don't you have a girlfriend?" When she said this, she felt inexplicably nervous, but she was also curious about how Chu Chou-ting would reply. Staring into Lu Mengli's eyes, Chu Chou-ting said with no trace of guilt, "If I said that for all these years I've been living alone, would you believe me?" Suddenly, Lu Mengli's heart was touched. However, she somewhat avoided Chu Chou-ting's sincere eyes, and then also came to the edge of the guardrail, looking up at the starry sky. "Why? Don't you want to have a partner to live with?" Chu Chou-ting looked at the other person wearing a loose one-piece pajama, but was able to reveal her exquisite figure, and even vaguely, when she swung her legs, her perky buttocks were still inviting. He didn't get lost in the sight, but instead set his gaze on the other person's profile, and then laughed. I actually considered it, but in the end I decided to save money to buy a house first, and then consider the things of falling in love and getting married. Of course, this was a lie to Lu Mingli. After all, before the system appeared, he could barely pay for medical expenses, and he lived a frugal life, so where would he find the heart to fall in love? That would be a thankless task, and Chu Chou-ting would not do it. After saying that, Chu Chou-ting also asked the same question, so what about you, have you spent all these years alone? At this time, after temporarily solving the problem of Manghua going to school, Lu Mingli's mood had also improved a lot, and she also had time to chat with Chu Chou-ying alone. With a quiet smile on her face, her arms swung back and forth as if doing push-ups, she said, yes, I brought the 7 of them with me alone, moving from place to place, and finally settling in Tianhe community last year, until I met you. Chu Chou-ying suddenly thought of something and asked, so do your parents know about this? Lu Mingli's hand suddenly stopped, and her body stopped swaying. Then, after this daze lasted for several seconds, she suddenly said frankly, yes, but I didn't ask them to help take care of them. Seeing Lu Mingli speak so lightly, Chu Chou-ting felt that it was not that simple. She had difficulty asking for help from her parents, rather than choosing to let her parents help, so it can be imagined that Lu Mingli's withdrawal from school and pregnancy directly destroyed her future. As parents, they must be very disappointed. Moreover, after spending the past 2 days with Lu Mingli, I haven't seen her parents make a phone call or video call to show their concern. It's not hard to guess that she must have had a conflict with her parents. However, since the other person didn't want to talk about it, Chu Chou-ting would not pursue the matter. Instead, he changed the subject and said, oh, by the way, have you picked out names for the kids yet? I've only been able to tell them apart by their bracelets these past few days, and I haven't had a chance to ask about that yet. Lu Mingli suddenly smiled again, and a breeze blew, moving her long hair. A few strands of hair floated lightly across her face, which she brushed away with her hand before continuing, yes, do you want to know? Of course. Chu Chou-ting said curiously, what are their names? They all have the character "and" in their names, which means peace. Lu Mingli glanced at Chu Chou-ting and continued, because I'm not sure if you'll exist in the future, they all take my surname. Tell me, I'll write it down. Chu Chou-ting said, and took out his phone, ready to take notes. Lu Mingli gave a faint smile and said, then remember well, the first child is called Luan and I. Chu Chou-ting quickly typed it in, while also asking for the correct Chinese pronunciation to avoid misspelling homophones. Second treasure is called Luanren. Third treasure is called Luana. Fourth treasure is called Luanli. Fifth treasure is called Luanxin. Sixth treasure is called Luanya. Seventh treasure is called Luanjing. After jotting it all down, Chu Chou-ying asked about the other person's character, and even discussed seventh treasure Luanjing. I find that seventh treasure has a timid and introverted personality. Was that the case when she was a child? When it came to Qibao, Lu Mingli was lost in her memories, her eyes filled with a touch of sadness and guilt as she said, Jen was very optimistic and mischievous, but when she was 3 years old, she was almost abducted by human traffickers. Fortunately, she was rescued by a kind person. Chu Chou-ying never imagined that such a dangerous thing would happen to such a cute baby. Lu Mingli continued, since then, Xian has become quiet and withdrawn, afraid of meeting strangers and even afraid to initiate communication with others. Except for me and the other children, she hides by our sides whenever we go outside, for fear of running into bad guys and getting taken away again. So far, I have sought help from several psychologists, but I have not been able to cure her. Then I thought, since Quiet will be with her sisters anyway, I can only slowly help her at home on my own. Having said that, Lu Mingli suddenly looked at Chu Chou-ting and smiled, you may not know, but during the time you spent with them today, I noticed that Quiet's situation has improved a little. I saw a sense of trust in her eyes towards you, and she no longer hid away like she did when she interacted with other people. Chu Chou-ting's face also showed a trace of a smile, although it was more of a wry smile. He said, in fact, when Quiet first saw me, she was also afraid and resisted, but I used an interactive approach, coupled with the lure of toys, to slowly make her let down her guard. Lu Mingli had never tried this method before. And of course, she had never had the chance to try it. After all, only Chu Chou-ying had the opportunity to get in such close contact with Qibao, and she never expected it to actually work. Chang'an is actually a very obedient child. You will see as you get to know her better. Lu Mingli smiled again, although she rarely speaks, she often helps me with the housework. Chu Chou-ying did have some understanding of this. He already understood what had happened to Qibao, and would pay a little more attention in the future. Then he glanced at his phone again, remembered Wu Bao's name, and said, "The other one is on Xin. Thanks to her assistance, my relationship with Quiet has improved. And she seems more like an older sister than the eldest. You noticed that too?" Lu Mengli secretly praised Chu Chouying's careful observation, and then patiently explained again, although she was born fifth, she was only half an hour apart from the eldest. Compared to the eldest, the fifth child is more stable. So when I'm not at home, the fifth child takes care of the girls, does my laundry, makes sure they do their homework, cleans up after them, and waits patiently for me to get home. Chu Ting nodded in approval. Afterwards, Lu Mengli described the personalities of the other cute children, each with their own unique characteristics. Chapter 19. Whose child is it? The 7 cute kids confused the kindergarten teacher. Second treasure Anrun is more mischievous, while third treasure Anna is still playful and interested in everything. Fourth treasure Only is a bit more obedient, knows how to take care of others, and likes to help. As for sixth treasure, she is the one Lu Mengli is most at ease with. She likes to read and is also very good at learning, so those kids are also partly thanks to Anya in terms of learning. Moreover, she is full of imagination and is also able to take the initiative to create talents. However, I will not interfere with her future choices, and everything still depends on her own interests and hobbies. After Chu Ting had jotted down their personalities one by one, he discovered that each of the sprouting babies had a distinctive and very different personality. Children with good academic performance are generally liked by their parents. However, after looking at Lu Mengli's analysis of the personality of each child, she did not favor any one of them individually. Chu Ting laughed and said, "So what type are you?" "Me?" Lu Mengli had never thought about this question before, and after glancing at Chu Ting, as if she had found some kind of mutual understanding, she said, "You want to know whose personalities the children have, right?" "Haha, of the 7 children, there is always 1 or 2 whose personalities are like ours." Chu Ting laughed heartily. Lu Mengli, however, asked in return, "Then you tell me first, which of the children take after you?" Chu Ting stroked his chin and said, "If I had to choose, I would say that the eldest and second eldest children take after me. After all, when I was young, I was also very active, climbing high and low, often getting into trouble and getting beaten up a lot." He laughed at himself while continuing, "I guess the 4th and 6th children take after you." However, Lu Mengli shook her head and said, "Actually, I feel that San Bao and Qi Bao are more like me." This answer was a bit unexpected. Chu Ting looked at Lu Mengli again, and when he saw her laughing, he asked, "What's wrong? You really can't tell? Are you socially awkward?" Chu Ting said in surprise. Lu Mengli smiled faintly and said, "Actually, I really hate socializing. That time when I went drinking, it was also because Qin Shayan dragged me along, otherwise I wouldn't have met you. Sometimes, the trajectory of life is really amazing." Lu Mengli added, "No one can predict which will come first, tomorrow or an accident." "You're right." Chu Ting sighed with emotion, "In 6 years, I'll suddenly have a few more kids, and you." Chu Ting put a lot of emphasis on the last word, which made Lu Mengli a little startled. She smiled again, then turned and walked into the house, saying, "It's late, go to bed. Good night." Chu Ting finished the beer in his hand and then Lu Mengli's figure gradually disappeared into the hall. Chu Ting squashed the beer can and threw it into the trash can, then turned around and lay on the sofa, covered with a cool quilt, and gradually fell asleep. Until the next morning. Feeling a little itch in his nose, he unconsciously waved his hand, but soon he felt something drilling in and out of his nostrils, making him open his eyes suddenly. Several pairs of bright, big eyes were staring at him with a smile that curved like a crescent moon. Chu Ting then came to his senses, and then he heard Menghua giggling, shouting, "Dad, it's time to get up." They went to bed early, so they got up early too. When Chu Ting got up, he found that everyone was up. Menghua's short hair was all scattered on their shoulders, but they had washed their faces. In the kitchen, the faint smell of eggs and the rich smell of soy milk wafted towards them. Lu Mengli's busy figure kept darting around the kitchen. Seeing that Chu Chouying had been woken up by the children, she said with vitality, "Good morning. I'd made breakfast for you, so get up and eat a little before going back to sleep." With that, she took off her apron and put on formal attire. Her hair was also up in a bun, looking very mature and intellectual. When she arrived at the door, she said while wearing high heels, "I have to go to work, and I'll help you move after work tonight." Then, Lu Mengli said to the Menghua kids, "You guys just stay home with your dad, don't just play, remember to eat, and occasionally help your dad with the work, okay?" "Okay, Mom, we'll be good." "Mom, be careful on the road." "Bye, Mom." One by one, the Manghua kids said their goodbyes and watched Lu Mengli leave. Chu Chou Ting had also lost his sleepiness. He was about to say something to Lu Mengli, but she had already closed the door and disappeared. As soon as they saw Lu Mengli go to work, the kids jumped directly onto the sofa, bounced around, took Chu Chou Ting's hand and swung it around, saying, "Dad, wake up, the sun is shining on your bottom." Looking at the kids' wristbands, he realized that it was Sanbao who was causing trouble, so he patted the other's little head and said, "Dad is up, you guys go at breakfast first. We'll wait for Dad to eat together." But Wu Bao was innocent. Chu Chou Ting no longer lingered in bed, and hurriedly got up to wash up in the bathroom. In less than 5 minutes, he came out of the bathroom, while the cute babies were waiting at the table. Looking at the brand new, spotless table, which he had once used only to put things on, but now was clean and tidy, Chu Chou Ting knew that it was Lu Mengli who had gotten up early to clean it. Looking at the neatly arranged items around him, and the slightly new additions, Chu Chou Ting suddenly realized that his home had become lively. "My babies, you must be waiting impatiently." Chu Chou Ting walked over and noticed that the 4 chairs were completely insufficient for seating. Each baby was standing, and there was a difference in height, so he laughed and said, "Shall we eat on the coffee table?" "Yes." The babies naturally couldn't ask for anything more. Chu Chou Ting then moved the coffee table a little further out so that the children could sit down and lean against the sofa cushions to eat. After setting the table, all 7 children sat on the carpet and started eating. Seeing that the children were eating with relish, Chu Chou Ting also took a bite of the sandwich that Lu Mengli had made early in the morning. It still tasted so delicious. It went perfectly with soy milk. After eating, Chu Chou Ting helped the children clear the table and then started washing the dishes. The children also carefully wiped the table. After finishing the housework, Chu Chou Ting saw that the system had not given a prompt, and he knew that the task of taking care of the children had not been triggered. So he let nature take its course and said to the children, "Darlings, can I ask you a question? Dad, is there a reward? Dad, when will the watch you bought arrive? Where's my present, my Transformers?" Chu Chou Ting took out his phone and checked. It had already been shipped and was expected to arrive the day after tomorrow. After explaining to the girls, they all became excited. Then Chu Chou Ting continued to the main topic, "Do you want to go outside and play with other classmates?" Some answered and some were silent. Among them, Chibo was still not in a good mood and hid in the corner without saying a word. After learning about Chibao's past experiences, Chu Chou Ting became more patient. The minority must obey the majority, so, Dad has also decided to take you to kindergarten. There are lots of fun toys in kindergarten, as well as lots of fun kids who will play hide and seek and chicken with you, and you can also draw pictures and do homework together. You will have a great time every day in kindergarten. Do you want to go? Yes. The 6 adorable children answered in unison. Only Chibo remained silent. But Chu Chou-ying also had to let her learn to participate in social interactions and get in touch with other children more often. Only in this way could she come out of her shell. "Then you all wait for your father for a while, and I will contact the teacher now. Soon you can go to kindergarten and have fun." Chu Chou-ying coaxed the children. After that, he went to the balcony, found the contact number of Mickey Kindergarten, and called it. When the call was connected, a woman's voice came over the line, "Hello, this is Mickey Kindergarten. I'm Teacher Zhang. Who's calling, please?" Chu Chou-ying got straight to the point, "Hello, Teacher Zhang. I saw your school's enrollment information online, so I'm calling to ask some questions about my child's enrollment." "Of course, what is your surname, sir?" Teacher Zhang asked politely. "My surname is Chu, as in Chu Liuxiang." Mr. Chu Chou Ting smiled and said, "Teacher Zhang, here's the thing. My family has 7 children. I'm not sure if your school has any requirements for the number of students enrolled." 7 children? Teacher Zhang was a little surprised, but quickly answered professionally, "There are no rigid requirements for the number of students enrolled. We will accept any number of students. However, Mr. Chu, could you please tell me how old they are?" Mr. Chu Chou Ting didn't hide it, "They are all 5 years old." 5 years old is just right. They can come to our kindergarten for a year before transferring to the 1st grade, explained Teacher Zhang. But soon she felt something was wrong. "Wait a minute, Mr. Chu, did you just say that all 7 of your children are 5 years old? If they were born 1 year apart, then the firstborn should be at least 7 or 8 years older than the lastborn, right? But they're all 5 years old. What the hell?" Chu Chou Ting had obviously been prepared for this question, so he glanced at the adorable children playing in the living room and explained, "Teacher Zhang, here's the situation. Chapter 20. Tuition fees are 85,000 yuan a year, and when you take the cute kids out shopping, you encounter guard dogs. My family's situation is a bit special. My wife gave birth to sevens, so they're all 5 years old. Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang, are you still there? Seeing that the other party was taking a long time to respond, Chu Choying asked tentatively. Yes, Mr. Chu, I am a bit hard to surprise. Teacher Zhang also laughed awkwardly and continued, your family's situation with the children is also acceptable in our kindergarten. If you are willing, we can add a WeChat and talk in more detail. No problem. Chu Cho-ting nodded, ready to get this done as soon as possible. Teacher Zhan was also happy about this and immediately told Chu Cho-ting her WeChat ID. After adding her, she explained the situation by typing. She sent a kindergarten fee schedule over, which was roughly the same as the online fee schedule. Mr. Chu, we don't have any hidden fees either. All the fees are just the childcare and education fees and the food fees, as you can see on the schedule I sent you. Teacher Zhang explained. Chu Cho-ting was relieved to hear this. But he still needed to ask in detail, during this period, are there any hidden fees for learning assistance, hardware facilities, etc.? Don't worry, our kindergarten is different from other kindergartens. These kinds of messy and chaotic fees are completely non-existent. There are only 2 times a year when parents need to buy custom-made uniforms for their children. Teacher Zhang also tried her best to explain clearly, a set of custom-made uniforms costs about 500 yuan. Chu Cho-ting felt that the price of the uniforms was a bit expensive after hearing this. 7 children will spend almost 7,000 yuan on uniforms in a year. Although he can afford it, he doesn't want to be taken advantage of. Teacher Zhang, 500 sets of children's clothing is a bit expensive, isn't it? Chu Choying can accept the price of education fees. No matter how expensive it is, the children must go to school and pursue the quality of the teacher's teaching. But for clothing, there are only a few fabrics. If the quality is acceptable, there is nothing to say, but if it is made up with wholesale prices, Chu Choying can't stand it. Mr. Chu, you get what you pay for. The quality of the clothing we use is excellent, and we work directly with the manufacturers. If you need a detailed list, our school can provide it. Chu Choting glanced at the children, and under the leadership of Wu Bao, they began to quietly do their homework again. He finally reluctantly accepted. One last question, Mr. Zhang, does the meal fee also include living expenses and supplies? Mr. Zhang didn't reply for almost half a minute. Mr. Zhang, this is calculated separately. Chu Choting looked at it and thought, good boy. If he didn't ask, there would be an inexplicable additional expense. How much is the cost of living supplies? Chu Choting began to think carefully. Our kindergarten has a fixed fee, 1,500 yuan per child per semester. Teacher Zhang explained. Okay, Teacher Zhang, then I'll discuss it with my wife and give you a reply after we've made a decision. Chu Choting found an excuse and didn't make a rash decision, so he didn't give a reply on the spot. Teacher Zhang also politely said, okay, Mr. Chu, you can consider our school. Within this district, our Mickey Kindergarten is one of the most popular schools among parents and children, and we have also won many awards, such as the Honorary Award at the Education Achievement Exhibition and the Kindergarten Safety Assessment Award, which we receive every year. However, Chu Cho-ting simply replied okay and started contacting the next alternative kindergarten. After adding WeChat and chatting, Chu Cho-ting discovered that there are actually some hidden fees in every kindergarten. Things like living expenses and supplies are the most basic, and some even include after-school tutoring in the miscellaneous fees. The price is a few hundred yuan higher than Mickey Kindergarten. In addition, there is a mandatory accommodation fee of 2,500 yuan per semester, which is simply outrageous. 1. There are also other things like a deposit for the pickup card, 50 yuan per person. And miscellaneous fees that make Chu Cho-ting's eyes glaze over. In the end, Chu Cho-ting decided to choose Mickey Kindergarten. Although the fees were not the lowest, there were no problems with the qualifications after checking. It had also been established for 13 years and was considered an old kindergarten. After recontacting, Teacher Zhang said to Chu Choting, Mr. Chu, welcome to bring your children next week to complete the admission procedures. I will personally receive you and your children then. Okay, I'll trouble you then, Teacher Zhang. Chu Choting only then realized how hard it was to take care of children. Just contacting the kindergarten took him all morning, and he was still not sure if he could enroll his child. But everything is difficult at the beginning, and Chu Cho-ting also wanted to try his best to be a good father, so even if it was tedious and tiring, he would persevere. Then, he finally did some calculations, and the final tuition fees for one child would add up to about 12,220 yuan. Including clothing fees and living expenses, there was an inexplicable additional 2,500 yuan in spending. For 7 children, that would be 85,540 yuan. For an ordinary family, Xu Chouting felt that this tuition could not be afforded at all, and it was no wonder that Lu Mengli had been considering it before, but had not taken any practical action. Even if she earned 10,000 yuan a month, it was completely in short supply. Thinking about this, Xu Chouting also secretly rejoiced that he had obtained the Menghua Daddy system, otherwise he would never be able to afford to send his children to school. This was only the initial stage, and when it came to primary school, junior high school, and university, the costs would be even higher. Suddenly, he understood why Lu Mengli had kept asking him to think about sending the children to school. After settling the school issue, Xu Chouting looked at the children again. They had not bothered him during his phone call. When he entered the room, Erbao came over with his homework and said, "Dad, look at the words I wrote. You taught me yesterday." Xu Chouting looked at the little guy and drew a picture again, but this time there were 3 people in the hand-drawn picture. If you look closely, you can still distinguish a child and 2 adults watching the rocket lift off. The 3 people have names above their heads: me, the scientist, Dad, and Mum. "Dad, do you think I drew it well?" Erbao said with expectation in his eyes. Recalling his exchange with Lu Mengli last night, Xu Chouting knew that Erbao's character was that of a rather curious child. He couldn't help but praise him, saying, "My dear, you've drawn really well. Daddy can't keep up with you. Your creativity is fantastic. If you entered this in a competition, you'd definitely win a prize." "Hee, thanks, Daddy," Erbao laughed heartily. "Daddy, this is me, and this is you and Mummy. I'm going to be an astronaut and take off in a rocket. Daddy, you told me to draw this, and I didn't draw an aeroplane this time, I drew a rocket." For some reason, Xu Chouting's eyes filled with tears and he was inexplicably moved. After picking up the second treasure, Xu Chouting kissed the other person's little face and said, "Baby, you're awesome, Daddy loves you." "Hey, Daddy, I love you too." Although they had only known Xu Chouting for less than 2 or 3 days, in the impressionable children's minds, his performance had been recognized. The impressionable children didn't have too many thoughts either, and they loved whoever treated them well. This is a good start. At least most of the cute kids accept and recognize themselves. "Dad, I'm hungry." Sanbao is more active and interested in everything. At this time, when everyone is doing homework, she is looking around, digesting faster, and running over to be spoiled. Xu Chouting looked at the time and it was almost 11 o'clock, so he said to the cute kids, "Okay, Dad will go buy food and cook for you." With his new culinary skills, Xu Chouting is ready to cook for the kids at home. As for ordering takeaway, forget it. Most of it is unhygienic, and it's fine if you get diarrhea yourself, but if something goes wrong with the kids eating it, that would be a big problem. "Dad, can we go shopping with you?" Wu Bao's eyes were full of inquiry and expectation. Although he didn't know how the children had lived before Lu Mengli was away, now that he was around, he also wanted to take the children shopping more often. Besides, there was a large supermarket nearby, just 300 to 400 meters away, so he didn't think much about it and said, "Okay, let's clean up and set off, shall we?" "Yes." The cute children cheered. It was obvious that they had been cooped up at home for too long and wanted to go out and see new things. But looking at their messy hair, Xu Chouting felt the need to give them a little grooming, otherwise they would look like wild children. "My dears, let Daddy brush your hair so you can go out looking pretty, okay?" Xu Chouting said gently. The children did not resist, but cooperated very well instead. Dabeo even took the comb and handed it to Xu Chouting, smiling, "Daddy, here you go. This is what Mum usually uses to brush our hair." Xu Chouting looked at the wooden comb, then picked up his daughter and placed her on his lap. Leaning back against the sofa, he began to carefully comb her hair. Dabeo's hair was just below her shoulders, not long, but it was very soft and didn't feel boring at all. It could be said that children's hair is better, just like their mothers'. After a minute, he had combed Dabeo's hair neatly and smoothly. But then she handed him another cute rubber band, smiling and saying, "Dad, tie it up for me, just like Mum does." Tying her hair was a bit of a challenge for Xu Chouting. But he was willing to give it a try. He gathered up Dabeo's hair again and wrapped the rubber band around it. For the first time, the rubber band popped off too hard. It made the other cute kids laugh. Xu Chouting refused to give up and did it a second time. After a lot of hard work, it came undone because it was too loose. The third time. And the fourth time. Chu Chou Ting's forehead was sweating, but he still couldn't get it right. He refused to believe in evil. He tried a fifth time and finally got the hang of it. After winding it 3 or 4 times, he tied a ponytail on De Bao. It looked pretty good and didn't fall apart when De Bao jumped around. Then, it took a few more minutes to style the remaining children's hair, each with the same ponytail. When he finished, he looked at the clock and it was already 11:30. He hurriedly got up and said, "Babies, let's go now. Dad is rushing." The cute babies were getting restless. Ding, comb the hair of the cute babies, get a C rating, and get a 2,000 yuan cash reward. Starting to multiply. Ding, successful multiplication, get a 5-fold cash reward, 10,000 yuan has been issued to the owner's account. Listening to the sound of the money coming in, Chu Chou Ting instantly felt how wonderful it was to take care of children. And this time, a rare high multiple appeared, which was really exciting. If he could, he would like Lu Mingli to give birth to 10 more for him, and maybe the highest multiple could be increased to more than 10 times, which would be awesome. Each cute child also independently put on their shoes, and Chu Chou Ting was responsible for tying the laces, or if they were slow, he would help them put them on. He didn't get a reward this time, but Chu Chou Ting didn't care. After putting on his keys and taking the hands of the children, Chu Chou Ting walked into the elevator, went downstairs, and barked. But just then, a homeowner in the elevator suddenly shouted at the cute children while holding his dog. Chapter 21 Fighting for the cute babies activates extra skills. This is a teddy bear. A dog that relies on its owner's strength. It is short in stature but growls at the cute babies with bared teeth. It even attacks the cute babies and is about to jump on Erbao's face. Seeing this, Chu Chou Ting immediately took a step forward and, while the dog was about to rush out, directly kicked it. Teddy was kicked into the air and crashed into the wall, whimpering. Strangely, the dog was trapped in the elevator by himself, but his owner was nowhere to be seen. However, it is estimated that Chu Chou Ting was merciful and Teddy crawled back up in the elevator, whimpering, but he didn't dare to come forward. The cute baby was scared, hiding behind Chu Chou Ting. Erbao's eyes filled with tears. "Daddy, the dog is going to bite me." "Oh. Baby, don't be afraid." Chu Chou Ting was also shaken, but fortunately he reacted quickly, otherwise Erbao would really be in trouble. This is something he would never allow. He immediately turned his head and looked at a broom placed at the entrance of his home, and was about to pick it up and give the dog a good scolding. Before he could reach out to pick it up, there were hurried footsteps at the top of the stairs. "Daodu, where are you?" "Daodu, mommy's here." "Daodu, mommy's here." The teddy bear shouted desperately, then darted out of the elevator and sprinted towards its owner. "Daodu, mommy's here." "Daodu, mommy's here." Chu Chou Ting's face was also extremely ugly. Since the dog owner was here, he would have a good talk with her. Everyone who walks their dog out should use a leash, and running around the community like that shows a complete lack of manners. While protecting his adorable daughter, Chu Chou Ting watched as the dog owner appeared at the top of the stairs. Teddy dashed over and then threw himself into her arms. The other person was a woman in her 30s, wearing heavy makeup and looking gorgeous. It was hard to tell how much powder she had put on her face, but even so, you could still see the acne on her face. Her big, flat face looked wasted even with all that makeup. The strong perfume she wore was very irritating, and it was hard to bear. In the middle of summer, she was literally poisoning the air. After giving the stupid dog a once-over, she looked up at Chu Chou Ting and the several cute children behind him. His eyes widened in surprise, but soon he was pointing an accusing finger at everyone indiscriminately. "Did you just open the elevator?" The woman's tone was interrogatory and sharp, and it made people feel uncomfortable just listening to it. Chu Chou Ting stood at the elevator door, his expression not any better. "What's wrong with me opening the elevator? Your dog almost bit my child. I don't mind you having a dog, but at least keep it on a leash. And what if it gets hurt if you let it ride the elevator alone?" The woman was rebuked by Chu Chou Ting, but she was completely unaware of her own mistakes. Instead, she picked Teddy up and said, "What about my Daodu biting you? Isn't that just fine? Besides, my Daodu was barking just now, obviously it was scared. If it gets scared by you and gets hurt, you'll have to compensate us for our mental distress." Chu Chou Ting was a little infuriated after hearing this. This is downright bandit logic. What kind of bitch are you? I said, "Lady, your dog was off the leash and almost bit my child. Now you're not apologizing, but instead starting to blackmail. I've never seen such an odd animal as you. Chu Chou Ting was no longer polite and fought back. But when the woman heard Chu Chou Ting's address to her, she was furious at being called a lady, and instantly became bossy and demanding. Who do you think you are? Why should my Daodu be on a leash? Do you have any manners? You keep calling him a dog. He's my son, so please show some respect. If you go out, would you like to see a leash around your daughter's neck? Chu Chou Ting realized that this woman was seriously ill. And she was even pointing her finger at her own daughter. So he suddenly calmed down and said with full of sarcasm, Auntie, you've been keeping a dog for a long time, haven't you? The woman was even surprised and asked in return, while smugly saying, How did you figure that out? I've been raising my son for 3 years. No wonder, just from the amount of energy you pour into spoiling your dog, I can tell it must have been breastfed by you. Chu Chou Ting didn't give the other person a chance to speak, and continued without a single foul word, because whenever you two speak, you both smell like livestock. You bastard, how dare you curse me, I'll make sure you can't leave this neighborhood. The woman's face was extremely ugly, and she was about to turn into a shrew. Chu Chouying also did not give the other person the opportunity to continue, interrupting directly, I believe it. With a strength that is similar to your son's, if you don't wear personal clothing, you really can't tell that it's a person. But judging from the fact that you haven't said a single human word from the beginning, you've actually learned to imitate your son's voice. The cute kids were listening on the side, and they finally heard the situation clearly. They also know that Chu Chou Ting is taking revenge for them, and they applaud in approval. Good job, Dad, we support you. You're awesome, Dad, scold her to death. Auntie, your dog almost bit Air Bao, you have to apologize to her. The cute kids also join in the scolding, attacking the woman. The woman is so angry that she trembles with rage, pointing at Chu Chou Ting and threatening, Do you have any manners? Do you know who my father is? Chu Chou Ting also raised his voice and said, If you don't know who your father is, go ask your mother, why are you asking me? If that doesn't work, I'll give you both money, and you can have a DNA test. And, this is an elevator, it's for people to ride. It's not for your son. If you're so capable, then buy your son his own elevator, so he can have fun in it to his heart's content. If you don't have the ability, don't bark here. Tie a leash on him when you go out, so that he only circles around you. That's the quality of being a human being. After he finished speaking, Chu Chou Ting didn't bother to argue with the other person. He took Meng Hua's hand and walked into the elevator. As it closed, he saw the woman stomp her foot and leave in a huff. The cute kids all stood in the elevator. Chu Chou Ting saw that Erbo had also recovered her composure, so he crouched down and touched her face, saying, Baby, are you still scared? Erbo shook her head and said, Daddy, I'm not scared anymore, because Daddy will protect me. Chu Chou Ting looked at the other cute kids and said, Babies, it's Daddy's fault that you got scared. I'm sorry. Daddy will pay attention in the future. At this moment, he saw Qibao hold out her hand and reach out to touch Chu Chouying's face. Although her eyes were filled with nervousness, she whispered, It's not Daddy's fault, it's the dog's fault. In an instant, Chu Chouying's eyes filled with tears. Qibao was not afraid of him anymore, and she even took the initiative to comfort him. This is simply a great thing. He raised his hand, grabbed Qibao's little hand, and stroked the back of her hand, saying, Thank you, Qibao, Daddy loves you all. Ding dong. The elevator door opened. Fortunately, no one was waiting, so Chu Chou Ting got up, took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, took Qibao's hand in his, and said to all the cute kids, Darling, next we're going to head to the supermarket. On the way, you must stay close to Daddy and don't get separated, do you hear me? Got it, Dad. Mom took us out shopping like this too. The adorable kids answered in unison. Sometimes, each of them had their own tacit understanding, and their tone of voice and expressions were exactly the same. Chu Chou Ting was a little excited at the moment, and led the adorable kids out of the community in a grand manner. Some aunties and uncles in the community couldn't help but stop and look as they walked past Chu Chou Ting, who was followed by 7 identical adorable kids. Some even greeted him, Young man, they're not robots, are they? Chu Chou Ting knew that the other person didn't mean it, but was just suspicious. After all, in real life, it's understandable to find twins, but even TV dramas don't dare to show 7s. So the other person suspected that Chu Chou Ting had created robots. He smiled slightly and said, No, they're all my daughters, born to me. Wow, young man, that's really amazing. The other person and his wife gave him a thumbs up. The little cute kid seems to be used to it, but Qibao is clutching Chu Chouying's hand tightly, and you can feel her palms sweating. In response, Chu Choying smiles and says, Shibao, don't be afraid, Daddy will protect you, and no one will bully you. Shibao is still adjusting, and she nods with a worried look in her eyes. This symptom won't get better in a short while, and Chu Choying knows that she can't remember it, so he can only take her out more to expose her to other people. Then, Chu Choding asked the other curious children, My dears, when I take you out to play, do people also look at you with curiosity? Yes, Dad, everyone says hello to us. And every time, Mom explains to people that we are her biological children. Dad, do they like us? Chu Choding grinned and said, Of course, my dears are so cute, everyone loves them. Hee hee. The children giggled. Ding chased away the dog to protect the cute kids from being bullied, earning praise from the kids and a rating of B. The reward was 10,000 yuan and the activation of an additional skill, the dog beating rod technique. Listening to the system's reward sound, Chu Choding didn't expect another pleasant surprise. The dog beating rod technique, a lost stunt that will either kill or injure the user. Please note that it should not be used unless absolutely necessary, but once used, never give the enemy a chance to breathe. The next moment. The moves of the dog beating staff method suddenly flooded his mind, and he was able to master them, as if he had been born with them. Chu Choting thought to himself, if he had obtained it earlier, he would have beaten the stupid dog to death with the broom by the door. But it's not too late to obtain it now. In the future, whoever dares to bully his daughter will be beaten to death, without mercy. Packing up his emotions, Chu Choting walked all the way to the street and found that he got a lot of attention. Many people looked on curiously. Some were genuinely curious about the septuplets, while others were just gossiping. When they reached the small square, there weren't many people around at noon. However, a couple did approach, and the man exclaimed in surprise, Wow, they're so cute. Handsome guy, are they all your kids? Chu Choding nodded and smiled, Yes. Babies, can you take a picture with this lady? The girl asked expectantly, her eyes shining. But the cute kids looked at Chu Choting instead, seeking his opinion, and Shibao even hid. Kids, do you want to take a photo with your sister? Chu Choting also asked. Yes, I love taking photos. Sanbao suddenly became mischievous. The other cute kids also expressed their opinions, but Shibao did not come forward. Chu Choting did not insist, but explained, she is shy, so let these kids take a photo with you. Sure, thanks. The girl said, picked up her phone, and let her boyfriend take a photo of her while she was holding Lubao. Naturally, no other passers-by saw this, but they didn't come over to join in the fun. After the photo was taken, the girl thanked Chu Choding again and again, and handed the manhwa a chocolate heart box her boyfriend had given her, saying, This is a little something from me, I hope you'll accept it. But Chu Choding refused, saying, Thanks, but no thanks, the kids can't eat sweets. Oh, I see. Well, that's fine. The girl said with some regret, Well, bye, babies. Bye, sister. The babies waved politely. Then they continued walking, and soon they would reach the entrance to the supermarket. However, the babies kept looking back from time to time. Chu Choting laughed and said, Do you want to eat the chocolate? Yes. The babies answered in unison. Chu Choting had actually noticed that their eyes had fallen into the chocolate when the girl handed it over. But since they didn't ask for it, he wouldn't take advantage of them. The babies just wanted to eat the chocolates he bought himself. Then Daddy will go to the supermarket later and buy them if they're there, and if not, Daddy will buy them online. The babies cheered and their walk was full of energy. Chu Choting's mood also became happier, and he took the babies on the escalator to the first basement floor. Fortunately, the children could ride the escalator themselves, so it seems that Lu Mengli had taught them a lot. However, Chu Choying was also constantly watching their every move to prevent them from falling down the escalator. Once they arrived in the supermarket, the dazzling array of goods instantly captured the children's attention. Of course, their appearance also attracted the attention of supermarket staff and passers-by, and everyone had this expression oh. Chu Choting never took his eyes off them the whole time, but he didn't care what the passers-by were thinking. Hey, guys, don't wander off without me, he said, smiling. Let's get a cart, then we'll go shopping, and then I'll buy you some snacks and chocolate. Dad, I want jelly. I want fries. Dad, can I buy a drink? Of course you can, guys, Chu Choting said cheerfully. Whatever you want, I'll buy it for you all later. Yay, Daddy is the best. I love you, Daddy. Don't run around, follow Daddy, and you'll get some meat to eat. Wu Bao's voice was so sweet. Several passers-by next to Chu Choting couldn't help but be amused. Chu Cho Ting noticed at this time that it seemed to be a holiday today, and many Valentine's Day gifts were on the shelves. Upon thinking about it, it seems that today is the Qixi festival. In the past, he didn't care, but now Chu Cho Ting immediately thought of Lu Mengli and wanted to give her a surprise. It just so happened that there was also a gold store counter in the supermarket. Chu Cho Ting first bought all the food he needed for lunch and dinner, including chicken, duck, fish, seafood, vegetables, and fruits. After that, he walked over to the snack area. The snack area was so big that you could see to the end, so Chu Cho Ting let the kids move around freely and take whatever they wanted to eat. He just kept an eye on them. After about 10 minutes, the children were all carrying bags of shopping bags in their hands, and then they went crazy stocking up on goods, while Chu Cho Ting watched from the side. The shopping assistant looked at the children, who all looked the same, and couldn't tell who was who, so he asked Chu Cho Ting kindly, "Are they all your children?" "Yes," said Chu Cho Ting, looking at the children happily in the snacks area, a smile also appearing on his face. "That's amazing, are these sevens?" the shopping assistant exclaimed in amazement. "Well, 7 babies." Chu Cho Ting answered every question, treating it as small talk. "Your wife is really something, these days it's hard to have twins, but you gave birth to 7s, it's amazing," the salesperson said with a smile. Chu Cho Ting also agreed, "It is amazing, but it is also a blessing. You are indeed very blessed, your wife has given you so many lovely children, and they have been well educated, the boys are great." In the face of the praise of the saleswoman, Chu Cho Ting also became humble. "Thank you. Auntie, help me weigh it." Dabao took the lead in choosing and handed it to the saleswoman. The saleswoman smiled kindly at the little cute kids and said, "Okay, little baby." The other cute kids also came over with snacks in their hands and began to weigh them one by one. Although each of them was carrying a bag, the amount was not much. They didn't want everything, but only chose what they liked. In total, there were only 4 or 5 caddies of snacks. "Give me some boxes of chocolate too," Chu Cho Ting said to the salesperson. "You have to eat chocolate on Valentine's Day. The cute kids like it, and Chu Cho Ting won't be stingy." A box of chocolate costs over 100 yuan, but Chu Cho Ting didn't mind and bought 5 boxes before heading to the jewelry store. First, he bought a silver bracelet for each of the 7 cute kids. Then, not knowing the kids' birth dates, he decided to put it off for now. He'll ask Lu Mengli about it tonight when he has some free time. Next, Chu Cho Ting picked out a diamond necklace for Lu Mengli, which had a more delicate and unique style. The diamonds were wrapped in a heart shape, which could be turned inside and out, shining with a strange radiance. It cost 5,888 yuan. Although he knew that the necklace definitely wasn't worth that much, Chu Cho Ting still bought it. He also picked out a gold 4-leaf clover necklace for Lu Mengli, which was a little cheaper, costing 4,900 yuan. Together with the children's silver bracelets, it cost just over 20,000 yuan, but Chu Cho Ting felt that it was well worth it. After the shopping was done, Chu Cho Ting didn't plan to decorate the house with anything festive. Not only would that be time-consuming and laborious, but it would also be troublesome to dispose of. He would only keep surprising Lu Mengli and the children after they had settled down in the future. After the trip, and with the more than 1,000 yuan spent on shopping, Chu Cho Ting still had a balance of about 1.1 million yuan in his account. He suddenly considered the problem of buying a car, which must be solved in the near future. It can only delay the time of buying a house. After all, when traveling with 7 children, if you go to a farther place, you have to call 2 cars. It would be very convenient if you have a commercial vehicle. Along the way, the cute children also helped to carry things, which made Chu Cho Ting's hands slightly easier. When they arrived at the community, the uncle saw a few more cute kids and greeted them enthusiastically. He also had a handful of milk candies in his hand and said to the kids, "Look, guys, what yummy stuff I brought you." "Candy." The kids' eyes lit up with excitement. But Chu Cho Ting refused, saying, "Uncle, the kids are teething, so they shouldn't eat too much sweet food." "Thank you for your kindness, but we'll just accept your good intentions." "Grandpa, I'm sorry, we can't take it. Mom says that we shouldn't accept gifts without doing anything in return, so you can keep it for yourself. We've also bought something delicious, Grandpa, do you want some jelly?" "It's delicious." The children also started sharing their snacks, which made the uncle smile from ear to ear. "Good boy, Grandpa's already eaten, you eat it yourself." The uncle looked at Chu Cho Ting again and sighed, "Young man, you've done a great job with these kids, there's no doubt about it." Chu Cho Ting was a little embarrassed, but his wife had taught them well. "You're doing a great job too." The old man gave him a thumbs up and said, "Take good care of them." If they need any help, let me know. I really like these kids. No problem, Chu Qiuting said, leading the children up the slope again. When they reached the front door, Chu Qiuting noticed a car parked in front of the house, blocking the way. There was also a commotion in the hallway, with cursing and swearing, which affected the public environment. But if you listened carefully, you could tell it was coming from the third floor. Isn't the third floor the floor where you live? As he thought about this, a familiar shrill voice rang out, "Brother, they've all gone out, let's wait a while." Damn it, this time I'll make this bastard pay. He's seriously injured my son, and he'll have to pay for it. Chu Qiuting instantly realized that something was wrong. He didn't expect this bitch to come back, as if she had been found out for injuring her son. Immediately, he looked at the children and said, "Honey, let's not go home for now. How about I take you to play with Grandpa?" The children looked puzzled. "Daddy, that bad woman is here again. There are a lot of people arguing. Dad, is that bad woman here to bully you?" "Dad, don't go up there, let's go find Grandpa for help." These kids are still very smart, and they knew what was going on in an instant. Chu Qiuting crouched down and laughed. "Okay, Dad won't go up there, Dad will go find Grandpa for help." Then, Chu Qiuting hurriedly took the cute kids to the security booth. There was enough room in the security booth for the 7 kids to wait for a while. The security guard was also from the community, and only worked as a security guard because he had nothing better to do. On the one hand, he could kill time, and on the other hand, he could make some money. There were many uncles and aunties in the community who were eyeing this good job. Seeing Chu Qiuting come and go again, and the shopping bag in his hand not being put down, the security guard said with a smile, "Young man, what's wrong? Did you forget something? Or did you forget to bring your keys?" Chapter 22 A group of thugs blocked the door, and Daddy was the only one to stand in their way. Chu Qiuting, however, explained, "Uncle, something has come up at home, so I want the kids to stay in your duty room for a while." Of course the old man was more than happy to oblige. He was bored alone in the security booth, so he beamed and said, "Why not? Come on in, kids. Grandpa will keep you company." The cute kids looked at Chu Qiuting with wide eyes, and Qibao took his hand, looking pitiful and saying, "Daddy, can I stay with you?" Not sure how many people were there, and afraid that they might hurt the kids, Chu Qiuting insisted. Despite his reluctance, "Qibao, just stay with your sisters for a while. Don't worry, Grandpa is a very nice person, and your sisters will protect you, no one will dare to bully you. I'll come back soon to pick you up, okay?" But Wu Bao suddenly took Qibao's hand and patted her chest, saying, "Qibao, I'll watch over you, so let Daddy get on with his work." "That's right, Qibao, we're here with you. Don't be afraid, I'll protect you." Dabeo chimed in too. These kids are still pretty close-knit. With their reassurances, Qibao let go of Chu Qiuting's hand. Then, with the door wide open, Chu Qiuting and the kids went in, carrying their shopping bags. After settling in the corner, Chu Qiuting got up and said to the man, "Uncle, I'll leave it to you then. It's no big deal. If you have something to do, go ahead, and I'll take care of the kids. I promise I won't lose them." The man laughed heartily. Chu Qiuting looked at the 7 kids again. They were also staring at him with reluctance. He didn't want to waste any more time, and wanted to get things done as soon as possible so that he could come back for them. After turning around and leaving, all the cute kids stood at the door, watching him run in the direction of home. The old man suddenly felt strange and asked the cute kids, "Where is Daddy going, my dears?" "To fight the bad guys," Bo said angrily. "Yes, there is a bad woman blocking my door, and she has called a lot of people. Daddy is going to beat them up." Bao and Sibao, "Daddy is not going to fight, don't say anything," Liu Ba suddenly reminded him. Mentally, Lu Bao is also more mature than the average child, and thinks more long-term than Wu Bao. But after hearing this, Dade finally understood. No wonder Chu Qiuting would temporarily leave the children in the duty room. It turns out he was worried something would happen to them. "Children, quickly tell Grandpa what happened." Realizing the seriousness of the situation, he continued in a gentle tone, aware that Chu Qiuting alone might not be able to deal with the group. "Dad facing those bad guys alone might get hurt. Tell me, I can help Dad deal with those bad guys together. You don't want to see Dad get bullied, do you?" The children looked at each other, thinking that Grandpa had a point, and described the whole story. The way they were gesticulating seemed exaggerated, but Grandpa understood what was going on. This woman really is lawless. Grandpa cursed under his breath, then patted the baby's head and said, "Grandpa knows, leave this to Grandpa." On the other side of the building, Chu Qiuting arrived downstairs and didn't take the elevator. After taking 3 steps at a time up the stairs to the second floor, Chu Choying looked at the entrances of each apartment and noticed that one of the residents also had a broom by the door, so he secretly borrowed it for the time being. At that moment, the sound from the front door was still ringing arrogantly. "Third sister, when is this guy of yours going to be back? It's been half an hour already." "Yes, if he doesn't come back, won't we have to wait for them all day? I say, let's just go downstairs and wait. There's no point just sitting here." However, the dog woman became agitated. "Brother, he's got 7 kids with him, so he can't have gone far. He'll be back soon, so let's just keep waiting. We'll make him pay us compensation." After hearing this, Chu Chou Ting came out of the stairwell with a broom in his hand, and then looked at the group of dog women. There were a total of 4 men, some wearing short sleeves and some wearing vests. Everyone had tattoos on their arms or legs, and they looked like socialites. At this time, they were all smoking, filling the floor with smoke. Chu Chou Ting thought to himself, "Fortunately, I didn't bring the cute kids upstairs, otherwise I don't know how much secondhand smoke I would have to inhale just from this. You guys, waiting for me?" With the broom in hand, Chu Chou Ting felt like he was in control of the world. After shouting, he walked towards the other party. These people looked at Chu Chou Ting's appearance, holding a broom in his hand, but they sneered and said, "Third sister, is this the person?" The bitch screamed like a mad dog when she saw Chu Chou Ting. It's him. Brother, beat him up for me." The 4 men looked at each other. One man with a tattoo on his neck and braids, however, gave Chu Chou Ting a finger-wagging look and said arrogantly, "Kid, come here, let's have a good chat." Chu Chou Ting was not intimidated and walked straight towards him, but did not let go of the broom in his hand. When the two were about 2 or 3 meters apart, Chu Chou Ting stopped and then waved the broom, saying, "What's the matter? Kid, you should know what this is about, since we're here." The braided hair man said haughtily, "My sister said that your dog injured hers. Is that true?" "I don't know." Chu Chou Ting shook his head and said, "I only know that her son almost bit my daughter. If I hadn't reacted in time, my daughter would be in the hospital right now. Brother, it's pointless to talk like that." The man with the braids suddenly wanted to step forward, but Chu Chou Ting pushed the broom forward, and the other person retreated. His face instantly turned ugly, and he put the broom away. "Brother, don't blame us if we're not polite." Chu Chou Ting knew that these people were here to extort him, and he gave them a bad look and said, "What do you mean by impolite? Are you going to hit me? Viagra, why waste time talking to this kid? Chuanhua's dog was originally injured by him, so let's just talk about compensation and get it over with. If he doesn't pay, beat him up until he does." "Exactly, what can this guy do with a broom in his hand?" The dog woman also shouted, "Brother, this guy is very good at talking, don't waste time with him, just talk about compensation." The man with the braids also said with a stern face, "Brother, you heard it too. We don't mean anything else. The dog is still being rescued in the pet hospital, and it is still unknown whether it is dead or alive. However, whether it is dead or alive, it was indeed injured by you. You have to pay for the dog's medical expenses, as well as my sister's mental damages and our lost wages." Chu Chou Ting laughed, "How much do you want?" 10,000. The woman with the dog said immediately. A mangy dog would only cost 300 to 400 yuan, and she's really asking for a lot. But the braided man added in time, "That's just the dog's medical expenses. What about my sister's mental damages? At least 30,000 yuan to settle privately. As for our lost wages, we've been waiting for you here for almost an hour. All in all, just give us 50,000 yuan. As for the rest, we don't want to say too much. Let's just say we're making you a friend. What do you say?" The dog woman's heart is dark enough, and I didn't expect her brother to be even worse. Everyone waited for Chu Chou Ting's response. Chu Chou Ting, however, burst out laughing, leaving the group flummoxed. The braided man couldn't help but ask, "What are you laughing at?" "Ha ha ha." Chu Chou Ting laughed again, "I'm talking about you guys. Do you know what it's called in ancient times?" "What's it called?" Surprisingly, someone responded. Chu Chou Ting's smile suddenly faded, and he lightly spat out 2 words, "Scoundrel." After hearing this, the faces of the men with braided hair instantly turned ugly. "Looks like you're going to get punished if you don't take the toast." One man, whose temper was out of control, cursed and then charged at Chu Chou Ting. Seeing this, the others also raised their fists and charged recklessly, ready to give Chu Chou Ting a good beating. "Brother, go on, beat him to death for me and avenge Daodu." The bitch was fanning the flames. The braided man also knew that if he didn't show Chuchoting up a bit, he wouldn't know why the flowers were so red. The four men were menacing Chuchoting on the porch in front of the house. But Chuchoting was unafraid in the face of danger, and his broom instantly turned into a dog beating stick. They charged up, and at a certain distance, they struck directly. 36 dog beating techniques flashed through his mind. Tripping, splitting, entangling, poking, picking, drawing in, sealing, and sweeping, the broom turned into a green shadow, fiercely hitting the men's arms, thighs, bodies, and even faces. They were beaten back again and again, unable to fight back. When Chuchoting put his broom away, the group of men were still wildly swinging their hands in front of them like they were doing Tai Chi. The woman behind the dog was furious as she watched the uselessness of the men she had called. "Brother, stop. They're not fighting back, so what are you hiding from?" The braided man woke up with a start, and then saw Chuchoting looking at his group with a mocking expression. He felt insulted for a moment. But then he looked at his arm, and saw that it was covered in marks as thick as sugar canes. The intense pain made them all unable to help but rub their hands together. "You brat, what's the point of having a broom? If you're so good, let's fight one-on-one." The braided man didn't expect Chuchoting to be so powerful, and he was unconvinced. Chuchoting, however, didn't buy it and said, "Do you know what my move was called just now?" "What was it called?" Someone blurted it out again, and now he's a bit of a fool. "I call it the dog beating staff technique." Chuchoting laughed and said, "Did you get a taste of it?" The men with braided hair and the others looked so gloomy that they looked like they were about to drip with water. "Are you calling us dogs?" "You admitted it yourself, I didn't say it." Chuchoting's eyes twinkled with mockery. "Ah, you're looking for death. Brothers, beat the hell out of him. If I don't kill you today, I'll write my name backwards." One by one, they charged up, showing their teeth and claws, and grabbed the broom. Chuchoting simply threw the broom away. Although the power of the attack would have been greater with the broom, he was more than capable of dealing with these men with his bare hands. The dog beating technique contains internal strength, and even without it, he was able to beat them into submission. After dodging their punches and kicks, Chuchoting's hands and feet turned into clubs, attacking their vital points. After a few blinks of an eye, all three men flew backwards, falling under the skirt of the dog woman and wailing in pain. As for the braided man, Chuchoting had saved some strength. He jumped and kicked, and the opponent screamed in pain, crashing hard into the dog woman and both of them hitting the wall. There was a loud thud. The dog woman let out a cry of pain, her head buzzing. "Ouch, you killed me. Brother, get out of my way, you want to crush me to death?" At this time, there were several people lying on the ground in all directions, but Chuchoting clapped his hands and said with a carefree look on his face, "Do you still want money?" The braided man also finally realized that he had met a tough guy. Seeing Chuchoting walking slowly, he had long since lost his temper after being beaten. "No, no. Don't come any closer. Hero, spare my life." Chuchoting looked at the dog woman again. "What about you, do you still want to settle the score for your dog son?" The dog woman was not convinced, but she was helpless. Even the helpers she called were no match for Chuchoting. Afraid that she would not get a good outcome if she kept arguing, she cried out in distress, "Help, he's beating me, I don't want to live anymore, oh." Chuchoting didn't expect that this dog woman really didn't consider herself a human being. She simply cried, made a scene, and threatened to hang herself. She was wearing a skirt, but she kept kicking her feet on the ground, not caring if her underwear showed. Ding! The elevator stopped on the third floor and then opened the door. Everyone followed and looked over. A familiar-looking old man walked out, followed by the property management. A total of 6 people walked out of the elevator. When they saw several men sitting or lying on the ground, they were all a bit dumbfounded. The old man even walked over to Chuchoting's side and asked with concern, "Young man, how are you okay?" Chuchoting didn't expect the old man to come to help, and even called the property management, so he was grateful and said, "Uncle, I'm fine, it's just that these people blocked my door and want to settle scores with me." Seeing that the property manager had arrived, the dog woman hurriedly started accusing the villains first. "You've come at the right time. Come and judge between us. My brother and I were beaten up for no reason by this guy. You've all seen it. He must give us an explanation. Look at my hand and face, he did this to me. And my leg, he beat it with a broom, leaving me with bruises all over. Your property management company must make him apologize to us, or we'll call the police." Just as Chuchoting was about to speak, the old man looked at the dog woman with a cold face and said, "Shut up. You deserve it, you have only yourselves to blame for this. Chen Lao is right, none of you are from our community, what are you doing here? We have investigated the elevator surveillance here. It was you who didn't tie up your dog properly, and it rushed out of the elevator and almost bit the other people's child. Fortunately, the other people reacted in time and stopped it. But you, on the contrary, bit back at the other people. Now you even brought people to our door to make trouble. What a disgrace! Don't bother calling the police. We already have. The police are on their way. When the time comes, you can talk to the police about it. For now, leave the other people's home immediately. In addition, we have also notified the owner of the property about your dog. Furthermore, you never leash your dog when you go out, and many other owners have also reported this to us, so we hope that we can do something about it. We are now formally notifying you to move out of our community immediately. After being scolded, the dog woman suddenly burst into tears. Oh, sir, I know I was wrong, please give me another chance, I will never keep a dog again. But the men didn't appreciate it at all. Dido, 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 dido. At this time, the sound of a police siren came from downstairs. The braided man and the others' faces changed dramatically upon hearing it. They didn't expect the property management to actually call the police. One by one, they stopped pretending to be dead, got up from the ground, and prepared to escape. But they were stopped by Chu Choying, who was holding a broom in front of them. He looked like he was going to stand in their way, and the group of people shrank back in fear. If anyone dares to move, don't blame me for breaking their legs. Chu Cho Ting threatened. The landlord and the property managers also did not give them the opportunity to escape, standing shoulder to shoulder with Chu Cho Ting. It wasn't until a few police officers came upstairs and approached the property managers. Did you report the police? It was me, comrade policeman. The property manager pointed at the braided man and the others and said, these people came to our door and caused trouble. You deal with it. The policeman looked at the braided man, but suddenly his face fell and he said, Wu Yangwei, it's you guys again, come here. After hearing the policeman officially hand over the braided man's name, Chu Cho Ting couldn't help but laugh out loud. The originally solemn atmosphere was broken by Chu Cho Ting's laughter. Wu Yangwei, on the other hand, blushed and felt ashamed of his name. You guys, just released a few days ago, are causing trouble again, aren't you? The police officers scolded, tell us what happened. Wu Yangwei just wanted to explain, but was stopped by another police officer. Then Chu Cho Ting explained the details of what happened. The police officers, as well as the property management and the property owners, were all a bit surprised after hearing it. What kind of dog is so expensive? And what about the mental distress? The loss of earnings? 50,000 yuan? That's a lot of money. Wu Yangwei, you really have some nerve. The police officers were also furious. What kind of loss of earnings are you talking about? Tell me. So, if we lock you up in a detention center for 6 months, do we have to pay you for the loss of earnings as well? How much do you want? Wu Yangwei was about to cry. He bowed his head meekly and dared not make a sound. Everyone come back with me. The police officer was too lazy to waste any more words and, seeing that the matter was almost resolved, ordered. As for the dog woman, she thought she was fine, but the police took her back for questioning on charges of blackmail. It was useless for her to cry and scream. In the future, her criminal record would definitely be an indispensable part of her life history, and this was a top priority that would affect her for the rest of her life. And it will affect 3 generations. As for Chu Cho Ting, the police understood that he still had 7 cute kids to take care of, so they didn't go back together, but took his statement on the spot, and would notify Chu Cho Ting to assist in the investigation when needed. Unexpectedly, the cute kid suddenly appeared in front of the police car and became a beautiful sight, running towards Chu Cho Ting and shouting, Daddy! Chapter 23 Valentine's Day Making Romance, Wearing Black Silk? Chu Cho Ting crouched down and opened his arms to welcome the cute kids. The first to rush into Chu Cho Ting's arms was Qibao. She nudged her head hard in Chu Cho Ting's arms, and there were tears in the corners of her eyes, which she wiped onto his clothes. The other cute kids also gathered around Chu Cho Ting one after the other, grabbing his collar, as if this was the only way to give them a sense of security. The police officers looked at the 7 cute kids and were dumbfounded because they looked exactly the same. Are these your kids? Even Wu Yangwei was a little confused when he saw Chu Cho Ting's 7 kids. He thought he was seeing things and couldn't help rubbing his eyes. When he looked again, there was no illusion, they were really 7 kids. How can there be 7 identical people? Viagra, you're not mistaken, they really are 7s. Nima, what kind of demon is this? Chu Qiuting ignored Wu Yangwei and his gang, but instead smiled at the police officer and said, "They are all my children. Their mother is very capable, giving birth to 7s. Ha ha ha." The police officer laughed and shook his head, saying, "It really was an eye-opener. Both you and your wife are amazing." Another police officer couldn't help but touch Qibao's little head. The other party surprisingly didn't avoid it, with curiosity in his eyes but not fear. And he even took the initiative to say hello, police officer. Chu Qiuting looked at Qibao in surprise and exclaimed, "Baby, you're not afraid of the police?" "No." Qibao shook his head, and his big, round eyes shone with a yearning expression as he said, "When I grow up, I want to be as good as the police." The police officers burst out laughing, and said, "Good, when you grow up, you can catch bad guys just like me." Qibao nodded like a little chicken pecking rice. Chu Qiuting, however, felt that there must be a story behind this. After the police officers led Wu Yangwei and the others to leave, the old man and the property managers also successively bid farewell to Chu Qiuting. The cute kids also politely thanked them, especially the old man, who called them affectionately, "Bye, Grandpa." The old man's heart was also about to be melted. After going upstairs, everything returned to normal. After opening the door, Chu Qiuting took the shopping into the kitchen and placed the manghua snacks on the coffee table. At this time, he had been delayed quite a bit by Wu Yangwei and the dog woman, but he was almost done. He was about to start cooking when Lu Mingli's WeChat video call came through. Putting down his apron and taking one last look at the children playing in the hall, watching TV and eating snacks, Chu Qiuting answered the call. Suddenly, Lu Mingli's delicate face occupied the screen of the phone. Chu Qiuting greeted, "Are you off work?" "No, it's lunch break." Lu Mingli looked at the background of Chu Qiuting in the kitchen and couldn't help but ask, "Are you cooking?" "Well, I just came back from the supermarket with the babies and was about to cook when you called on video." Chu Qiuting didn't explain much and said briefly. Lu Mingli suddenly said softly, "Are they not messing around?" "No, they're very well behaved." Chu Qiuting said, while walking towards the children, and added, "By the way, I've also asked the kindergarten, and they've confirmed that they'll start next week." "Mickey Kindergarten?" Lu Mingli asked. "Yes." Chu Qiuting nodded, "All things considered, Mickey Kindergarten will be better." "How much is the tuition?" Lu Mingli was concerned. There was no way to hide this matter, so Chu Qiuting also confessed, "It's a bit more expensive than expected, almost 85,000 yuan for the 7 kids combined." "So expensive?" Lu Li exclaimed. "Are there any other fees?" "You have to ask clearly, so you don't get ripped off." "Of course there are other fees." Chu Qiuting then told Lu Li the whole story. After some consideration, the other party revealed a bitter melon face and said, "If I had known, I wouldn't have had so many." Ha ha ha. Chu Qiuting looked at the other person's aggrieved expression and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "There are only 7 of them, we can still afford them. This is a heavy burden." Lu Mingli thought with horror, this is only their initial tuition fees, and when they grow up in the future, the expenses will be even higher. Chu Qiuting knew that Lu Mingli had not had an easy time over the years, and naturally, he considered a lot. If it weren't for the monetary rewards he could get from the system, he would probably be even more likely to complain than Lu Mingli. Some families may not be able to earn 80,000 yuan a year, and they still have to pay for daily expenses, so even if they save money, they will still have to spend 100,000 yuan a year. "I'm here for you, so don't worry." Chu Qiuting comforted her again, "Don't think so much. Have you eaten lunch yet? Is work going well?" Lu Mingli's complexion improved slightly, and she continued, "I have eaten. I'm a little worried about you and the kids, so I'll find time to call you on video. Do you want to say something to the kids?" Chu Qiuting said, but turned the video to a different camera angle and said to the children again, "Babies, this is Mommy's video, do you have anything to say to Mommy?" The children all rushed over and shouted in unison, "Mommy, we miss you." "Love you, babies, Mommy misses you too." Lu Mingli suddenly smiled, always smiling in front of her children. "Are you good at home? Do you listen to Daddy and do your homework well?" "Yes, we're very good. We even went shopping with Dad." "Mom, I have a secret to tell you. Dad is a big hero. He caught the bad guy for the police. We also met a nice old man in the neighborhood who gave us candy." One by one, the cute kids reported on everything that had happened that day in their sweet little voices. Lu Mingli was taken aback. You went with Dad to catch the bad guy? That's great. Were you hurt? Yes, Dad and the neighborhood grandpa caught the bad guy. Erbo was almost bitten by the bad guy's dog, but Dad chased it away. Mom, when are you coming back? Dad bought us silver bracelets, they're so pretty. Sanbao said, and waved the silver bracelet on his arm in front of the camera. The other cute kids also showed off their bracelets. Lu Mingli also praised them one after the other, and then said, Mommy has something to tell Daddy. Can I see your bracelets when I get back tonight? Okay. After that, Lu Mingli had a private chat with Chu Choying. She said softly, Honey, you're spending money again. Chu Choying knew that Lu Mingli was just being concerned, so he smiled slightly and said, It's not expensive, so I bought it. After all, other people's children have them, and ours can't be left behind. If I didn't know their birth dates, I would have wanted to buy them a birth lock or something, but this needs to be discussed when you get back. We'll make it up to the kids when our family is better off in the future. Lu Mingli was moved, but still didn't want Chu Choying to spend all the savings from all these years. After she finished speaking, she continued, What happened just now when the kids said you were catching bad guys? Were you hurt? Chu Choting smiled slightly and said, It's nothing, just a resident walking his dog without a leash, almost endangering Erbao, so I taught him a lesson. After a few minutes, Chu Choting recounted the incident in general, and Lu Mingli's heart trembled as she listened. Husband, in the future, if we encounter people like this, let's avoid them. Can't we avoid them if we can't afford to provoke them? I know what to do. Chu Choting added, This time, it was also thanks to the security guard and the property management for their help. I will bring a gift to thank them some other day. I agree with that. Lu Mingli added, I will give you the money to buy it when I get paid. Can you not touch my money? Chu Choting didn't insist, and said with a smile, Yes, you're a rich woman. What are you talking about? If I were a rich woman, my children wouldn't have to suffer with me. Lu Mingli said coquettishly, Okay, I'll stop talking. You eat first. I'll cook dinner when I get off work. After that, if you're tired, I can move the furniture by myself. There's not much stuff, and it's not far. Okay, you too. If you're tired, take a nap first, and let me know when you get off work tonight. Chu Choting smiled and laughed. Okay. Lu Mingli hung up after answering. Chu Choting also began preparing the ingredients, and then made lunch a little simpler, cooking a few nutritious dishes for the children. There was chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Duck soup, stir-fried chicken hot pot, steamed fish, and stir-fried pork. There were also a few vegetarian dishes to go with it. After 2 p.m., Chu Choting had all the meals on the table, and the cute kids couldn't wait any longer. They were so busy until now that they didn't start eating until then, but fortunately they had fruit and snacks to tide them over. Even so, the kids polished off all the food, and it was clear that they were enjoying it after seeing their cooking skills improve. Several of the kids had eaten 2 big bowls of rice. They didn't forget to leave some for Lu Mingli, and said to their father, Can we save this for Mom when she gets home from work? Chu Choying stroked the kids' little heads and said, I'll cook again tonight, so Mom won't go hungry. Then Dad, I'll wash the dishes and clean up with my sisters, and you can go rest. Dabeo arranged things wisely. He didn't take over either, but laughed, Okay, but you can't reach the sink, so I'll do it, but you can wipe the table for me. We can wash it. Wu Bao, however, explained, Usually when Mom's not home, we stand on chairs to wash the dishes. Chu Choting was full of curiosity, Okay, let's see how you wash the dishes. They also started to compete to show off. When all the dishes were cleaned and placed in the sink, the system's prompt continued, Ding! Congratulations, host, you have prepared a delicious lunch for the children, rating C, and received a reward of 3,000 yuan. Starting to multiply Ding, multiplication successful, received 7 times the cash reward, has been fully distributed to the host's account. At this point, Chu Choting needed to take out his phone to check, and knew that the reward was sitting in his balance. To his surprise, he had received a 7-fold reward this time. He just hoped that the multiplier would be as high the next time he received a high reward. At this time, the cute kids also started to do housework. They stepped on the bench and worked with a clear division of labor. From the way they washed the dishes, Chu Choting couldn't help but feel relieved, as they had helped with the housework quite a bit. The kids Lu Mingli took care of were all leaders among their peers. He was proud of them. After the dishes were washed, it was almost past 3 o'clock. Shu Ting was not idle. While letting the children take a nap for a while, he looked at the cars. Thinking that having a car in the next 2 days would be very convenient, whether it was to take Lu Mingli to work or to pick up the young children to and from school. Considering the large number of people, Shu Ting directly ignored the small cars or SUVs. Instead, he found some large commercial vehicles with plenty of space and enough seats. After comparing them, he finally chose the Mercedes-Benz V-Class limousine commercial vehicle. The price was acceptable, too, and it was in the range of 550,000 to 600,000 yuan. It was a medium to large MPV with a 2.0T 211 horsepower L4 engine and 5 doors and 7 seats. Although it could only seat 7 people, it was enough. After all, the cute kids were still young and different from adults. After asking the salesperson about the car's condition online, the salesperson also left his contact information and agreed to come to the house tomorrow to look at the car. In addition, Shu Ting was not planning to stop, and found the nearby mini Wuling Hongguang 4S store again. He told the Minghua children to go out and wait for their mother to get off work, told them to go to bed at home when they were hungry or thirsty, and then left the house. When leaving, Shu Ting also repeatedly reminded everyone to open the door when anyone knocked. The cute kids had already been educated by Lu Mingli before, so they were still on their guard. Shu Qiuying locked the door again and then took a taxi to the 4S shop. After going through the purchase procedures, he used about 40,000 yuan to buy a Wuling Hongguang Mini. This kind of car has 2 seats, is small and cute, and is very suitable for girls to drive to work. In the car, Shu Qiuying sent a message to Lu Mingli, "Send me your work address." Lu Mingli sent a string of question marks, and then gave a location. Shu Qiuying replied, "I have a surprise for you." Lu Mingli asked again. However, Shu Qiuying did not reply again, but drove the Mini to the destination. It was about 11 kilometers from his current location, which was not too far. After a half-hour journey, Shu Qiuying arrived at the bottom of the other party's company, which was surprisingly in the financial city. Up to now, Shu Ting still didn't know what industry Lu Mingli was in, and he hadn't asked before. After finding a place to park, Shu Ting got out of the car. Then he thought about it, took out a beautiful jewelry box from his pocket, placed it in a conspicuous position above the steering wheel, then grinned and sent another message to Lu Mingli, "I'm downstairs at your company." Lu Mingli used symbols to describe her mood. Shu Ting could read them. The other person was confused and surprised. "Why are you here?" "I don't finish work for another half hour." Lu Mingli sent another string of text. "I'll wait for you." Shu Ting sent 3 words back. "You said you had a surprise for me, so you came to pick me up from work?" Lu Mingli still had time to chat, which proved that the business was not busy. "This is a small surprise, and there is a big surprise waiting for you after work," Shu Ting said. "Lu Mingli, I have absolutely no idea what it is." "Can't you tell me now?" "It's a secret for now," said Shu Ting. "Okay, wait for me then, I'll be right there. You can find a place to sit first." Lu Mingli added, "Of course, you can come up too, I'm on the 8th floor, at Time Securities." It was only then that Shu Ting realized that Lu Mingli worked in securities, and it wasn't hard to guess that her salary was estimated to be in the 7K-11K range. This is the salary range for securities employees. I just don't know how long she's been working there. But from the previous predicament of Lu Mingli, it seems that her position is not high, perhaps she is just an ordinary employee. Shu Ting sent a message to the other party, "Is it convenient?" But Lu Mingli didn't reply. After waiting for a few minutes, and then another 10 minutes, Lu Mingli still had no news. He thought to himself that perhaps Lu Mingli was busy, so he continued to wait patiently. It was past the time he should have left for the day, but it had already been more than 5 minutes since Shu Ting had seen her, so could it be that she had suddenly worked overtime? After thinking about it, Shu Ting finally decided to go upstairs and take a look. In the meantime, people kept coming out of the building. Shu Ting went all the way to the 8th floor and walked out. There were several financial companies on this office floor, but he still found the Time Securities Company. When he arrived at the door, it was a transparent glass door, but there weren't many people at this time, and even the reception was empty. He had planned to wait for someone to come out and then ask about Lu Mingli's news, but suddenly he heard Lu Mingli scream, "Director Lin, please take back the gift. If there's nothing else, I'll be going first." Hearing the voice, Shu Ting felt that something was wrong. Just as he was about to push the door open, a lewd laugh sounded, "Jajage, Lu Mingli, don't you like the black silk I gave you? Then I have other colors, just wear them for me to see." As long as you promise me, starting next month, you will be the head of the project department. Chapter 24 Beat up a drowning dog. My wife is also someone you can bully? Director Lin, if you continue like this, I will not be polite. Lu Mingli's cold voice came out. Lu Mingli, what are you pretending to be innocent in front of me for? Who doesn't know that you are a shameless bitch? Director Lin began to attack with harsh words. What's wrong with you wearing black silk if you are an unmarried pregnant bitch? Director Lin, you. Lu Mingli was so angry that she slapped him directly, and after a loud slap, she angrily said, please show some respect. How dare you hit me, you bitch? Director Lin was like a mad boar, and he started to get physical with Lu Mingli. Aren't you just a woman who was abandoned by a wild man, and now you're acting all high and mighty in front of me? Lu Mingli was furious after being humiliated by the other party. But she knew that no one was in the company right now, and she would definitely not get a good outcome if she continued to argue with them. After realizing that things were not going well, Lu Mingli was about to grab her bag and run. However, her handbag was grabbed by Director Lin, and Lu Mingli was thinking about whether to let go and run first, but because the strap broke, her body also followed and fell backwards. Ah! A scream came from Lu Mingli's mouth, and she tried to grab the desk, but the speed of the fall was too fast for her to anticipate. Thud! Her body stabilized. She fell with a full body. Lu Mingli turned her head sharply and suddenly saw a handsome face. Chu Cho Ting. Lu Mingli exclaimed, why are you here? Chu Cho Ting helped Lu Mingli up from his arms, and his face was a little gloomy as he fixed his gaze on Director Lin, who was also backing away. The other person was fat, short, and a bit Mediterranean. Seeing Chu Cho Ting suddenly come to his company, which was very unfamiliar, and holding Lu Mingli, he was furious and said, hey, kid, what are you doing? Who let you come to my company? Get out of here. Chu Cho Ting didn't care about Director Lin's arrogance towards him. After helping Lu Mingli up, he looked down and said lightly, wait for me at the door. Lu Mingli's inexplicable heart suddenly settled down. Seeing that Chu Cho Ting was going to settle the score with Director Lin, she was worried that a big problem would arise, so she took his hand and said, honey, don't worry. She didn't stop him, and she had already decided to bear the consequences herself. She could also see that although Chu Cho Ting appeared calm on the surface, anger was already in his eyes. Normally, she had put up with this fat pig for a long time. If it weren't for the pressure of life, she would have long since lost her temper and left. Now that things had come to this, Lu Mingli was also prepared to leave, and at worst, she would start over again. Chu Cho Ting gave her a faint smile and said, don't worry, I can handle a few rascals, let alone this old rogue. After saying that, he walked straight towards Director Lin. He also raised his fists, making a crunching sound. Director Lin looked at Chu Cho Ting, who was tall and strong, and looked menacing, and began to back down. Hey, what do you want? This is my company. If you dare to lay a hand on me, believe it or not, you won't be able to get away with it. He threatened him, but kept backing up. Chu Cho Ting's anger ignited. First, he bent down to pick up the bag that had been thrown on the ground, and then he casually drew his belt from his waist. From a distance of about 1 meter away from Director Lin, he said coldly, the first move of the dog-beating staff method, beating 2 dogs with 1 stick. With a swift motion, he swept Director Lin's legs away. Pa pa. The belt cracked against the other person's thighs. Ah! Director Lin let out a scream, his legs shaking, his teeth gritted from the pain. He staggered backwards crookedly. But Chu Cho-ying was relentless. Dog-beating staff technique, second style, hit the dog on the head. The belt transformed into a staff and swung down towards Director Lin's bald head. Pop! The belt struck the bare top of his head, and the pain made him immediately hug his head with both hands and scurry away. Ah, my head! Director Lin was defenseless and could only scream in pain. Lu Mingli watched from the doorway as Chu Cho-ying taught Director Lin a lesson, and she felt a sense of satisfaction. The man's imposing figure, his dashing movements, and his deep, magnetic voice all captivated her. This was her man. Her husband. But Chu Cho-ying was relentless, and he used the third technique of the beating a dog method, reverse dog's rump. The belt, like a poisonous snake, attacked the fat buttocks of Director Lin, who was cowering with his head in his hands. Pop! Like a sharp whip, it lashed out on the buttocks, causing Director Lin to let out a squeal of pain like a pig being slaughtered. But Chu Cho Ting was not finished teaching Director Lin a lesson. The belt only caused the flesh to ache, but it did not hurt the muscles or bones. Moreover, every move was directed at the vital parts. The 10th form of the dog beating staff method, slash the dog's face. At this moment, the belt in Chu Qiuting's hands was like an extension of his arm, slithering like a snake, and in a continuous manner, it struck the opponent's face squarely. Pop! This time, Chu Qiuting gave the opponent a severe beating, leaving his face covered in welts. The belt marks made his face unrecognizable. Lu Mengli did not say stop, knowing that Chu Qiuting knew what he was doing. Stop, I was wrong. Director Lin directly knelt down and begged for mercy. Chu Qiuting, however, swung the belt, wrapped it around his neck, and then stamped on the other person's dog face with his foot, coldly and condescendingly saying, "Apologize. Apologize to my wife." "What, your wife?" Director Lin froze for a moment, his face pressed against the ground, crying out repeatedly, "Mengli, I'm sorry, I was wrong, for the sake of our being colleagues, please forgive me this time." Lu Mengli, however, suddenly became moved, not because of Director Lin, of course, but because of Chu Qiuting's words. That firm wife also solidified the relationship between the two. Instead of begging for mercy, she coldly told Lin, "Lin, as your superior, I can understand you sending us on errands, but that doesn't give you the right to insult me. I quit this job, and you can hire someone else." Yes, it's my fault, my big mouth hurt you. Now, would you ask your husband to take his foot off my face?" At this time, he could feel his face being squashed and deformed. However, Chu Qiuting bent over again and said menacingly, "Regarding the matter of you harassing my wife, it won't be so easily forgotten. You must be punished by law, and you can't end it until you compensate us for our losses." Saying this, he moved his foot away from Director Lin's face, glanced at the surveillance in the office again, and said to Lu Mengli, "Where is the surveillance room? I want to retrieve the surveillance and take it away." Lu Mengli instantly knew what Chu Qiuting was going to do. Instead, Director Lin, with a piggy face, said with extreme tension, "Brother, please spare me. If you call the police, you won't get away with it either. I'm just defending myself." However, Chu Qiuting was confident, "Don't even think about running. If I can't do my wife's job, you won't be able to keep your job as director either." Chu Qiuting is a man who will avenge any wrongs and will never let go until the other person is disgraced. "I'll get it." Lu Mengli glanced at Director Lin and showed no mercy. Although Chu Qiuting had lectured Director Lin, it was not a foolproof solution. In the future, other female colleagues would definitely be sexually harassed, so she chose to support Lu Mengli's decision. Director Lin tried to stop after watching it, but Chu Qiuting's belt suddenly whipped around, causing an air blast in the air, which scared him into not moving again. After all, this thing really hurts when it hits you. At this time, his legs were still trembling, his face was burning, and he couldn't see his head, but he guessed that he had a bruise. In a short while, Lu Mengli backed up the surveillance footage and handed it over to Chu Qiuting, saying, "It's all in here." Chu Qiuting looked at Lu Mengli with some concern and said, "Let's go, the kids are still waiting for us at home." "Okay." Lu Mengli nodded with a hint of tenderness in her eyes. After they left, Director Lin sat down on the ground with a thud and frantically shook his phone. After Chu Qiuting and Lu Mengli went downstairs, the latter said with a lingering sense of fear, "Chu Qiuting, thank goodness you came, otherwise I really don't know what to do. I waited a long time and saw that you weren't coming down, so I had to go up and take a look." Chu Qiuting was also a little afraid after the fact. If he had arrived a little later, or if he hadn't planned to come to surprise Lu Mengli today, it might have been a different scene. He continued, "Luckily I arrived in time. Are you feeling better now?" Lu Mengli nodded, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, but their hands remained very close together, and they never dared to hold hands. In her mind, however, the words Chu Qiuting had said to Director Lin kept popping up, "She's my wife. Am I his wife?" The two of them had never been officially married or in a relationship, and they only had a child together. Could this be considered a marriage? Lu Mengli couldn't tell anymore. However, she could feel the sense of security that Chu Qiuting gave her, and gradually, she even began to rely on him. When Chu Qiuting took Lu Mengli to the side of the small minicar and opened the door, Lu Mengli was a little surprised and said, "Chu Qiuting, did you buy this car? Do you like it?" Chu Qiuting deliberately picked the color of the fan system and a smile appeared on his face. "You're going to give it to me?" Lu Mengli was unexpected and opened her mouth, unable to express her feelings. The fear she had just felt was instantly cured. "Of course." Chu Qiuting looked at the small electric car parked nearby, which belonged to Lu Mengli. When he saw it was not there when he went downstairs in the morning, he knew that Lu Mengli had ridden it to work. "In the future, you will find it convenient to go to work with this car, of course, now you don't have to use it to go to work. It's too valuable. Lu Mingli shook her head, then grinned and said, "You keep it for yourself. I'll just take the electric car, and there's no traffic." Xu Chou-ting, however, slipped the car keys into the other person's hand and said, "You have a driver's license, right? Want to try?" Lu Mingli did have a driver's license, but she hadn't had much contact with it since taking the test, and now she was a little nervous. "I'm not very skilled." "It's okay, I'll sit in the passenger seat and remind you." Xu Chou-ting smiled, suddenly came up behind Lu Mingli, put his hands on her shoulders, and pushed her towards the driver's seat, saying, "You'll have to drive sometime, so you might as well practice now." Lu Mingli then grabbed her bag with one hand, took the car keys in the other, and sat down firmly. After Chu Chou-ying closed the door for her, she ran to the passenger seat and got in. Then, under Chu Chou-ying's watchful gaze, Lu Mingli started the car, a little nervous, and took control of the steering wheel, driving the car out of the parking space. Although the operation was a little unpracticed, it was an automatic transmission, which prevented her from getting flustered. After driving normally, Lu Mingli's nervousness gradually eased, and Xu Chou-ting also used his mobile phone to locate the way. "Let's go to the police station." "Ah." Lu Mingli was taken aback. "Report the case and let the police handle it." Xu Chou-ting explained, "To deal with evil people, you have to use the law against them." Lu Mingli also took a deep breath and said, "Xu Chou-ting, then you will also be implicated." "Don't worry, I was acting in self-defense. My wife was sexually harassed, shouldn't I, as her husband, teach her a lesson?" Xu Chou-ting grinned. "We didn't get married, so we're not considered husband and wife." Lu Mingli corrected him. "But we have 7 children." Xu Chou-ting retorted. Lu Mingli was speechless, as if it was true. Xu Chou-ting also noticed that Lu Mingli did not object to outsiders addressing the two of them by their titles. This meant that she was slowly accepting him as well. Everything was starting to develop for the better. Along the way, Lu Mingli's driving skills became more and more steady and proficient, and coupled with the compact body, it was relatively simple to control. After arriving at the police station, Lu Mingli noticed an exquisite jewelry box placed on the center console. Taking advantage of the gap while waiting for the traffic light, she couldn't help but ask, "Did the forest shop give this box?" "Open it and take a look." Xu Chou-ting looked at the traffic light and saw that there were more than 50 seconds left, which was enough time to handle things, so he laughed and said, "A gift for you." "What?" Lu Mingli was surprised. "What is it?" Saying this, he reached out and opened it. Suddenly, a bracelet and a delicate necklace were lying inside. Women are all sentimental creatures, especially when they receive a beloved gift, they will be especially moved. Xu Chou-ting noticed Lu Mingli's expression, and his eyes were moist with emotion. He took advantage of the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot and said, "Happy Valentine's Day. This is also considered to be the first gift I gave you. I hope you will like it." Lu Mingli did not refuse, but accepted it with joy, while choking back tears. "Thank you, I really like it. I'll put it on for you when we get home," added Xu Chou-ting. "Okay." Lu Mingli obediently nodded. At that moment, the traffic lights started flashing, and Lu Mingli put the jewelry box away before releasing the foot brake and continuing to drive. A few minutes later, they finally arrived at the police station. After Lu Mingli parked the car, she was still worried, afraid that once she reported the case, it would implicate Xu Chou-ting. Seeing the other person's little thoughts, Xu Chou-ting, however, smiled lightly and said, "Let's go, don't worry, we should trust the police's ability to do their job. If I really have to be punished, then so be it." "Then I'll accompany you," Lu Mingli said, got out of the car, and walked towards the police station door. Looking again, the police had not yet finished work, but there were not many people, so she walked over and said, "Hello, we want to report a crime." When the police officer looked up, Xu Chou-ting was surprised to find that it was actually a familiar face. "It's you again, Mr. Chu." The police officer also recognized Xu Chou-ting, and after looking at Lu Mingli again, he suddenly associated her with a few children. They looked somewhat similar, and he couldn't help but grin and say, "Is this your wife?" Chapter 25. The head of security learned kung fu from the father of the child, and made director Lin turn himself in. Xu Chou-ting never expected to encounter the rogue police officer again within a day. This could only be described as fate. Seeing him looking at Lu Mingli and asking about himself, Xu Chou-ting grinned and admitted with a broad smile, "It's my wife." Lu Mingli, on the other hand, was confused and didn't know how Xu Chou-ting knew the police officer. When she heard Xu Chou-ting explain their relationship like this, she couldn't help blushing. She didn't refute it, which was also an indirect way of acknowledging this identity. So, what brings you two here? The police officer laughed again. After all, this is not the place to chat about family matters, so he began to get to the point. Chu Cho Ting, however, handed the police officer the footage captured by the company's surveillance camera, explaining, "Comrade policeman, it's like this. My wife was insulted by her superior at work and almost sexually assaulted. So we came here with evidence to report the case." The police officer took the surveillance footage Chu Cho Ting handed him, his eyes suddenly becoming serious as he carefully watched the entire process. It included the footage of Chu Cho Ting teaching Director Lin a lesson with his belt, without any concealment. Lu Mingli hurriedly asked after the other party had finished watching, "Comrade policeman, does this kind of thing count as self-defense for someone like my child's father?" "It does." The policeman nodded. "Madam, where is the man who bullied you now? Can you provide me with detailed identification information?" Lu Mingli thought for a moment and remembered that she had a pair of signed documents in her bag. Usually, the company's business is basically handled through his hands. While also providing the policeman with Director Lin's contact information, she said, "Comrade policeman, what do you think should be done about this matter?" In cases like this, according to the legal basis, coercion or threats will generally be classified as criminal cases and investigated. The police officer explained, "Let's put it this way, we will now summon the person involved to come over and find out the real situation. Please cooperate with the investigation." "Okay." Lu Mengli saw that Chu Cho Ting would not be implicated, so she readily agreed. The police officer first arranged for Chu Cho Ting and the other person to wait in the reception room, while calling a colleague to prepare for handling the matter. He himself then called Director Lin's phone. The other party answered quickly, and then Chen Jipeng of the police immediately explained, "May I ask if this is Mr. Lin Chang?" "It's me, and who is this?" At this time, Director Lin had already left the company and was driving. "Hello, this is Chen Jipeng, the captain of the Public Security Detachment of the Huaxi District Police Station. Someone has come to report a crime, saying that you used your position to insult and coerce your subordinates, so we would like to ask you to come over and cooperate with our investigation." Chen Jipeng explained carefully. There was no sound from Director Lin's side for a moment. "Mr. Lin Chang, are you listening?" Chen Jipeng asked again. The other party immediately replied, "Comrade policeman, this is all a misunderstanding, you can't believe the rumors. Mr. Lin Chang, we have already watched the relevant video evidence, and it is true that you had physical contact with your employees in the company at around 5:10 p.m. today, and there was a tendency towards violence. Therefore, I am now officially informing you that you must come to our police station to surrender before today." Chen Jipeng also stopped being polite and spoke directly, giving an ultimatum, "If you don't come, we'll assume you're a criminal at large and will take certain measures. Please cooperate." Director Lin urged, "Comrade policeman, I'll be right over, but it's rush hour and my car is stuck in traffic." "We'll wait for you." Chen Jipeng hung up after saying that. After that, he walked towards the reception room, looked at Chu Cho Ting and Lu Mengli, who were chatting in low voices, and knocked on the door before walking in. The two then looked at Chen Jipeng, before Chu Cho Ting got up and said, "Comrade policeman, is Lin Chang coming?" "He said he's on his way." Chen Jipeng looked at Lu Mengli, and indeed, she was like a lotus flower emerging from the water, with an extraordinary appearance. It was hard to imagine that she was a woman who had given birth to 7 children, and her figure was still very well maintained. A woman with a tall figure like this, with a pure appearance that reveals a hint of charm, it is understandable that she would be choked to death by her own boss who was plotting evil intentions. However, Chen Jipeng's gaze did not remain on Lu Mengli's body, but instead looked at Chu Cho Ting and smiled, saying, "Mr. Chu, we will definitely handle this matter impartially. If you don't mind, just call me Chen Jipeng, or Officer Chen is fine too." "Thank you." Chu Cho Ting was grateful. Chen Jipeng, however, waved his hand and said, "But Mr. Chu, I now finally understand why you were able to take care of those thugs alone. Just from seeing the video of you beating Lin Chang with a belt, I felt that you have real kung fu. The belt really hits where it means to, with incredible precision. So I'm curious, what was your previous occupation?" Chu Cho Ting laughed, "Officer Chen, I taught myself all this from boring workouts I did on a daily basis. In fact, I'm just a fiction writer. Of course, it's also because I read martial arts novels and TV dramas, and thus sensed some moves." "Oh?" Chen Jipeng's eyes lit up. "Then if you have time, can you teach me? I find all these moves incredible. Even I'm not sure I could beat you, ha ha ha." Lu Mingli also recalled at this time that when Chu Cho Ting dealt with Lin Chang, he beat Lin Chang with his belt until Lin Chang was unable to fight back. Unexpectedly, after all these years, Chu Ting still has real kung fu, which is really surprising. Officer Chen, don't make fun of me, I was just joking, it's not serious. Chu Ting said with a smile. I'm being serious. Chen Jipeng said very seriously, I was thinking that if you can apply these moves to our police's usual training, it might have an unexpected effect. Chu Ting also suddenly felt that it was very easy. If he could be of help to the country and the police, he would do his best. Then I'll try. Chu Ting saw that Chen Jipeng was genuinely and humbly asking for advice, so he agreed and said, if it's okay, we can set a time to practice. Upon hearing this, Chen Jipeng immediately clasped his hands in a fist and shouted to Chu Choying, Master, please accept your disciple's bow. Unexpectedly, the other party really took it seriously. Chu Choying was a little flattered and said, Officer Chen, what are you doing? I can't accept it. Lu Mingli was amused by the actions of the police officer. She looked at Chu Choying again and began to talk about the moves with Chen Jipeng. A smile of relief appeared on her face. Brother Chu, I didn't expect that you would incorporate the dog beating stick technique into the moves. It really opened my eyes. Chen Jipeng exclaimed in admiration. Before long, another police officer outside the door walked in and said, Team Leader Chen, the person who claims to be Lin Chang is here. Chapter 26, A Blessing in Disguise, promoted to department manager and an additional godmother. Chen Jipeng nodded and said to Chu Choying, Brother Chu, sister-in-law, let's talk outside. During the exchange, their relationship underwent subtle changes. Lu Mingli got up and then walked out of the reception room shoulder to shoulder with Chu Choying. After the three of them arrived in the lobby, they saw Lin Chang sitting uneasily in his seat, looking around. When he saw Chu Choying and Lu Mingli walking out with a police officer, his expression changed. The sweat on his forehead showed that he had rushed here in a great hurry, and his eyes revealed a trace of fear and unease. This was a sign that he had done something wrong. Chen Jipeng walked over and said to Lin Chang, Hello, Comrade Lin Chang, I'm Chen Jipeng, the one who just called you. I'm very grateful for your cooperation. Now that the people involved are all here, let's get straight to the point. Lin Chang hurriedly explained, Officer Chen, this is really a misunderstanding. These two are the villains who started the complaint first. Before the interrogation even began, Lin Chang was eager to distance himself from the situation. Pointing at Chu Ting and then at his own face, he said, If anyone should call the police, it should be me. Look at my face and the top of my head, they're covered in blood from the beatings. And my body, from the root of my thigh to my buttocks, he said, before lifting his shirt to reveal his pot belly. If Chen Jipeng hadn't stopped him in time, Lin Chang would have taken off his pants. Lin Chang, comrade, stop. Chen Jipeng said with a serious face, We have already heard the whole story from Mr. Chu and Ms. Lu, and there is also the video evidence they provided, which can also determine that this case was caused by your sexual harassment of Ms. Lu, which failed, and finally Mr. Chu arrived in time to conduct reasonable and legitimate self-defense. Now, if you have anything to say, we'll listen, but you have to think carefully. Our conversation is being recorded, and if you lie or cover up your crime, it will be an additional crime that will not help you. So, we hope you will confess. Lin Chang is a director, but he is usually unproductive and has a very weak sense of the law. Now that he has been warned by Chen Jipeng, he immediately caved in. Sweat kept pouring off his forehead, and he shivered as he lifted his arm to wipe the sweat stains. Comrade policeman, I was wrong, I know I was wrong. When he looked up again, his eyes were brimming with tears, and he began to beg for mercy. Mingli, I shouldn't have had evil intentions towards you, it was my fault. Please withdraw the charges against me, in consideration of the fact that I usually take care of you. Of course, I am also willing to compensate you for your mental damages, no matter how much I promise. Up to now, Lin Chang still has not repented, and is brazenly bribing in front of the police. Lu Mingli, however, looked coldly at him and said, You take care of me? How have you normally treated me and my colleagues at the company? You've squeezed our labor to the bone. Is that what you call taking care of me? Officer Chen, he has sexually harassed not just me, but also other female colleagues in our company. They are often harassed by him, and he has even engaged in some improper transactions, just to get ahead. Lin Chang didn't expect that Lu Mingli not only hadn't forgiven him, but had even dug up his past. Chen Jipeng also warned, Comrade Lin Chang, please behave yourself. Regarding Ms. Lu's claims, there is no substantial evidence for the time being. We will conduct interviews and collect evidence. Now, I will ask you, do you plead guilty to the case of using improper means in the company to sexually harass Ms. Lu? At this point, the evidence was conclusive. Lin Chang knew that even if he argued, it would be useless, so he chose to confess and be lenient. He sat on the ground in a despondent manner, then nodded blankly and said, "I confess." Then, with a glimmer of hope, Lin Chang asked, "Comrade policeman, how long would someone like me usually be sentenced for?" Chen Jipeng, however, said with a cold face, "That depends on the sentence handed down by the court." Wu Lin Chang's face was ashen. He suddenly thought of a news story he had read about, in which the owner of a company had attempted to rape a female employee and was sentenced to 5 years in prison. He couldn't help but think that his situation was somewhat similar, except that the circumstances were less serious. He hoped that he would not be sentenced to 5 years in prison, because that would be like asking to die. "Take him away." Chen Jiqiang ordered an officer. Immediately, Lin Chang was taken to the temporary holding cell. As for Chu Choying, Chen Jiqiang smiled and said, "Brother Chu, Ms. Liu, after the follow-up investigation results and the court's verdict are handed down, there may be some matters that require you to come over again, and then any compensation will also be dealt with together. Do you see any other questions you want to add?" Chu Cho-ting looked at Lu Mingli, but saw the other person shake his head and say, "No. Officer Chen, thank you, you've worked hard." "Not at all, this is what we should do." Chen Jipeng smiled and said, "Since there are no more questions, you can go back and rest first, and we will notify you if there are any follow-up developments." "Okay, thank you, Officer Chen." Chu Cho-ting also extended his hand and shook hands with the other person, then said goodbye. Chen Jipeng also personally saw him to the door, and while doing so, he shouted to Chu Choting, who was just getting into his Mini, "Brother Chu, please give my regards to the kids. I'll visit you again some other day and ask you to teach me the moves of the dog-beating staff." "You have to teach me." "No problem." Chu Choting also readily agreed. Then, Chu Choting personally drove out of the police station. On the way, Lu Mingli suddenly let out a heavy sigh of relief, but then she became melancholy again. "Honey, thank you this time, but I'll have to find a new job again." Seeing that Lu Mingli's mood had not improved because Lin Chang had been arrested, he comforted her, saying, "It's no big deal to find another job. With your abilities, it's not hard to find another one. Just relax and don't think about it so much. However, the pressure at home is once again falling on you alone, and there is nothing I can do to help." Lu Mingli said with a sense of loss, "I'm so useless." Looking at Lu Mingli blaming herself, Chu Cho-ting continued to comfort her, "Silly girl, don't blame yourself, it's not your fault. Besides, didn't Officer Chen say that there will be compensation after the sentence is handed down? If you quit, the company will definitely give you a subsidy. So don't worry about money. Besides, I'm still here, aren't I? I'm more than enough to support you all on my own. Even if you don't do anything at home, I can still support you all." After being comforted by Chu Cho-ting, Lu Mingli's eyes once again filled with tears. It had only been a few days, but Chu Cho-ting's appearance had seemingly changed her life with the children. Having someone to rely on made her feel much more at ease. "My dear husband, thank you." Lu Mingli sincerely said, "Thank you for taking care of the children and standing up for me." Chu Cho-ting saw that the other person's mood seemed to have improved a little, so he took advantage of the opportunity and said, You are just under too much pressure. In fact, sometimes, you should give yourself more time to relax and unwind, otherwise it's exhausting to keep going like this." Lu Mingli actually also wanted to live a carefree life, but before Chu Cho-ting came, she didn't dare to relax for a moment. No matter how tired she was, as long as she thought about the 7 children, Lu Mingli was full of energy again. "I will learn to relax." Lu Mingli didn't want to give Chu Cho-ting too many negative emotions, so she nodded and agreed. "That's right," said Chu Cho-ting, and he reached out his right hand to stroke Lu Mingli's head, but suddenly stopped. Although the relationship between the two was gradually heating up, it had not yet reached the level of a normal boyfriend or girlfriend or husband and wife. A head patting like this was a bit inappropriate. Chu Cho-ting wasn't sure if the other person would get angry, so he immediately withdrew his hand. Lu Mingli also noticed Chu Cho-ting's actions. Seeing that he wanted to pat her but didn't dare to, she suddenly burst out laughing and said, "Dad, thank you, and your gift." "You're welcome." Chu Cho-ting drove carefully while also chatting idly, "Mom, I have one more thing to report to you." "What is it?" Lu Mingli grabbed the seatbelt with both hands, looked at Chu Choying's profile and then looked away, with a trace of curiosity on her face. "In addition to buying this minicar, I also bought a 7-seater Mercedes-Benz," said Chu Choying with a smile. Lu Mingli. Seeing that Lu Mingli didn't say anything, Chu Choying glanced at her. Lu Mingli was staring at him with wide eyes, not saying a word, as if she had been provoked. My dear, I was thinking that it would be convenient for our family to travel in the future, so after much consideration, I decided that buying a commercial vehicle is also a necessity. Chu Cho Ting added, of course, don't worry, I still have enough money in my hands for the children's schooling and daily expenses, so don't think too much about buying a Mercedes-Benz. Lu Mingli had heard of the concept, but how much more? In her mind, a Mercedes-Benz was a mid to high-end car that cost several $100,000. Even if she didn't eat or drink and used her previous salary, it would take her years to earn it. But today, Chu Cho Ting had brought her far too many surprises and shocks. It's not expensive, 500,000 to 600,000. Chu Cho Ting said with a relaxed expression on his face, in this way, in the future, when our family goes on spring outings, picnics or goes shopping, we can bring the children with us, and they won't be stuck at home all the time and unable to go anywhere. 500,000 to 600,000? Lu Mingli drew in a breath. Honey, this is a bit too expensive, why don't we get a cheaper one? Lu Mingli tried to save some money for Chu Cho Ting. But Chu Cho Ting said with a relaxed smile, I have compared it with other cars and I think this one is the best value for money, so I've decided to buy it. Lu Mingli couldn't help laughing and crying, but she was thinking that she had to find a job as soon as possible to help out. Otherwise, she would feel bad. Don't panic, SpongeBob SquarePants, don't panic. Panic is the devil. You are strong. Strength can conquer everything. Just then, Lu Mengli's phone rang. It was a classic SpongeBob SquarePants quote that had been set as her ringtone. It was full of encouragement. Chu Choying had heard it before, but it was still very inspiring. Of course, it was also a bit childish. But there was nothing wrong with a girl being a bit childish. Lu Mengli didn't answer immediately, but hesitated instead. What's wrong? Whose phone is it? Chu Chioting asked curiously. It's from the company. Lu Mengli thought about it for a while, then picked it up and said hello, General Manager. Chu Chioting drove while listening to Lu Mengli's phone call. Lu Mengli continued, General Manager, I'm fine now. Director Lin has been temporarily detained by the police station, and I just got back from the police station. As she spoke, Lu Mengli turned on the speakerphone to share with Chu Chioting. The general manager's voice came through, a female voice with a hint of majesty. Mengli, why didn't you tell the company about this? The general manager's voice carried anger. That son of a bitch Lin Chang, I've wanted to deal with him for a long time, but since he's on the board of directors, I can't pick on him for no reason. Lu Mengli glanced at Chu Chioting, gave a wry smile, and said, General Manager, I didn't think about it much either, but it was my husband who showed up and then took me to report the crime. Your husband? The general manager was taken aback. No, Mengli, you've always been single, where did you get a husband? Chu Chioting's mouth curled up slightly, and he pricked up his ears to continue listening to the gossip. Lu Mengli, on the other hand, felt a little guilty, blushing and stammering, General Manager, it's the father of the child who's back. It happened just a couple of days ago. Ah, Mengli, you really know how to hide. The general manager laughed again, you're the father of the child, and you're still a man. After disappearing for 6 years, you can be considered to have shown up. Chu Chioting is innocent. But he also feels that the other person is right. He did disappear for 6 years, and despite being wronged, he is to blame. The general manager continued, Mengli, I only found out after I heard a report from the Human Resources Department. Now that Lin Chang's situation has been reported to the board of directors, he is definitely going to lose his job. And I thought that after such a shock, you might want to resign, so I hurriedly called you. Lu Mengli didn't expect to be guessed right by the other party. She said helplessly, General Manager, with this kind of thing happening, it's not appropriate for me to stay in the company. I was thinking of waiting until tomorrow to report to you in person and submit my resignation. What's the point of handing it in? The general manager said angrily, Mengli, you are someone I cultivated with my own hands, don't resign from me. I was going to promote you next month, but now it seems like I don't even have to wait. Tomorrow, you go to work as normal, and we'll deal with Lin Chang personally. By the way, Lin Chang's position will definitely be vacant, and someone will definitely fill it. Of course, at your level, you won't be able to reach that height for the time being, but if someone is promoted, there will definitely be a vacancy below. So I'll make you the department manager. With your abilities, you're qualified for it. Lu Mengli was stunned after hearing this. She really didn't expect to be blessed with good fortune out of misfortune. After looking at Chu Chioting, who gave her a look of affirmation, Lu Mengli took a deep breath and said, General Manager, thank you. Don't be polite with me, you deserve it. The general manager laughed and said, and I will also apply to the board of directors for some compensation for you. I also know your family situation. Those kids all need care, so I will help if I can, and it wasn't in vain for them to call me godmother on the phone at the beginning. Chapter 27. If you are willing to bear 7 children for me, I must celebrate your Chinese Valentine's Day with you. Chu Chou Ting felt that the story of these two women seemed to be very long. Thank you, sister. Lu Mingli was grateful and said, if I have time, I will invite you to dinner alone. Then, after you get promoted, I can go to your house for dinner. The general manager said with a smile, that's good, because I also want to go see my goddaughter and your man who disappeared for 6 years. Let me see for myself how you are willing to bear 7 children for him. Lu Mingli blushed involuntarily and looked at Chu Chou Ting and smiled slightly. Okay, it's settled then. After hanging up the phone, Lu Mingli hurriedly explained, Chu Chou Ting, the general manager is a very nice person, don't misunderstand what she said. She didn't say anything bad about me either. Chu Chou Ting laughed, besides, you have indeed worked hard over the years, willing to bear 7 children for me, even if she calls me an asshole I'll take it, ha. Chu Chou Ting's teasing remark eased the atmosphere a little. Seeing that Chu Chou Ting really didn't mind, Lu Mingli felt a little more at ease, and then thought that she would try to get to know each other better in the future. Enhance mutual feelings. Thank you. Lu Mingli added. Chu Chou Ting smiled without saying a word. She knew the meaning of the other person's thank you. At this time, the work-related matters were also resolved. Not only did Lu Mingli not lose her job, she might also receive compensation and a career promotion. It could be considered a happy ending for everyone. Today's Qixi festival feels like it's been spent just for you, Chu Chou Ting said with a smile. Lu Mingli was also overwhelmed. She never expected so many things to happen in one day. Chu Chou Ting had really given her so many surprises. It seemed that her luck had gradually improved because of his appearance. Chu Chou Ting asked again, what's your story as the general manager? She is the executive general manager of our branch company, and she was also the one who looked after me when I first joined the department. Lu Mingli explained, more than a year ago, in fact, if it weren't for her, I would have probably quit long ago. It's because of that bastard Lin Chang, isn't it? Chu Chou Ting guessed it. Although she didn't want to admit it, Lu Mingli still nodded gently. Several times, Lin Chang wanted to ask me out for a drink alone, but I knew what he was thinking, so I messaged Han Jia, and she helped me turn him down. Chu Chou Ting understood. These kinds of drinking parties are basically full of power and sex deals, and Chu Chou Ting naturally knows the ropes. Then it is indeed time to thank the other party. Chu Chou Ting was grateful after understanding the situation. The two ended their conversation. Looking at the time again, it had already gotten dark, and Lu Mingli became worried again. I wonder how the babies are doing, it's already 7 o'clock, I guess they're all hungry. Don't worry, there's food at home. Although Chu Chou Ting was also worried, fortunately, he had bought a bunch of food at noon, so they would not starve. However, the accelerator under his feet had sped up a lot. 10 minutes later. The two stopped at the square near the community. Lu Mingli was puzzled. Chu Chou Ting, however, smiled and said, let's go buy a cake, as an early celebration for your salary increase and promotion. Also, today is the Qixi festival, so it's okay if we don't buy roses but a cake. The kids will definitely like it too. Lu Mingli was inexplicably moved. Over the past few days, through Chu Chou Ting's heartwarming actions, she suddenly felt that this guy, who she once regarded as a stranger, was actually very attentive. She didn't stop him, but she did grab the bill. Chu Chou Ting didn't insist either, and after letting the other person pay, he drove the minicar into the community. When the doorman saw that it was Chu Chou Ting and the other person, he smiled and greeted them, and then opened the automatic landing pole. Chu Chou Ting entered the underground parking lot again, parked the car, and then came out with Lu Mingli, taking the elevator to the 3rd floor. After a ding, the elevator door opened, and Chu Chou Ting took out the key and opened the door. Suddenly, the room was quiet and dark. Chu Chou Ting looked at the light switch on the side of the living room and shouted while taking off his shoes, babies, Daddy and your mother are back. No one responded. As the light was turned off, no shadows were seen anywhere. Lu Mingli also took off her shoes and looked into the house. It was quiet, and she suddenly felt inexplicably panicked. After looking directly at Chu Chou Ting, she asked, where did they go? The door was locked, and I'm the only one with a key in the house. Chu Chou Ting thought to himself, and suddenly a slight arc formed at the corner of his mouth. He said, oh no, these girls won't have opened the door themselves and gone out to play, will they? Lu Mingley's body trembled violently. If all the children run out, won't something happen? Lu Mingley, who looked panicked, suddenly felt Chu Choying tug her arm. She looked along the direction Chu Choying was pointing with confusion. She suddenly noticed that the curtains on the wall made up of several large glass windows were shaking a little. Upon closer inspection, she saw a small bare foot. Seeing this, Lu Mingley finally understood what was going on. These children! Lu Mingley couldn't help but laugh. However, Chu Ting made a shushing gesture and then pretended to be worried, saying, "Oh dear, did the babies sneak out to play?" In order to cooperate with Chu Ting, or the children's prank, Lu Mingley also responded, "Honey, what are we going to do? We've brought their favorite strawberry cake, but now it looks like we'll have to eat it ourselves." "Oh well, that's that." Chu Ting pretended to be regretful, saying, "It seems that our babies won't get to enjoy their food." "Yes." Lu Mingley echoed. "Mommy and Daddy. I want cake." "Where's the cake?" "Mommy and Daddy, we're over here, ha ha." One by one, the cute kids all poked their heads out from behind the curtains, in the kitchen, in the bathroom, and wherever else they could hide. The quiet space suddenly became lively and bustling. When they saw Chu Choying really holding a 2-layer cake in his hands, they all surrounded him, shouting happily. Lu Mingley pinched De Bao's nose and said, "You still played hide and seek with your parents. Do you know that you almost scared me to death?" Chu Ting, however, picked up Si Bao with one hand and said, "How long have you been hiding?" Si Bao replied, "Mom and Dad, why did you come back so late? We're all starving." "Mom and Dad, this was all Wu Bao's idea. She told us to hide and wait for you to come back. How bad can children's minds be? They just want to play a joke on the adults." Chu Ting and Lu Mingley smiled at each other, their eyes filled with tenderness, and said, "Mommy and Daddy will cook for you now." After putting Si Bao down, Lu Mingley also tied her hair with a rubber band and prepared to go into the kitchen to help, but was stopped by Chu Ting, who said, "You go change your clothes first, rest with the babies for a while, and leave the kitchen to me, the food will be ready soon." Since she had seen Chu Ting's cooking skills yesterday, Lu Mingley was suddenly full of confidence in his cooking. But she still smiled slightly and said, "Then I'll go change and help you again." "Okay." Chu Ting nodded. He entered the kitchen and took out the seafood crab he had bought at noon from the phone box. There were 15 caddies in total, and it cost more than 1,000 yuan. Just so that he can prepare a sumptuous dinner for the children and Lu Mingley tonight to help them build up their little bodies. The children were very curious when they were buying the crabs at noon, but Chu Choying didn't let them play for fear of being pinched. Now that they saw Chu Choying start to process the crabs, they all rushed over and said, "Wow, Daddy, it's crabs. Their claws are so big, hee hee hee." Sanbao said, and compared them with his own little fists, but there was a bit of a difference. "Daddy, these crabs are so cute, can we take one to play with?" Bao asked curiously. Chu Ting had gradually come to understand the personalities of these adorable children over the past 2 days. So, he understood Bao's curiosity and desire to explore new things, and casually took out a crab and placed it on the ground. The crab was a bit big, about 3 or 4 tails, and some were about half a caddy. At this time, its claws were trapped by the thick rope, and only the little crab legs could move. As it crawled on the ground, the children all squatted down to watch. Bao had become a little more cheerful after spending time with Chu Choying, and was reaching out to carefully poke the crab's shell with his finger. Then he quickly withdrew his hand in fright, laughing, "Dad, its shell is hard." Chu Choying laughed, "This is its protective shell, used to defend against enemies. But in a little while, Dad will make it into a delicious meal for you, okay?" "Yes." The children answered in unison. Chu Ting then let the children play with the crab, while also reminding them, "Don't untie its string, or it will use its pincers to pinch you, and that will hurt your little hands." Immediately, they all looked terrified, afraid to touch it again, which made Chu Ting laugh uncontrollably. After playing with the children, Chu Ting began to give the crabs a partial massage. He used a brush to first clean their shells and rinse them. 15 caddies is a lot of work, but Chu Ting's technique was not slow, as if he had been through it all before. At this time, Lu Mingley also changed her clothes and came out. When she came to the kitchen, she saw that the cute kids were still playing with the crab, and she laughed, "Honey, did you let them play with the crab?" "They were curious, so I let them play with it for a while," Chu Ting said without turning his head. Lu Mingley, however, reminded them, "Be careful when playing, kids, don't get your hands pinched." "Mom, Dad already said that, we'll be careful," the kids replied. Lu Mingley was very relieved with them. Unlike other kids, they were inquisitive and disobedient, so the older they got, the less worried Lu Mingli became. Then she rolled up her sleeves and went to the sink, only to find a pile of crabs, at least 30 of them. Each one was still alive. Lu Mingli knew the price of crabs, and the bigger they were, the more expensive they were. She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Chu Choying, how many did you buy?" 15 caddies, Chu Choying said with a smile. 15 caddies? Lu Mingli's eyes widened in disbelief. How much is a caddy? Is it 40 or 50? Chu Cho Ting also didn't hide it, 79 yuan per caddy. Lu Mingli rolled her eyes. This way, the crabs here are worth more than 1,100 yuan. She has never been so extravagant before. Chu Cho Ting, are you trying to let us realize crab freedom tonight? Lu Mingli laughed and didn't care that Chu Cho Ting had bought so much. Instead, she picked up a brush to help. It's rare to celebrate the Chinese Valentine's Day, and there are other happy events, so let's celebrate by buying more food. Chu Cho Ting laughed and said, "Tonight, you and the kids can eat as much as you like." Lu Mingli nodded and said, "Don't spend so much on so much in the future. Just buy a little to try something new every once in a while. Besides." Chu Cho Ting grinned, and Lu Mingli knew that the man definitely hadn't taken her words to heart. But she also understood that Chu Cho Ting was just trying to take good care of them. Or perhaps it was to make up for the guilt he had felt over the past 6 years. In fact, she understood. After the crabs were cleaned, Chu Cho Ting said to Lu Mingli, "You go and cut the cake for the kids to eat, to fill their stomachs before the food comes out." "Okay, I'll go." After wiping her hands, Lu Mingli said to the kids, "Kids, come and eat the cake." "Yes. We get to eat cake. Mommy, I want lots of strawberries. I want cream." Everyone has different preferences, and Lu Mingli satisfies them all. After putting a little bit of everything on each disposable plate, she deliberately takes a big piece and walks over to Chu Choying's side. At this time, Chu Choying is busy cutting up the pork belly and the dried scallops. After Lu Mingli came over, she used a spoon to scoop up a bite and held it at the side of Chu Choying's mouth. Her eyes were gentle as she said, "Listen first, and then take a bite." Chu Choying grinned and said, "Okay." He opened his mouth wide and took a big bite of cake with strawberries. The fruity flavor mixed with the creamy flavor, which instantly filled his mouth and melted in his mouth. One more bite. Lu Mingli continued to serve him. Chu Cho Ting, however, laughed and said, "You eat it too." "I'll eat it later." Lu Mingli smiled gently. "This cake is for you and the children." Chu Cho Ting, however, didn't eat it, but laughed and said, "I'll watch you eat." Lu Mingli shook her head and smiled wryly. She couldn't argue with him, so she used the spoon Chu Cho Ting had used to scoop up a spoonful and took a small bite without any disgust. "Okay, you can have the rest." Lu Mingli smiled and said, "There's more over there, plenty of it. I'll eat it after you're done." Chu Cho Ting was then contentedly able to shove a large piece of cake down his throat. Afterwards, he said to Lu Mingli, "Go ahead and eat. There's not much left to do in the kitchen." Lu Mingli didn't say anything, just nodded and entered the hall. Chu Cho Ting looked at the other person wearing yesterday's nightgown, which highlighted her figure, and continued to work hard with a slight smile. First, he stir-fried the pork belly, boiling off the excess oil. Then, he poured in the dried shrimp and razor clams and continued to stir-fry. Instantly, a rich seafood aroma filled the air. Although the range hood was removing the oil, it still couldn't stop the delicious aroma from spreading. After stir-frying, Chu Cho Ting took out the casserole again, poured the clean rice into it, then spread the dried seafood and pork belly on top, added a little mineral water and began to simmer on low heat. Then, he took the wok again, threw in star anise, cinnamon, and cloves as well as spring onion, ginger and garlic and stir-fried them. After the fragrance came out, he added a little water, then sprinkled in salt and rock sugar to dissolve. When the water boiled, he added huadio wine to flavor it. When the fire was almost ready, he transferred it to a large bowl and set it aside. Lu Mingli walked in at this time and asked Chu Cho Ting, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Chu Cho Ting saw that having someone to help out made the cooking go faster, so he thought for a moment and said, "Then help me cut the side dishes, the green onion, ginger, garlic, and millet chili. If you don't mind, you can also cut some cilantro. The kids aren't picky eaters." Lu Mingli smiled and said, "So just do it the way you would do it." "That's fine." Chu Cho Ting continued, "After that, put everything on an iron plate, add fresh dew and light soy sauce, and marinate with cooking wine." At once, Lu Mingli understood. Chu Chou Ting was probably thinking of a dish of small seafood in a dipping sauce. At this time, he had also put a few crabs in the steamer and started cooking them. After they were steamed, Lu Mengli had also finished preparing the side dishes, so they could be taken out and marinated. There were 10 in total, but 5 of them were placed in a bowl of Hua Diu wine for soaking. They were sealed with plastic wrap and considered done. Next, he began to process the other crabs. Lu Mengli also saw that Chu Chou Ting's cooking skills had improved by leaps and bounds. Chu Chou Ting, who did you learn these cooking skills from? Lu Mengli became curious. Why was he like a little kid yesterday during the first meal? Just as Chu Chou Ting was thinking about how to answer, his phone in his pocket rang. He couldn't free his hands, so he said to Lu Mengli, "Answer it for me, it might be Officer Chen calling." Chapter 28 Realizing the freedom of hairy crabs and doubling the money. Lu Mengli helped take out the phone and picked it up. It was indeed Chen Jipeng calling. She answered, "Hello, Officer Chen. It turns out to be my sister-in-law." Chen Jipeng laughed and said, "I just wanted to let you know that Lin Chang has confessed everything. We also found from his phone chat history his improper relationship with a colleague at the company, as well as suspected embezzlement and bribery, and we will prosecute him for all of these at the same time." Since the speakerphone was on, Xu Chouying couldn't help but ask after the other party had finished speaking, "Officer Chen, in that case, how many years will Lin Chang be sentenced to?" 10 years is a start. Chen Jipeng explained, "Lin Chang has basically screwed up this time, and he will also have to face huge compensation, which will be decided by the court at that time." Lu Mengli and Xu Chouying looked at each other and were all happy. "Thank you, Officer Chen," Lu Mengli said gratefully. "Sister-in-law, this is what I should do." Chen Jipeng smiled politely and said, "Remember to let Brother Chu teach me the dog-beating stick technique someday." "No problem." Xu Chouying laughed and said, "Come to my house for dinner then." "Okay, then Brother Chu, sister-in-law, I won't disturb you anymore," Chen Jipeng said, and hung up the phone. Lu Mengli also put the phone back in Xu Chouying's pocket and smiled knowingly at him. "Honey, thanks to you this time, I was able to turn a dangerous situation into an easy one. To deal with this kind of evil person, you should use the law to punish them." Xu Chouying went back to cooking. In less than an hour, several dishes made with crabs were all on the table. There were baked crab and puff pastry, stir-fried crab with rice cake, curry crab, spicy crab, crab with rice, crab in sweet and sour sauce, and drunken crab in Hua Diu wine. The final dish, aromatic crab with spring onion and oil, was served with a drizzle of hot oil. The crab paste was used to stir-fry the noodles, which was delicious and full of flavor. The children are already hungry. It's about 8:30 p.m. Xu Chou Ting and Lu Mengli come to the table and the two of them start shelling and removing the meat from the crab for the children. It's so good to eat it with the crab paste mixed with noodles and the braised rice with hairy crabs. A glass of chilled juice is just like celebrating the Chinese New Year, except for the firecrackers. But suddenly the children raised their glasses, as if they had agreed, and shouted to Chu Chou Ting and Lu Mengli, "One, Mom and Dad, I wish you a happy Valentine's Day." Chu Chou Ting and Lu Mengli really didn't expect such a surprise. The children knew quite a lot, and they didn't know where they had learned it. But they were very happy. The two of them smiled at each other, raised their glasses of juice, and then took a big drink. Lu Mengli noticed that since Chu Chou Ting's arrival, the atmosphere at home had become more cheerful and lively. It was no longer full of worries as it had been before. On the contrary, one by one, all the troublesome matters were resolved with Chu Chou Ting's help and disappeared without a trace. After the pleasant dinner was over, there was still half of the hairy crab left. Lu Mengli said to Chu Chou Ting, "You go rest, I'll clean up." Chu Chouying, however, smiled lightly and said, "I'm not tired either, it's just a few bowls to clean up, it'll be quick." After the words fell, the system's prompt sounded again. Ding has prepared a hairy crab feast for Manhua and Treasure Girl, winning their favor and achieving an A rating, with a reward of 150,000 yuan in cash. Doubling is in progress. Ding, doubling successful. Congratulations to the owner for receiving a 5-fold cash reward. A total of 750,000 yuan in cash has been credited, please check. Ding activated prop card, a discount promotion magic card. After hearing this, Chu Chou Ting's eyes changed, with a hint of excitement. He never expected that tonight's sumptuous dinner would receive an A rating. And after super doubling, he instantly received a super reward of 750,000 yuan. This is like a pie falling from the sky, just sitting back and enjoying the benefits. He looked again at the effect description of discount promotion. After using this card, you will enjoy a 40% discount on services. Any real-world spending can be deducted from this system. Chu Chou-ting understood. If he were to buy a car tomorrow worth 500,000 yuan using the Great Promotion item card, he would only need to spend 300,000 yuan to buy it. The remaining 200,000 yuan would be returned to him from the system. After understanding, Chu Chou-ting became excited again. This is even more powerful than the super doubling of cash. If you buy something worth 100 million yuan, you can get a 40 million yuan discount, which is even more of a discount. However, Chu Chou-ting did not have that much money to take advantage of the offer. At that time, Chu Chou-ting was not greedy, and it was already very good to be able to get it, and everything would come in the future. Let's not move tonight. Lu Mingli spoke up at this time. She knew that Chu Chou-ting did not say it, but he had taken care of the baby and done the shopping and cooking all day, and he had also gone to see the car to pick her up. He had encountered a series of things, and even an Iron Man would get tired, so she felt bad and said, "I'll go move after work tomorrow." Okay. Chu Chou-ting laughed as he came back to his senses. "I'll be picking up the car tomorrow too, so we can move it all at once." In response, Lu Mingli nodded and said, "Then don't go alone, wait for me to get off work." Chu Chou-ting laughed, surprised that his little plan had been seen through. The two of them also helped pack together, while the cute kids all ran along to watch TV. Watching them prancing around the hall, Lu Mingli smiled helplessly and said, "It seems that they have become more carefree after arriving at your house." "Isn't that good?" Chu Chou-ting laughed and said, "But this place is still too small. When we buy a house in the future, we'll have to buy one with 200 ping of floor space." Lu Mingli. Why are you silent? Chu Chou-ting laughed and said teasingly, "Do you think it's a fantasy? A house with 200 ping of floor space would cost a lot of money. It's better to just have a place to sleep." Lu Mingli didn't dare to think about it for the time being. Right now, she just wanted everyone to spend every day safely and soundly, and then wait until her own business was in good shape again, so that she could make achievements and save up money before considering it. However, Chu Chou-ying had already made up his mind, and he smiled slightly, saying, "After I pick up the car, I'll go look at a house." Lu Mingli was once again surprised by Chu Chou-ying's words. "Honey, buying a house is no small matter, don't be impulsive." "I'm not impulsive, but I've given it serious consideration." Chu Chou-ting, however, gave a faint smile, and the aura emanating from his body suddenly became mesmerizing. Lu Mingli was mesmerized by it. It was mainly because of the aura and charm bonus that Chu Chou-ting had gained yesterday, which made him even more attractive. Unconsciously, Lu Mingli was a little bit lost in it. She felt that at that moment, although Chu Chou-ting was wearing an apron and washing the dishes, he was even more charming. Seeing that Lu Mingli was staring at him with some obsession, Chu Chou-ting laughed while washing the dishes. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Lu Mingli snapped out of it and hurriedly looked away, but her cheeks were burning. "Nothing, I just feel that this is not a small amount of money, and I don't want you to take out a loan and carry all the pressure on your shoulders." "Who said I want to take out a loan to buy a house?" Chu Chou-ting grinned and said, "I plan to buy it with full payment." Lu Mingli was momentarily at a loss for words and was shocked, not knowing what to say. "Do you really want to buy it?" Lu Mingli asked again. "Really?" Chu Chou-ting nodded very seriously. Lu Mingli thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll contribute as well." "No need, I can handle it myself." Chu Chou-ting knew what the girl was thinking and smiled lightly. "Don't worry, I would never do anything I wasn't sure about, and I won't go borrowing money either." Lu Mingli nodded. "Okay, but if you need anything, remember to tell me, even if it's for the sake of the children." Chu Chou-ting agreed with a full mouth. The atmosphere did not become serious or awkward, but instead Chu Chou-ting was a little excited. After all, she had experienced the feeling of being under someone else's roof for 6 years. After going around in circles, every time she moved, it was a big hassle. After the cleaning was done, Chu Chou-ting asked Lu Mingli to go take a bath first, and he would accompany the children for a while. It was already 9 o'clock, so it wasn't long now. She thought about chatting with Chu Chou-ting after washing up. After watching each other enter the bathroom, Chu Chou-ting went to the living room, sat on the spread carpet, and hugged Chubao, saying, "Did you guys eat enough, my dears?" "Yes. Dad, I ate a lot." "Dad, can we have some more cake later?" Chu Chou-ting looked at the expectant look in Bao's eyes and laughed. "Of course you can, as long as you can still eat." "Yes, Daddy is the best. We can eat, I've even saved some room for dessert." "Can Mommy and Daddy eat with us later?" They really know what's going on. When there's food and fun, they'll think of sharing it with Chu Chou-ting and the others. After playing with them for a while, Chu Ting said to the system, "Use the double money card for me." Ding! Double money card used successfully. Congratulations, your wealth has doubled. Please check your account balance. Chu Ting picked up his phone and an account message was sent. He clicked to view it. The balance, which had originally been just over 1 million, had now changed to 3,768,543.25 yuan. In just 3 days, he had gone from penniless to millionaire. It is not an exaggeration to say that he has made a fortune. After the successful withdrawal, Chu Ying's mood also surged. In this way, after deducting the money for the car, there is still 3 million left. In terms of the rooms in his area, each square meter is about 10,000 yuan, and 3 million is more than enough to buy the whole place. This is also why Chu Ying mentioned buying a house to Lu Mingli. Having a new home of your own is more convenient and easier than renting in someone else's home. There is no chance of 9 people sharing a toilet. Lu Mingli also washed up and came out. Her hair was still damp, and she was wearing thin pajamas, which looked like they were only worth 20 or 30 yuan. Chu Ying, who heard a noise, couldn't help but turn his head, and immediately the graceful figure came into view. She had a protruding chest and a round behind. Her breasts were even more turbulent, and there were 2 other features. Chapter 29. A warm embrace made the grievances of the past 6 years disappear. The little red spot was very prominent. Chu Ting's gaze was fixed on the other person. Lu Mingli seemed to notice that Chu Ting's gaze was a bit dishonest, and she hurriedly turned around and said, "I'm done washing, you go ahead and wash." "Oh, okay." Chu Ting came back to his senses, but Lu Mingli had already walked away. This made Chu Ting a little embarrassed. He had looked where he shouldn't have, and he didn't know if Lu Mingli would be angry. In fact, Lu Mingli's heartbeat quickened as she walked into the bedroom. She looked down again, not usually paying much attention. After all, the 7 cute children were all girls, but now there was an extra person, Chu Ting, plus her body wasn't dry, causing the bulge to be particularly obvious. Unwittingly, she hurriedly closed the door, then took off her nightdress and put on her underwear. This way, it would not be embarrassing for either of them. After stepping out again, Lu Mingli calmed her nerves and tried to act as if nothing had happened. However, she heard the sound of running water coming from the bathroom, and she could tell that Chu Ting was taking a shower. When she arrived in the living room, she found that the children were just eating cake and shouting at her, "Mommy, come and eat, this is for you." "Mommy, Daddy's taking a shower, and I want to take a shower too later." Lu Mingli smiled and said, "Okay, wait until Dad's finished showering before you all shower one by one." Mom, eat quickly." "Mom, this bald guy is so funny, always being bullied by the 2 bears." Amidst the laughter of the children, Lu Mingli took the cake and took a small bite. Very few girls don't like desserts. As a smile appeared on her face, she watched the children eat with cream all over their mouths, ready to wipe it off, but her phone rang. She looked at the number and the smile on her face instantly disappeared. Looking back into the bathroom, Chu Ting had not yet come out, so she went to the balcony, leaving the glass door ajar, before answering the call. Without waiting for a response, Lu Mingli's father's voice came again. "Have you considered the question I asked you the other day?" That time, Lu Mingli had no choice but to ask for help from her family, but what she got was not help, but indifference and threats. Lu Mingli had a lot she wanted to explain to her father, but didn't know where to start, including the fact that Chu Ting had returned, and she didn't want to talk about it anymore. "Dad!" Lu Mingli called out, "There's nothing to consider, my children are my life, you can choose not to accept them, but I must protect them. If you're calling to try to change my mind, then I'll say it again, I will take care of my children and they will not affect you again. Lu Mingli, this is the last chance I'm giving you." Lu's father said sternly, "As long as you give up the child, I will still be your father, and you are welcome back in this family. As for your mother, she has been worrying about you day and night, and she has been looking for a husband for you and taking care of your important matters in life." Lu Mingli, however, did not wait for the other party to finish speaking, but interrupted directly, "Dad, my mind is made up, you don't need to persuade me anymore. You also tell Mom that my heart is on the child and I will not consider other men." "What kind of nonsense are you talking about? What do you mean, you won't consider other men?" Lu's father was infuriated. "Back then, you hung out with a bunch of bad friends, got pregnant, and then stubbornly dropped out of school, ruining your own bright future. Have we ever blamed you for that? I told you to find that man, but did you? Now you're bringing along a few deadbeats, and what good life can you have? Do you really want to give up on yourself like this?" Do you know that the Chun family has a very good background, and they don't mind that you have children? They still think about you to this day, but you, on the other hand, have been leaving them hanging. I'm really surprised. What is so good about that man who abandoned his wife and children that you keep thinking about him? Tell me, what is it about the Chen children that is so good? Facing her father's repeated questioning, Lu Mingli really wanted to tell him the truth. But she knew her father's temper, and once she did, Chu Chou Ting would definitely not have an easy time. Not only that, but it would also implicate the children. Pouting her lips, Lu Mingli insisted again, "Dad, don't say anything if you don't understand. I don't know the situation in other people's homes, so I won't comment. But I know what's going on in my own life, and I know that the man you call a wild man is better than most men in my opinion." Chu Chou Ting came out of the bathroom. He had changed into a fresh, cool pair of short-sleeved pajamas. When the children saw him come out, they shouted at him, "Dad, Mom is on the phone." Through the glass door, Chu Chou Ting also saw Lu Mingli on the balcony, with her face turned to the side as she continued to talk on the phone. Just by looking at her face, it seemed a little bit bad. He wondered if there had been another problem at the company, and walked over. But San Bao snuck up to him and whispered, "Dad, it's Grandpa's phone." "Dad, Grandpa is very mean. Every time he calls, Mom gets scolded and cries. I don't like Grandpa. Can you scold him for Mom?" It was only then that Chu Chou Ting came to his senses. He couldn't help but imagine how much suffering Lu Mengli had endured over the years. From the children's simple description, perhaps it was because of himself that Lu Mengli had broken with her family. Walking a little closer, Chu Chou Ting heard Lu Mengli's firm voice. "Dad, don't say anything if you don't understand. I don't know the situation in other people's families, so I won't comment. But I know what's going on in my own life, including the man you call a wild man. In my opinion, he's better than most men." His footsteps suddenly stopped. Since the door was ajar, Lu Mengli's voice came clearly. "I was rude last time and will ask for your help." Lu Mengli took a deep breath and continued, "I promise I won't do it again." After she finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Then she took a deep breath, adjusted her mood, and turned to go back inside. However, in an instant, her eyes met with Chu Chou Ting's, causing Lu Mengli's body to freeze in place. Chu Chou Ting saw tears welling up in Lu Mengli's eyes. It was obvious that her conversation with her father had caused her to suffer greatly, perhaps already leaving her heart riddled with holes. All of this was caused by him. At this moment, Chu Chou Ting's emotions were mixed, and he felt more of a sense of guilt. He had thought that Lu Mengli had suffered a lot in life over the years, but he had neglected her family situation. It turned out that such a pitiful girl had also suffered a lot in her family in order to protect him. Chu Chou Ting looked down, touched the heads of the two treasures next to him, and said to them, "Let Daddy talk to Mummy alone for a while. After we've finished talking, Daddy will take you for a bath, okay?" The cute kids were very obedient. They also saw tears hanging in the corners of Lu Mengli's eyes, so everyone nodded a little unsurely. "Dad, I don't want to see Mom cry. Every time, Mom would hide under the covers and cry secretly, thinking that my sisters and I wouldn't know. Dad, Grandpa is a big bad man." Chu Chou Ting, however, had mixed feelings and said, "Dad knows, you guys go play first." With that, he walked straight to the balcony. Lu Mengli had already turned her back and raised her hand, as if wiping away tears. When he stepped out onto the balcony, Chu Chou Ting closed the door behind him. However, he could see through the glass door that the children had stopped playing and were all staring straight at him. Chu Chou Ting could only give them a small smile, then went over to Lu Mengli. He looked at her shoulders, wanting to reach out and comfort her, but not sure if it was appropriate. It wasn't that Chu Chou Ting was timid, sometimes he wasn't sure if this would cause Lu Mengli to resist. "Are you okay?" Chu Chou Ting took a pack of tissues from the table and handed one over. Lu Mengli didn't turn around, but continued to wipe her tears with her hands, but she responded by shaking her head. Seeing the other person's frail appearance, Chu Chou Ting was still very distressed, and then he didn't care much. He stood behind her and then opened his arms wide, embracing her in his arms. The feelings from 6 years ago welled up in his heart once again. The person in his arms was still so soft and sweet. Lu Mengli trembled, then relaxed, and then a choking voice came out, "You heard it all?" Chu Chou Ting also said sincerely, "It's your father's phone, right? It's nothing, don't worry." Lu Mengli didn't push Chu Chou Ting away, but let him keep holding her. At this moment, her cold heart seemed to gradually warm up. This feeling was indescribable, like a boat lost at sea suddenly finding the shore. "Over the years, I have always known that you have worked hard, but I have ignored the views of your family on you. Chu Chou Ting suddenly became solemn again, and then he wrapped his arms around the other person's shoulders with force, turning her around. The two were suddenly very close. They looked at each other. Looking at the tear marks on Lu Mengli's face, Chu Chou Ting took a tissue and gently wiped them away. On the one hand, he said softly, although I have been trying desperately to make amends these past few days, I know that no matter how I change my current life, I cannot make up for the grievances you have suffered over the past 6 years. Lu Mengli suddenly looked up, however, took Chu Chou Ting's tissue, and said, That's not true, don't think such things. As she said this, she tried to avoid Chu Chou Ting's gaze, but he held her down. She couldn't move. Can you tell me about your family? Chu Chou Ting asked. I can understand the concerns of parents for their children, but I don't want you to be misunderstood by them all the time, so I want to know what happened, and then I will go and make amends and undo this mistake. Lu Mengli suddenly smiled knowingly, looked seriously into Chu Chou Ying's eyes and said, In fact, from the moment you returned, all the grievances I have suffered have vanished. These words stung Chu Chou Ying's heart. He could no longer hold back, and tightly embraced Lu Mengli in his arms, saying firmly, I swear, I will never let you and the children suffer again. Lu Mengli's hand also lifted slightly, and finally wrapped around Chu Chou Ting's back. At this moment, she finally felt a sense of warmth. For 6 years, she has longed for a shoulder to lean on, and she can finally rely on it. I believe. Lu Mengli whispered. However, Chu Chou Ting's next words made Lu Mengli's calm heart once again ripple. Chapter 30 Taking a bath with the treasure girl activates the technique of the Holy Hand Doctor. I'll go back with you to see your father. Chu Chou Ting's voice sounded in Lu Mengli's ear. Lu Mengli's body trembled, and a look of panic appeared in her expression. Chu Chou Ting, no, once my father sees you, he will definitely break your legs. Chu Chou Ting smiled bitterly, then I can't let you bear it alone, can I? I know what you're thinking, but he's still angry, so it's useless for you to go. Lu Mengli explained, wait a while, and find a suitable opportunity to talk about it. Okay. Chu Chou Ting respected Lu Mengli's opinion. At this time, her mood also improved a lot, so Chu Chou Ting smiled and said, Smile, the children are watching. Lu Mengli turned her head and looked inside, and all the cute kids were looking at her, still smiling and heart-shaped, instantly healed by the cute kids' smiles and breaking into laughter. I'm fine, I'll go give the eldest daughters a bath. Lu Mengli said, and passed Chu Chou Ting. Chu Chou Ting followed closely behind and said, I'll give them a bath. I haven't personally bathed them since they were little, and when they get older it won't be convenient for me as their father. Although there was an element of joking in it, Lu Mengli thought about it carefully and it was true. Just fulfill his wish and I'll take the clothes to wash. The two sides have a clear division of labor, and Lu Mengli doesn't want to be idle either. Chu Chou Ting waved his hand and shouted at the cute kids, Babies, take off your clothes for mommy, let's go take a bath. The cute kids cheered, ran into the bathroom, and then one by one began to obediently take off their clothes by themselves. Lu Mengli gathered up the clothes on the side and shouted at Chu Chou Ting, You're going to wash together? We're all going to take a bath together. Chu Chou Ting said, turned on the shower head and started filling the bathtub with water. The children stood in the bathtub, beaming, Daddy, this is so much fun. The conditions were much more comfortable than living in the basement. There was also a large bathtub, which the children also really liked. The 7 children sat in a row, just filling it up. Lu Mengli picked up the clothes and held them in her arms, saying, You all hurry up and wash, don't catch a cold. We know, Mom. The children answered in unison. Since the washing machine was on the balcony, Lu Mengli took her own laundry with the children. She washed her underwear by hand and put the rest in the washing machine. As for the bathroom, there had already been laughter and joy, which was pleasant to hear. When Lu Mengli had washed all the underwear and hung it on the hanger, she shook her hands and walked in. Suddenly a splash of water came over, and she screamed, shouting at the children, Babies, why aren't you taking a proper bath? But when she saw Chu Chou Ting's body and head covered in bubbles, soaking wet, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Chu Chou Ting, what's wrong with you? How come you're soaking wet when you're giving the little ones a bath? Chu Chou Ting also smiled helplessly and said, I was having a water fight with them, but I couldn't beat them, so I just got soaked. Mom, it was so much fun, you should join in too. Dad gave us a back scrub, it was so comfortable. Dad, you scrub Mom's back too. What could these cute kids possibly be up to? They were just having fun. But what she said made Lu Mengli blush. How could she let Chu Chou Ting scrub her back? They are not that close yet. Even Chu Chou Ting laughed and said, "Your mother has already washed you, we can do it again later." "Then, let's wash again, it doesn't matter anyway." "Yes, yes, mommy will come and take a bath with you." La 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 la. Taking a bath. Rinsing the head and back. Rinsing the tummy. Rubbing the hands and feet. Rubbing the bottom. Gurgling and bubbling. Lu Bao suddenly started singing the bath song, and suddenly the bathroom was full of joy. Chu Chou Ting couldn't help but laugh, then got up, pulled Lu Mengli closer, closed the door again, and then used his hands full of bubbles to dot the tip of Lu Mengli's nose. It looked like a petal had been added, which looked cute and fun. Chu Chou Ting. Lu Mengli jumped up in anger, pouting, "I just finished taking a bath." Kiki. The children couldn't stop laughing, and said to their mother, "You look like a clown." This comment made Lu Mengli even more angry. "Are you all ganging up on me with your father?" "No way. It was your father who did it." "Dad, mom's angry, she's going to spank you." Shu Chouying had nowhere to hide, so he rolled his eyes and said to the children, "Kids, how about we give your mother a bath too?" Yes. The cute kids really listened to Chu Chou Ting. One by one, they all stood in the bathtub, naked, and then they all splashed hot water at Lu Mengli at the same time, with bubbles. Lu Mengli screamed and tried to dodge, but there was nowhere to hide in such a small bathroom. In an instant, her pajamas were soaked. Fortunately, she was wearing underwear, so Chu Chou Ting could only see the cream-colored underwired lace lingerie that gathered and made her look bigger, which accentuated the high and upright breasts. Her body was also wet, and the black seamless underwear also showed. Seeing this, Chu Chou Ting's eyes widened, and his eyeballs were about to fall in. Lu Mengli shouted in a panic, "Sanba, Wuba, you're still splashing, mommy's going to spank your bottoms." "Daddy, mommy's so fierce. Mommy wouldn't dare to spank us, we're not afraid." "Daddy, quickly carry mommy in and wash together." The children were making a racket, but Chu Chouying didn't dare to get involved. He just stood there, smiling foolishly. Seeing this, Lu Mengli felt both ashamed and angry, but the momentum of the cute children didn't diminish, and wave after wave of bath water was splashed over. She blocked it with her hands, and while trying to go up and teach the cute children a lesson, she accidentally slipped and was about to fall. Chu Chou Ting snapped back to reality, and in the midst of Lu Mengli's screams, he quickly reached out and put his arms around Lu Mengli's waist, picking her up. The children were dumbfounded as they watched. "Wow, Daddy is so awesome. Daddy is carrying Mummy, we want a hug too. I want a princess carry too, Daddy, you can't be biased." At this moment, Lu Mengli's heart was beating so violently that she could hear it pounding. She was so scared that her face turned pale. At this moment, her legs left the ground and she was embraced by Chu Chou Ting, and she felt a different kind of emotion. The children were still making a scene, and Lu Mengli was so embarrassed that she was about to put her head into Chu Chou Ting's arms. Lu Mengli was hugging the other person's waist and delicate thighs, which felt tender and warm. A burst of the fragrance of shampoo and shower gel came from the other person, which made her feel confused and infatuated. "Let me down, it's fine." Lu Mengli didn't dare to look directly into Chu Chou Ting's eyes, and whispered softly with her head down. Chu Chou Ting also hurriedly let the other person down, saying, "Is your foot okay?" She wanted to say that it wasn't a big deal, but when Lu Mengli just set her foot on the ground, a tingling pain made her let out a gasp involuntarily. "Ah!" She let out a cry of pain, her expression pained as she said, "It feels like I sprained it." After hearing this, the children all ran out of the bathtub with concern, saying, "Mom, your foot is hurt, I'll get you a band-aid." "Dad, hurry and help Mom rub her foot. In the past, when we had a sore foot, Mom would rub it for us and it would feel better." "Oh no, Mom, does it hurt?" "It's all our fault." The children felt so guilty. But Lu Mengli was not angry at all. She patted her eldest son's head and said soothingly, "Mommy doesn't hurt, don't cry, be good." Chu Chou Ting also knew that spraining an ankle was no good, so he immediately told the children, "I'll take Mommy out first, and you guys stay in the bathroom, don't catch a cold." "Okay, we'll be good." Lu Mengli also saw the worried look on Chu Chou Ting's face, and her heart warmed. A smile appeared on her face as she said, "I'm fine, really." But Chu Chou Ting once again picked the other person up. In a cry of surprise, Chu Chou Ting walked out, regardless of being drenched. After arriving in the room, Chu Chou Ting took out a spare towel and wiped Lu Mengli's hair and body. "Where are your pajamas? I'll find some for you to change into, and then I'll take a look at your feet." Chu Chou Ting began to bend over and rummage through the small closet. As she watched Chu Chou Ting's busy figure, Lu Mingli noticed that the wound on her foot no longer hurt. Of course, it was a psychological effect. She was about to speak up, but suddenly she remembered that the pajamas and underwear were kept together, and she couldn't help blushing, unable to speak. Seeing that Lu Mengli was slow to respond, Zhu Qiuting turned around again. Seeing a blush on her face, he suddenly realized something and said, "Is it inconvenient to say?" Lu Mengli came back to her senses and pointed to the left side of a closet and said, "It's in the third row, stacked with the underwear." Zhu Qiuting suddenly realized and looked back at the sexy underwear of various colors, all of which were a set, and the bottomless pajamas. After searching, it was a knee-length nightdress with orange stripes and a cute bear printed on it. After handing it to Lu Mengli, Zhu Qiuting added, "You can change by yourself, right?" "It's fine, I can manage," Lu Mengli said with a strange look in her eyes. She thought to herself, "Even if there is a problem, do I have to ask you for help?" Right now, Lu Mengli is not mentally prepared and does not want to face Zhu Qiuting naked. "Well, call me when you're done." Zhu Qiuting also looked guilty and said, "I'll go give you some ice." With that, he walked out of the room, sweating profusely, and closed the door behind him. Then, he took a deep breath, took out his phone, and started looking for physical therapy methods for sprained ankles. It just so happened that there was some mineral water in the refrigerator that Zhu Qiuting had frozen before, which came in handy at this time. However, when passing by the bathroom, Zhu Qiuting still walked in first to see how Menghua was doing. It would be terrible if they caught a cold. But he found that the children were helping each other to wash each other's bodies, shouting at Zhu Qiuting, "Dad, we're done." "Dad, how's Mum?" "Dad, we don't have any clothes to wear." Zhu Qiuting instantly felt that this group of children were really well behaved. He hurriedly responded, "Dad will go get you some clothes, just wait for Dad in the bathroom, okay?" "Okay, Dad." It was only then that Zhu Qiuting felt a little flustered. After going to the refrigerator to get the mineral water that had frozen into ice, he went to the door of the room and knocked. "Mom, are you dressed?" "I'm coming in." "Come in." Lu Mengli's voice came from inside. Zhu Qiuting was just about to push the door open. But then a system prompt sounded in his head, "Ding. Congratulations, Master, on bathing your children for the first time. Rating, B. You have been awarded 20,000 yuan. Doubling is in progress. Ding. Doubling successful. You have been awarded twice the cash prize, which has been deposited into your account. Ding. Congratulations, Master, on activating the hidden skill, Divine Healer's Touch." Chapter 31. Mom was very comfortable with Dad's acupuncture, and the kids wanted it too. Zhu Qiuting didn't expect the system to send timely rain. After the skills of the Divine Healer were integrated, Zhu Qiuting came up with various ways to heal ankle sprains. Ice compresses to reduce swelling are a very slow treatment method, and usually that's all you can do. But with the help of the Divine Doctor, Zhu Qiuting no longer needs to worry about this. Looking at the frozen mineral water in his hands, Zhu Qiuting directly threw it. "Zhu Qiuting, are you outside?" Lu Mengli only noticed then that her ankle was aching faintly, and the pain was getting worse and worse, so much so that cold sweat was breaking out on her forehead. Moreover, in just a few minutes, the swelling of her ankle had become increasingly large, and every time she touched it, a stinging pain shot through her. She could only ask Zhu Qiuting for help, hoping that he would have a way to relieve her pain. Zhu Qiuting pushed open the door and looked at Lu Mengli's injury. The anxious and panicked expression had disappeared, and he replaced it with a calm and unhurried expression of concern. "Is it getting more and more painful?" Although she didn't want to admit it, Lu Mengli already bit her silver teeth and said, "A little." "Let me give you a massage," Zhu Qiuting said, and he was about to squat down, but Lu Mengli stopped him. "I'm not in the way, just get the babies dressed. Their clothes are in the closet, I've sorted them out. There are 7 sets of clothes for the 7 cute babies, which are folded up high and very conspicuous." But Zhu Qiuting smiled slightly and said, "I told them to stay in the bathroom obediently, where they won't catch a cold in the heat. But you, give me a minute to relieve the pain first." As he said this, Zhu Qiuting crouched down and then gently lifted the snow-white, slender feet. During the process, he did not touch the swollen area, but it still made Lu Mengli gasp. "Bear with it, your ligaments are being stretched." Zhu Qiuting was able to diagnose some problems just by using his hands. "Has this happened to you before?" Watching Zhu Qiuting carefully lift his own calf, and then feeling the gentle massage on his hand, she exclaimed in surprise, "How did you know?" With the skills of a divine healer, Zhu Qiuting only needed to touch it to know if it was okay. He smiled faintly and said, "Your sprain this time is also related to the root cause left by previous bone damage, which is why the injury has become more and more serious. Lu Mingli instantly became worried. I didn't care about it before, and I thought it would be fine after it healed on its own. Don't worry, I'm here, this injury is nothing. At this time, Xu Chou-ting once again showed the charm that a man should have. His calm words instantly made Lu Mingli feel a lot more at ease. Xu Chou-ting, can you heal my injury? She said this, but she obviously felt that the tingling sensation was not as strong during Xu Chou-ting's gentle massage. For the time being, the swelling and pain can only be relieved through acupressure, but if you really want to completely cure your old injury, acupuncture treatment is required. Xu Chou-ting did not look up, focusing on rubbing, pressing, and then releasing the swelling through special techniques on the acupressure points on the calves. After about a minute, Xu Chou-ting gently laid Lu Mingli's feet on the bed again, then smiled faintly at Lu Mingli and said, "You lie down for a while, I'll go get the kids dressed and come back to keep you company." The last 4 words touched a chord in Lu Mingli's heart. She said shyly, "I'm not in a hurry. I'm feeling much better now, so I should just rest for a while." "Well, I'm going out to buy some medicine in a while, so I'll let the kids keep you company for now," Xu Chou-ting said, stood up, and went out carrying a pile of clothes. Lu Mingli watched his busy figure, but suddenly a smile appeared on her face. Staring at the ankle that Xu Chou-ting had massaged, she tried to sit up and reached out to touch it gently. The swollen area was visibly disappearing, and it didn't hurt as much. She was a little surprised that Xu Chou-ting could feel everything. Outside, Xu Chou-ting's voice followed, "Baby, mommy's foot is hurt, so daddy needs to buy mommy some medicine. Will you be good and stay home to keep mommy company and protect her?" "Okay. Dad, be careful when you go out. We'll wait for you to come back with mom." Xu Chou-ting smiled with relief, patted the little girl's head and said, "You're so good, daddy will give you a kiss." Suddenly, the cute kids came over one by one, so that Xu Chou-ting could kiss them all. Of course, the cute kids also giggled, and the 7 rosy little mouths also kissed Xu Chou-ting's face with saliva. "Ah, okay, daddy is going out now, go keep mommy company, and remember, don't open the door for anyone until daddy gets back." Xu Chou-ting didn't forget to give his reminder. "Bye, daddy." Xu Chou-ting also took the keys and left, and then locked the door behind him. He quickly went downstairs and drove the Mini to the nearby pharmacy to buy acupuncture needles. Although it was already past 10 o'clock, some pharmacies were still open. After a 10-minute drive, Xu Chou-ting found a large pharmacy that sold acupuncture needles. After scanning the QR code to pay, he went home without stopping. There were not many cars at this hour, so Xu Chou-ting arrived home in less than half an hour. When he opened the door, Xu Chou-ting heard the children's laughter coming from the room. "Mom, do you like Dad? I was just watching Dad and I was worried about Mom." "Mom, do you still hurt? I'll blow for you." Lu Mingli's voice also softly came through, "Of course Mommy likes Daddy, but do you like each other?" "We do." The children all shouted in unison. Xu Chou-ting couldn't help but smile at the sight. He gently closed the door behind him and came out in his slippers. The sound of his footsteps also attracted the attention of Lu Mingli and the others. When the children saw Xu Chou-ting, they all ran over and shouted, "Daddy, Mommy just said she likes you." "Of course we like you too, Daddy." "Daddy, Mommy also said that you are Superman." "Daddy, Superman can fly, can you take us flying?" The children are incredibly innocent, and sometimes take a joke seriously. But Xu Chou-ting directly picked up the quirky airbow and said, "Of course Daddy can take you flying. Look, aren't you flying now? Wow, ha, Daddy is so amazing. Dad, I want to fly too." "Me too." Xu Chou-ting, however, put airbow down, then looked Lu Mingli in the eye and smiled. "I'll have to wait until Dad heals Mom's leg before I can fly you, okay?" Xu Chou-ting said. The children stopped playing and stood quietly by the side. Xu Chou-ting placed the alcohol lamp and acupuncture kit on the bedside table, then took out a lighter and lit the alcohol lamp. The children all stared with wide eyes, curiously watching Xu Chou-ting's actions. Even Lu Mingli's eyes were full of curiosity as she said, "Xu Chou-ting, you know how to do acupuncture?" After taking out acupuncture needles of different lengths and thicknesses, Xu Chou-ting sterilized them on the alcohol lamp. Then he looked back at Lu Mingli and smiled, "I've learned how. Are you scared?" Lu Mingli suddenly shook her head, her eyes not expressing any doubt. "I believe you, so I'm not scared. Mom, Dad is Superman, he can definitely cure your foot." "Hey, Dad, this needle is so long." "Mom, if you're scared, turn your face away and lean on my shoulder. I'll go get some chocolate for Mom to eat." The cute kids are also learning the same things as the adults do when scolding their children, and they made Lu Mingli and Chu Choying laugh. This group of cute kids is really endearing. Chu Cho Ting also came over with a silver needle in his hand and said to Lu Mingli, "I'm going to start acupuncture. It may be slightly painful during the process, so bear with it." "I'll be fine," Lu Mingli said with a light smile. Chu Cho Ting nodded, then pinched a silver needle and stuck it into one of Lu Mingli's puffy acupoints. At first, Lu Mingli's foot twitched a little, which was a natural reaction. Chu Choying had already grabbed Lu Mingli's calf, so the silver needle also punctured the acupuncture point precisely. Then he gently twisted the silver needle, lightly piercing it about 0.5 inches. If the person is obese, or if the body part is somewhere else, then the silver needle needs to be deeply pierced, about 1-3 inches. Therefore, the technique and experience of acupuncture are crucial, and it is not just a matter of sticking the needle in. When the cute kids saw Lu Mingli getting acupuncture on her leg, they all covered their eyes with their hands in horror. Some of the cuter kids were more curious, and they opened their little fingers that were covering their eyes to look through the gap. Everyone's expression was like this, "Oh." Or "It's like this." After withdrawing his hand, Chu Cho Ting looked up and asked with concern, "Does it hurt?" But Lu Mingli didn't feel much, and she smiled slightly and shook her head, saying, "It doesn't hurt." At this time, Chu Cho Ting noticed that Lu Mingli's hand was pressing against the nightdress at her abdomen, so as to avoid any exposure. But perhaps it was the angle, and Chu Cho Ting inadvertently glanced and still saw her seductive panties. And the slightly bulging area wrapped in the underwear, forming an arc like a sausage. He hurriedly looked at the silver needles on the bedside table, picked up another one, and calmed down. After choosing a shorter silver needle, he continued to sterilize it at a high temperature and inserted it into another acupoint on Lu Mingli's ankle. It was also used to treat symptoms such as edema and dampness. Chu Cho Ting's technique was tricky and precise, and he had finished inserting the needles in the blink of an eye. Without giving Lu Mingli time to sense it, he had completed the second acupuncture treatment. Without pausing, amidst the quiet and even the Mengwa's gasps, Chu Cho Ting continued to insert silver needles of varying depths into the Yanglingquan and Xunmai acupuncture points. A few minutes passed. Chu Cho Ting only stopped the treatment after several silver needles had been inserted into Lu Mingli's feet. The little sprouts all gathered around at this time, full of surprise, and said, "Wow, so many needles." "Yes, Mom, are you in pain?" "No." Lu Mingli, however, smiled and said, "Dad is very comfortable." "Really?" The little sprouts became suspicious. "Then Dad, if Mom is so comfortable, can we get a little acupuncture too?" Shibao, unusually, asked. Chu Choying. Lu Mingli. Chapter 32 Falling in Love with a Treasure Girl, The Taste of Happiness. Facing the innocent and pure eyes of the cute kids, Chu Cho Ting couldn't help but laugh and cry, "Okay, my darlings, let's let Mommy rest and heal." "It's getting late, shouldn't you go to bed?" "But Mommy isn't better yet." "Daddy, can we play for a little longer?" "Mommy, I'll sleep with my sisters tonight, and Daddy can sleep with you." The children's remarks are always surprising and laughable. They always make Chu Cho Ting and his wife laugh, but they also feel that children's words are innocent and seem to make a little sense. After sending the children to their rooms, Chu Cho Ting saw that the 7 children had lined up and lay down neatly in their beds. Chu Cho Ting smiled and said, "Tonight, my babies will have to make do for one night, but tomorrow I will buy you a big bed to sleep in." "Okay, good night, Daddy." "Daddy, we used to sleep like this when we lived at Mommy's house. I like sleeping with my sisters, it's comfortable, hee hee." After Chu Cho Ting had covered them up, he turned off the light and gently closed the door before returning to Lu Mingli's room. The other party was already half lying in bed, with the silver needles on her feet dangling. He walked over, and Lu Mingli's face broke into a smile as she said, "Are the kids asleep?" Chu Cho Ting nodded, sat at the end of the bed, and saw that the swelling in her feet had subsided a lot. He chuckled and said, "You can have the needles removed in an hour." "Are you feeling better now?" "I feel much better, and the pain has gone." Lu Mingli explained, "Chu Cho Ting, you really are full of surprises. What else can't you do?" Chu Cho Ting smiled and said, "There's still a lot I can't do. At least, I'm still learning how to be a father and a husband." The last sentence made Lu Mingli flinch, but then she smiled and said, "There's still a long time to come, and there'll be plenty of time in the future." Lu Mingli's answer also gave Chu Cho Ting a peace of mind. At least, Lu Mingli was also accepting herself. The next step was a matter of time. Chu Cho Ting, however, plucked up the courage to say, "So we're officially in a relationship?" However, Lu Mengli did not formally answer, that depends on your performance. This Chu Chou Ting was at a loss for a moment. Looking at Chu Chou Ting's honest face, Lu Mengli couldn't help but ask curiously, Dad, seriously, in the past 6 years, have you never chased after a girl? He had already answered once before, so maybe he hadn't made himself clear. So Chu Chou Ting patiently said again, no, after that night, your figure was always in my mind. Coupled with an empty pocket, I was thinking about how to make money to support myself, so I didn't have time to talk. Giggle, I didn't think you were such an honest person. Lu Mengli smiled calmly again and said, then that night, how did you treat me? Chu Chou Ting, however, gave a bitter smile and said, I was also drunk that night, and I didn't know what happened after I woke up. After a pause, he added, but I really didn't expect you to be so cold that day, leaving as if nothing had happened. I thought that I would be completely like strangers with you for the rest of my life and never see you again. Lu Mengli also had a flood of memories instantly, and she suddenly lowered her head, looked at her calves, and said absent-mindedly, I didn't expect it either. After what happened, I thought of raising the child on my own, but who knew that I would meet you again in this city? Chu Chou Ting, however, was curious and asked, back then, I heard that you dropped out of school after you got pregnant. Why? Tonight, Chu Chou Ting planned to ask some things clearly. Knowing the answers would sometimes make it better to make up for one's mistakes. How did you know I dropped out of school? Lu Mengli, however, keenly sensed the clues in the words and said, you looked for me during this period? But Lu Mengli had never heard from Chu Chou Ting during her months of pregnancy. Chu Chou Ting thought about it and did not intend to hide it, it was the night you found me. I found Chen Xiaoyao's WeChat ID in my phone and couldn't help but ask her. Afraid that Lu Mengli would misunderstand, Chu Chou Ting hurriedly explained, but she didn't know anything, and she even looked for you, but you deleted all their contact information. Lu Mengli's face was surprisingly calm, and even as she recalled it at this time, she wore a wry smile and said, when I first learned that I was pregnant, Xiaoya and the others asked about it as well, but I hid it. After that, I applied to drop out of school and left that city. Chu Chouying listened quietly as Lu Mengli slowly told the story as if she were telling a story. I used the scholarship in my hands, as well as the savings from all these years, to start renting a place to prepare for pregnancy. At this point, Lu Mengli laughed again, meaningfully. Even at that time, I myself didn't know why I was so crazy. The thought was not to abort the baby, but to give birth to it. Until I went to the ultrasound and learned that I was actually pregnant with 7 fetuses, I was even more reluctant to give up these 7 innocent lives, but I was determined to give birth to them safely. Chu Chou Ting really wanted to reach out and touch the face of this innocent and brave girl, but he resisted. I want to know, when you gave birth, was the process dangerous? Chu Chou Ting's eyes showed infinite tenderness and concern as he asked, can you tell me about it? However, Lu Mengli shook her head and said, it's fine. Now that I see all 7 of my children growing up healthy, I feel that I have done the right thing by giving birth to them. Although she didn't say anything, Chu Chou Ting knew that giving birth to them must have been extremely dangerous. But since Lu Mengli didn't say anything, Chu Chou Ting would not force her to say it. One day, Chu Chou Ting believed that Lu Mengli would tell him, or he would find out for himself. When did your parents find out that you were pregnant and dropped out of school? Chu Chou Ting now wanted to know everything about Lu Mengli's past. They didn't come looking for you? But I saw Lu Mengli shake her head again and say, the school notified them. When they found out I had dropped out, I had already left the school and didn't tell them where I went. I gave birth to my child a year later and only then did I tell them about the pregnancy. Chu Chou Ting instantly felt that Lu Mengli was a very gutsy girl. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid they wouldn't have her courage. Pregnant and drifting alone, and giving birth to a child alone, Chu Chou Ting couldn't help but feel afraid when he thought about it. At this moment, he finally couldn't hold back any longer, and reached out to touch Lu Mengli's face. This was a face that had suffered greatly, but still clenched its teeth and persevered. Lu Mengli froze slightly, but didn't stop. Instead, she smiled faintly like a bright star, you don't need to feel guilty. This was all my decision, it wasn't your fault. On the contrary, I feel very fortunate that you brought me these 7 treasures, because of them, I was able to persevere until now. Chu Chou Ting let go of her hand, but embraced her in his arms, feeling her fragile body. He said with a sad heart, from now on, just leave it to me. Let me spend the next 60 years, the rest of my life, taking care of you. With her hands on Chu Chou Ting's back, feeling his strong shoulders, Lu Mengli also smiled and said, I don't seek anything great or luxurious, I just want a peaceful family. As she said this, a tear fell from Lu Mengli's eye. Chu Chou Ting also took a deep breath, moved away from Lu Mengli, looked at the silver needle on his foot again, and whispered, I'll pull out the silver needle for you, and then you can sleep well again. That should be fine, Lu Mengli said gently. A few minutes later, after disinfecting all the silver needles, Chu Ting put them in an acupuncture bag. Then, seeing Lu Mengli gazing at him with a gentle expression, he smiled faintly and said, "It's getting late, go to sleep. I'll be in the living room. If you need me, just call or send me a message. My phone is on the loudest volume, you can hear it." Okay. Lu Mengli didn't say anything, just answered in the gentlest way. Chu Ting left the room, just slightly closing the door without shutting it. Afterwards, he went to the balcony alone and took a bottle of wine from the fridge, opened it and gulped it down. At this point, his emotions were difficult to calm down for a long time. Everything in the past was vividly clear. Ding dong. The sound of a text message alert came from his phone. Chu Ting took it out and saw that it was from Lu Mengli. "Don't drink too much, go to bed early, good night." She noticed her emotions and knew that she was secretly drinking. For a moment, Chu Ting couldn't hold back his emotions, and tears welled up in his eyes. Then he squatted on the ground and choked back his sobs without making a sound. After a few minutes, when his emotions had subsided somewhat, Chu Ting got up again, looked up at the starry sky, and vowed silently that in the days to come, he would work hard to give Lu Mengli and the children the life they wanted. Crunch! The beer bottle was squashed as well. There was no word exchanged that night. The next day, Chu Ting got up at around 5 o'clock. He stood in front of Lu Mengli's door and looked through the gap to see how the other person was doing. He was sleeping soundly. Vaguely, he could see the slightly curled up nightgown, revealing the delicate and fair long legs, almost to the thigh position, which almost revealed too much. But Chu Ting didn't bother. Instead, he tiptoed again to the outside of the Menghua's room, listened for any noise, and saw that they were all sleeping peacefully. A smile crept onto his face. He was going to start preparing a hearty breakfast for his wife and children. There was a door in the kitchen that could be closed to completely isolate the cooking noise from the outside. An hour later, Lu Mengli woke up. She opened her eyes and gazed at the bright ceiling. She picked up her phone and saw that it was 6:30. She thought it was time to get up and prepare breakfast for the kids. She moved her injured foot a little and could no longer feel any pain. She lifted it up and saw that the swelling had gone down. Her ankle had returned to normal, as if she had never sprained it. The corners of her mouth rose, her eyebrows curved, and her smile was as bright as the cherry blossoms blooming in the morning sun. After straightening her skirt, she walked out in her slippers and then heard a slight noise coming from the kitchen. She could faintly smell the aroma of a fried egg and a sweet taste. The smell of happiness. Chapter 33 The reward for a cute child is a critical strike, and the money is pouring in. After Chu Ting finished making breakfast, he took off his apron and was about to go wake up the children when he saw Lu Mengli come out of the bathroom. After the two met, they looked at Lu Mengli's nimble legs and smiled faintly. "Not going to sleep a little longer?" "I've slept enough." Lu Mengli added, "You go wash up, I'll go wake the kids up." "Okay." Chu Ting nodded, and then the two went about their duties. It was only 7 a.m. When Lu Mengli opened the door to the room, the 7 cute kids were sleeping in a pile, like a stack of dominoes. Luckily, they had not fallen out of bed, so Lu Mengli, with a motherly smile on her face, went over and shouted, "Babies, it's time to get up for breakfast. Daddy has made you a big breakfast with fruit for dessert." The sleepy babies immediately opened their eyes when they heard there was something delicious to eat. They were all full of energy, as if they had taken steroids, and they all scrambled out of bed. They didn't care about their messy hair, didn't wash their teeth or faces, and just jumped onto Lu Mengli or the dining table. Lu Mengli couldn't help but laugh, and gently tapped the noses of the cute kids, saying, "Little glutton, you didn't wash your face or brush your teeth." Chu Ting walked out of the bathroom, and seeing the energetic kids, he smiled and said, "Eat first, after that I'll take them to wash up, and you can go to work." "Okay." At this time, Lu Mengli also did not feel too polite with Chu Ying, and sat at the table happily. She found that these few days, with Chu Ying taking care of the cute kids, she also felt much more relaxed, and only needed to focus on her own career. De Bao sat on Chu Ying's lap, pointing to the cola chicken wings and said, "Dad, I want to eat that." "Okay." Chu Ying picked one up for her. The other cute kids also started eating, grabbing the fruit or bread with their hands directly, without any sense of appearance. But Chu Ting didn't mind, after all, they were her own children. Lu Mengli was also not a strict mother. On weekdays, due to the lack of fatherly love, she was more tolerant of them. From childhood to adulthood, even if the cute kids made a mistake, she never spared a beating or a scolding. The cute kids were also very understanding, and often took on some of the household chores for her, so she never had to worry about them. Now that Chu Chou Ting had joined as a father, Lu Mingli had even less to worry about. After finishing breakfast, Lu Mingli put down her chopsticks and said to Chu Chou-ying, "I'm going to work now. There's likely to be traffic at this hour, so I need to leave early. Today is a special day, and if I really have to drive, I'm not very skilled, so I need to leave more time. My darlings, be good at home and don't get into trouble for daddy, okay?" Lu Mingli said with a smile. "Okay, Mom. Mom, come back early." "Bye, Mom, be careful on the road." The cute kids also said hello, each with food all over their mouths, but they were smiling, which was endearing. Chu Chou Ting, however, suddenly stood up and shouted to Lu Mingli, who was getting ready to go out and put on her shoes, "Wait a minute. What's wrong?" Lu Mingli was puzzled. "Your neck is empty, so I'll give you some embellishment," said Chu Chou Ting, and took the exquisite 4-leaf clover gold necklace that had long been placed next to the shoe cabinet. Lu Mingli's face broke into a happy smile after looking at it. "Let me put it on for you." Chu Chou Ting smiled after arranging the necklace. "I was too busy last night to take care of it, and I only remembered this morning. Fortunately, it's not too late." Lu Mingli nodded and said thank you. After that, she turned around and lifted her long hair up, so that Chu Chou Ting could put the necklace on better. At this moment, several of the cute kids ran down from their chairs and peeked at the two of them, all covering their mouths and laughing. After putting it on, Lu Mingli let her hair down and then turned around to touch the 4-leaf clover. Her face turned slightly red as she said, "Do I look good?" Chu Chou-ying took a small step back, then grinned and said, "Perfect. Okay, I'm going to work, or I'll be late." Lu Mingli said, and then she grabbed her handbag and car keys and left the house. When closing the door, Chu Chou Ting did not forget to remind her, "Drive slowly, and call me if anything happens." "Okay," Lu Mingli said, and took the elevator downstairs. The children, however, could not stop laughing. "Dad, are you reluctant to leave Mom?" Facing the teasing of his children, Chu Chou Ting could only laugh helplessly. "Have you all finished eating? If you have, Dad will take you to wash up." "We're done eating. San Bao is still eating. Dad, I want to eat durian candy." The greatest joy of these adorable children is eating every day. Seeing Wu Bao's request, Chu Chou-ting nodded and said, "Okay, Dad will go out and buy it for you later." He had a lot of things to do today, so he needed to go out early. The adorable children all jumped up happily. Ding! Congratulations to the owner for making breakfast for the adorable children. Rating, C, received 6,000 yuan in rewards. Starting to generate more rewards. Ding! Doubling successfully. Received 5 times the cash reward, which has been distributed to the owner's account. As long as you take care of the cute kids, you can get rewards. And the amount is not fixed. Early in the morning, there were 30,000 yuan in the account again, comparable to a money printing machine. Lu Chenfeng thought to himself that if this happened every day, he could earn 1,000,000 yuan a month. In fact, in just a few days, there were more than 3 million yuan in the account. If it were a month, he was afraid that he could become a multi-millionaire. There is still a long way to go. Chu Chou-ying petted the cute kids more and said, "Daddy will take you to wash your faces one by one." "Dad, we can wash ourselves." The children giggled. "When Mom's not home, we wash ourselves." "Oh?" Chu Chou Ting was a little surprised. "Then Dad will watch you wash up, and then Dad will go out for a while to buy you your favorite cars." "Wow, what cars?" "Dad, is my transformer here? Where's my doll?" The children asked, each with an expression of anticipation on their faces. Chu Chou Ting, however, just smiles and says, "I think they'll all arrive today. But what I meant by the car was a really big one that can take you for a ride. With this car, I can take you all on a long trip." "Wow, Dad, I want to ride in it. Then we can go on a family picnic. Daddy is so awesome, Bao loves Daddy." Chu Chou Ting was also incredibly proud of being loved by the cute kids, and his sense of guilt was therefore reduced. He said, "Then you just behave at home, and wait for Daddy to bring the car back, and then you can ride in it, okay?" The cute kids said, "Okay," and ran into the bathroom to start brushing their teeth. Due to time constraints, Chu Chou Ting was also temporarily unable to comb their hair. After saying hello and seeing that they were each holding a toothbrush and toothcup and getting ready, Chu Chou Ting felt relieved and then took the keys and prepared to leave. After thinking about it, Chu Chou Ting still tightened the gas, and while doing so, placed some of the more threatening things away, before leaving the house and locking the door. He then took out his phone to check the logistics, and the things he had bought for the children and Lu Mingli would arrive today. He then called the Forest shop. He was quickly connected to a female salesperson. "Hello, Mr. Chu, are you coming over now?" Chu Cho Ting responded, "Yes, I'm ready to go." "Is your store open yet?" "It's open, just waiting for you to come and pick up the car," the saleswoman respectfully said. "Okay, I'll be there in about half an hour." Chu Cho Ting calculated the time and explained to the other party. Then he hung up the phone and started hailing a cab on the street. 2 or 3 minutes later, the taxi arrived. After Chu Cho Ting got in, the driver followed the navigation to the Mercedes-Benz 4S store. It was estimated to take about 35 minutes, so Chu Cho Ting just used his phone while in the car. He downloaded a real estate app to look for properties for sale nearby. After half an hour of searching, he had a rough idea when he arrived at the 4S store. After getting the car, he didn't mind going to see the actual house. If it was suitable, he would buy it and give Manghua and Lu Mingli a home. After entering the 4S store, the saleswoman was already waiting. She politely asked, "Hello, are you Mr. Chu Cho Ting?" "That's me." Chu Cho Ting nodded. "Hello, Mr. Chu." The saleswoman had a great figure, an internet celebrity face, and was wearing black leggings that showed off her long legs, and her miniskirt went almost to her buttocks. Nowadays, most saleswomen dress like this to attract customers' attention. However, Chu Cho Ting's focus was on the various Mercedes-Benz luxury cars parked in rows in the store. If he didn't have a pressing need, Chu Cho Ting would not buy a Mercedes-Benz V-Class. "Take me to see the car I booked." Chu Cho Ting cut straight to the chase and didn't want to waste time. The saleswoman felt a little disappointed when Chu Cho Ting didn't look at her when he walked in, but it didn't affect her mood. Looking at Chu Cho Ting again, she saw that he was dressed plainly, but there was an attractive aura about him, coupled with his tall figure and handsome appearance, so she thought he was no ordinary person. After leading Chu Cho Ting to the front and back of the Mercedes-Benz V-Class, the saleswoman began her introduction. However, Chu Cho Ting interrupted her, "No need to introduce it. I already knew how it performs before coming here. Let's just sign the contract." The saleswoman didn't expect Chu Cho Ting to be so decisive. She was a little surprised, but immediately put on a smile and said, "Okay, Mr. Chu. Nowadays, it's rare to find someone with your courage when buying a car." She then took Chu Cho Ting to sign the contract, and after he made a lump sum payment, the saleswoman's attitude towards Chu Cho Ting became even more ambiguous. "Mr. Chu, may I ask, are you buying this car for business use?" Chu Cho Ting seemed to see the saleswoman's intentions, and he simply and clearly said, "No, it's mainly for picking up and dropping off my children." The saleswoman was surprised. "Mr. Chu, you're so young and already have children?" Chu Cho Ting couldn't help but picture the 7 cute children in his mind's eye, and a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Yes, and my wife gave birth to 7s, otherwise I wouldn't need to buy this V-Class business car." For a moment, the saleswoman was stunned in place. The little plan in her heart also fell through, and even the urge to add WeChat at the end was extinguished. Chapter 34, Living in a super large flat, driving a Mercedes-Benz business car, life has reached its peak. As for Chu Cho Ting, he had already left the 4S shop in a Mercedes-Benz V-Class Pilot Edition. Holding the steering wheel, which felt completely different from a mini-car, and the 9-speed automatic transmission, he felt very familiar with it. He had also rented a car and done some driving and driving for hire, so his driving skills were not bad. In the car, he connected his phone to the car audio and then called the real estate salesperson. It was already past 9 o'clock, and the salespeople had all started work. After receiving Chu Cho Ting's call, the salesperson politely said, "Hello, this is Washenjiwan Real Estate, glad to be of service." Chu Cho Ting asked curtly, "I saw on the house buying app that there is a 210 square meter large flat in the Ambassador House. Is it still available?" "Sir, may I ask your surname?" the female salesperson asked. "Our duplex house is still available. May I ask if you want to buy it or?" "To buy." Chu Cho Ying said, "You can just call me Mr. Chu. If there is one, can I come over now to see if it is convenient?" "Of course it is convenient. Mr. Chu, is that right? Then I will register you now. How long will it take for you to arrive?" The saleswoman continued. "It will probably take less than an hour." Chu Cho Ying explained, "I will call you when I arrive, is that okay?" "Of course it is fine, Mr. Chu. I will be in the store, just let me know when you arrive," the saleswoman said respectfully. After all, not just anyone can afford a penthouse. After all, with such a large floor area, it is basically difficult to sell unless there is a genuine need. So seeing that Chu Chou-ting seemed like a decisive person, the saleswoman felt that there was a chance. If it really sold, she would get a good commission for this single deal. After Chu Chou-ting hung up the phone, he drove off in the Mercedes-Benz V-Class, and many people were looking at it along the way. After all, a commercial vehicle like this, with its relatively large size, is bound to attract attention. After spending 550,000 yuan to buy it, Chu Chou-ting did not use the discount card, but saved it for the house purchase to deduct again. For a house of more than 2 million yuan, using the discount card to deduct can save more than 800,000 yuan, which is equivalent to the price of this Mercedes-Benz. After about 40 minutes, Chu Chou-ting arrived at the state guest house. After finding a parking space and stopping, he got out of the car and called the saleswoman. At this time, the saleswoman looked at the time and felt that Chu Chou-ting would be arriving soon, so she waited at the door. She saw a man get out of a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle. He was handsome, tall, and had a distinguished air about him. She immediately asked, "Hello, Mr. Chu Chou-ting, I think I see you. Are you driving a Mercedes-Benz?" "Yes, that's me." Chu Chou-ting also saw the female salesperson in a professional suit at a glance. She was a relatively energetic woman, probably in her early 30s, and her professional attire was very formal, not at all seductive like the female salespersons at 4S stores. However, in terms of appearance, Chu Chou-ting felt that the female salesperson in the house was more pleasing to the eye. The female salesperson greeted him, and seeing that Chu Chou-ting was driving a Mercedes-Benz, she was also sure that he was a wealthy person, and she was determined to close the deal today. Therefore, in terms of attitude, she also became more friendly and polite. "Mr. Chu, I am very happy to be able to serve you. Hello, can you take me to see the house now?" Chu Chou-ting said indifferently. "Of course, I have the keys ready." The female salesperson smiled and said, "The house you want to see is in this neighborhood. I'll take you there." And she walked on. Chu Chou-ting followed the female salesperson, and the other party started talking again. "Mr. Chu, there is only one large flat left, and it has all been renovated. It has 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms, 1 kitchen and 2 balconies. All the qualifications are fine. How much is the down payment?" Chu Chou-ting asked casually. "The down payment is 550,000 yuan. The saleswoman replied respectfully. Chu Chou-ting continued the conversation. "I saw on the app that the total price is 2,205,000 yuan. If I pay it all at once, there won't be any other additional fees, right?" "Yes, Mr. Chu, you only need to pay 1.5% of the actual house price in deed tax," the saleswoman explained. Chu Chou-ting nodded, and then after arriving at the location, he took the elevator to the 13th floor. This location was quite good, and because of this, Chu Chou-ting had looked at so many before inquiring about this one. After entering the entrance hall, the saleswoman showed Chu Chou-ting around, explaining as she went, including the wind and air conditions, all of which she explained as if she knew it by heart. After a round of viewing, Chu Chou-ting also roughly knew the internal structure of this apartment. To the left of the entrance was a living room of more than 25 square meters, connected to the dining room, which was about 10 square meters. Opposite was the kitchen, separated from the entrance by a wall, and it was about 8 square meters. There were 2 balconies in the living room, one on the left side of the living room and the other on the right side of the dining room. Together they covered an area of more than 9 square meters, and the view was very good. Then further inside were the master bedroom and the second bedroom. The master bedroom is about 17 square meters, and the second bedroom is slightly smaller, at 10 square meters. There are a total of 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a cloakroom. Each bedroom has a huge closet where you can store clothes and bedding. Chu Chou-ting was quite satisfied after looking at it. He just decided to sign the contract with the saleswoman. When asked if it was a loan or a lump sum payment, Chu Chou-ting said imperiously, "Pay it all at once." The saleswoman was taken aback and could see Chu Chou-ting's wealth. It was a busy afternoon. This is a sweeping statement, not a waste of words, and after the house was purchased and Chu Chou-ting paid more than 2.2 million yuan in cash, the ownership of the house finally fell into Chu Chou-ting's hands. At the moment of delivery, Chu Chou-ting's feelings were indescribable. He was excited and happy. His first home in life was more than 200 square meters, a large flat that had once been out of reach. Now, the family finally had a place to call home. No more worrying about rent. With the keys in hand, Chu Chou-ting left the real estate agency and returned to his rented room. On the way, Chu Chou-ting happily played songs and hummed a tune, saying to the system, use the discount card to help me deduct the amount paid for the house. Ding! Congratulations, the host has successfully used the card. After calculating with the 40% discount card, the final refund to the host is 8,952,300 yuan in cash. The original savings of just over 1.5 million yuan instantly became a balance of over 2.4 million yuan. This major event in life was considered to be over. However, Chu Qiuting still needed to order a batch of furniture online to replace the ones he didn't like or to add to the collection. He had left a little bit of budget here, roughly in the range of 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. After returning home, Chu Qiuting's delivery arrived, so he picked it all up. It was all the children's toys, clothes, and Lu Mingli's. Then, he parked the car downstairs, not in the basement, and went upstairs to get the girls ready to go. They still needed to go out, and apart from shopping, the main thing was moving. It was already late afternoon, and Chu Qiuting didn't have time to cook, so he decided to take them out to eat. A happy person is a person full of energy, and it was only at this moment that Chu Qiuting understood the truth that it is not difficult to get things done when you have money. The moment the door opened, the movements of the children all stopped. When they saw Chu Qiuting appear in the doorway, they all rushed over to him. "Daddy! Daddy's back! Daddy, where have you been? Where's our car? I'm hungry, Daddy." Chu Qiuting crouched down, opened his arms and hugged the two children, smiling and saying, "Daddy went to do something very fulfilling." "Do you want to know what it was?" "What was it, Daddy?" Seeing the children's expectant and smiling faces, Chu Qiuting was also in a great mood and said, "Daddy went to see a super beautiful, super big home. In the future, we're going to move again, to a bigger house. Do you like that?" "Wow, really, Dad? How big is it? Bigger than your current home? I want to go see it." Chu Qiuting patted the girls' heads and laughed. "Before we go, should we help Mum tidy up the house?" "Yes." "Okay, we'll do what Dad says." "Dad, will Mum be living with us too?" Chu Qiuting laughed. "Of course we'll all live together. There'll be a huge bed big enough for Mum, Dad, and you to sleep on together." The little girls couldn't wait to get up. Chu Qiuting wasted no time and dressed the girls in their usual clothes. There was a mix-up during the process. Since the girls' clothes were all the same, it was hard to tell who belonged to whom. Some of the clothes were too big and some too small, so the girls giggled, "Daddy, this shirt is mine. These pants are mine. Daddy, you're so silly, you can't even tell which clothes belong to me and which belong to my sister." Chu Qiuting, however, was embarrassed, and in the end, he just stood aside and watched the cute kids get dressed themselves. After getting ready, Chu Qiuting told them to hold hands and go out the door. This time, there was no more unexpected encounter with the vicious woman in the elevator. When they got downstairs, the cute kids were all stunned when they saw the Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle, and they let out a continuous exclamation of amazement. "Wow, Daddy, is this our big car? It's so big. Daddy, I want to ride in it." Chu Qiuting opened the car door and then carried the children in one by one. Although there were only 7 seats, the interior was incredibly spacious, easily accommodating the 7 children. There was even some extra room. After they were all seated, Chu Qiuting fastened their seatbelts and then watched them start swinging their legs and smiling. He said to them from the driver's seat, "Kids, shall we set off?" "Yes. Let's go. Dad, drive quickly, let's go for a ride. It would be nice if Mom were here too." Chu Qiuting laughed and said, "When Mom comes back, we'll take her for a ride together." As he said this, Chu Qiuting's face also carried a touch of longing. He was about to start the car when his phone rang. Chapter 35, Treasure Wife gets a promotion and a pay rise, and takes the cute kids out for a luxurious meal. Looking at the caller ID, he saw that it was Chen Jiping calling. Chu Qiuting put the phone on speakerphone and, while backing out of the driveway to the cheers of the kids, said, "Hello, Officer Chen." "Brother Chu, are you home?" Chen Jiping beamed and said, "I can hear the kids' voices. We're in the car, getting ready to take the kids out to eat." Chu Qiuting turned the wheel with one hand, made a U-turn at the entrance of the community and drove out, saying, "What's up, Officer Chen? Do you need my cooperation with Lin Chang?" "Not really." Chen Jipeng continued, "He's done it for sure, he can't get away with it." After a pause, he continued, "It's just that I'm off today, so I was wondering if I could come over and have a chat with you." Chu Qiuting saw that the other party was rarely free, so he readily agreed, "That's good, Officer Chen, if you don't mind, come over for a meal together, as a way of thanking you for your help on these 2 occasions." Ha ha ha, that's embarrassing. Send me the address. Chen Zhipeng is still very easygoing and doesn't have any airs. Okay, I'll send you a WeChat message in a moment. Chu Qiuting said with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Chu Qiuting parked the car on the side of the road in the residential area, sent Chen Zhipeng the address of a buffet restaurant he wanted to go to, and then typed a string of text, "Let me know when you arrive, and I'll come pick you up." Okay. Chen Zhipeng sent an okay emoticon. Chu Qiuting then restarted the car, and in the midst of the magazine's cute children's laughter, he also followed the happy mood and headed to the perfect buffet restaurant. This restaurant has a wide variety of dishes, including seafood, barbecue, desserts, etc. The restaurant has a very good local environment and taste, and the service is also excellent. It is praised by many diners as one of the most recommended buffets. It is only 7 or 8 kilometers from his current location, very close. Going out to eat with 7 cute kids is just for fun. The price is not expensive, $188 per person, and you can get all kinds of delicious food. In the past, Chu Qiuting would never have dared to be so extravagant and spend over $1,000 on a meal. But things are different now. With the help of the system, he can take the kids out to enjoy themselves. There is no best, only better. This is the goal Chu Qiuting has set for himself in taking care of the kids. Along the way, the kids are staring out of the car, taking in the trees, the cars, and the passers-by, all of which have become the most beautiful scenery in their eyes. However, Chu Qiuting did not open the window, fearing that the children would be in danger if they stuck their heads out. After about 20 minutes, Chu Qiuting arrived at the perfect buffet, found a parking space, and then opened the door automatically to let the children out. He was also the first to come to the car door and hug the children down one by one. The children were jumping around in place, overjoyed. "Dad, where are we? It's so beautiful. What are we going to eat? Can we have some cake, Daddy?" Chu Qiuting smiled and said, "There's everything here. Whatever you want to eat, Daddy can make it appear." "Wow, Daddy is amazing. Then I want to eat lots and lots of strawberry cake. Do you have any chicken legs? I want ice cream." Luckily, the cafeteria had the food they wanted, so Chu Qiuting let them hold hands, stood in the middle himself, and led them in with great fanfare. There weren't too many diners in the restaurant at this time, and business was usually booming in the evenings, so the waiter immediately noticed them as soon as they entered. But when he saw Chu Qiuting bringing in the septuplets, he was so shocked that he almost dropped his eyes. They had never seen 7 girls who looked exactly the same before. Other diners also turned their heads, curiously watching Chu Qiuting and the cute kids. Some even took out their phones to take photos or record videos. Chu Qiuting was also prepared to be used as video material by diners and passers-by. In an instant, they became the focus of the cafeteria. Seeing that the waitresses were a bit stunned, Chu Qiuting smiled faintly and asked, "Excuse me, are there any seats available?" "Yes, yes, yes." The waitress was very young, about 20 years old, wearing the cafeteria staff uniform, and she came back to her senses and served, "Sir, how many are you?" 9. Chu Qiuting smiled and said, "Can you give me a large private room?" "I'm sorry, sir, but the private rooms have all been booked." The waitress apologized, but then said, "How about I arrange a table for you in the back?" "That's fine." Chu Qiuting nodded. That way, they could eat in peace and avoid being stared at. At this time, the waitress's eyes were still on the cute children. They were all incredibly delicate and small, and it was impossible to tell any difference between them just by looking at them. "Little girl, this lollipop is for you." Bao suddenly pulled an alpine candy out of his pocket and handed it to the waitress. The waitress was flattered. "Thank you, little girl, I don't eat it, you eat it." At this moment, her heart was melted. She led Chu Qiuting to a less crowded place. There was a table for 10, which was offered to Chu Qiuting. "Sir, is this seat satisfactory?" The waitress's service attitude was warm and friendly, and the details were also thoughtful. Chu Qiuting nodded with satisfaction and said, "That's fine, thank you." "You're welcome, sir." The waitress continued, "Sir, please sit down. There is a QR code on the table to place your order. We will bring it to you for free. Of course, you can also go to the self-service area and choose your own food. If you need anything, just let us know." "Okay, thank you." Chu Qiuting added, "Do I pay now or after I finish eating?" The waitress smiled and said, "It's fine. Sir, we calculate according to the number of people. I have already registered 9 people on my side, sir, please confirm." Yes, 9 months, and one more friend, explained Chu Chou-ting. Oh, I see. The waitress nodded with a smile, and then wished the gentleman a pleasant meal with his little cuties. After the waitress left, Siba suddenly said, Dad, Mom used to work in a restaurant before. Well, every night, she would work until 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Dad, this little girl looks like Mom. Chu Chou-ting laughed silently. But he also understood why Second Treasure would offer the waitress a lollipop on his own initiative. Perhaps it was a feeling of mutual understanding. Lu Mengli, who had once been in the same situation, felt a sense of familiarity with the children. Do you like that little girl? Chu Chou-ting laughed, but the little girl has to go back to work, so she can't play with you. It's okay, I'll get the little lady something delicious to eat in a bit. Wu Bo said in a baby voice. Chu Chou-ting didn't stop her, but instead told them to sit down and get ready to order. The phone rang again, but it wasn't Chen Jipang, it was Lu Mengli calling. After arranging for the cute kids to sit down, Chu Chou-ting answered, Hey, Mengli. Chu Chou-ting, are you outside? Lu Mengli asked with a smile, hearing the noisy voice. Well, I brought the kids to a nearby cafeteria to eat. Chu Chou-ting explained, I ran around all morning today, so I didn't have time to cook for them, so I just ate out. What about you? It was already past 1 p.m. by this time, and Lu Mengli was also on break. I just ate. Lu Mengli laughed, I happened to have some time, so I called to ask about you and the kids. Don't worry about family matters, I'll take care of the kids. Chu Chou-ting laughed, it's you who went to work today, and no one at the company gave you a hard time, did they? Lu Mengli began to share what happened at the company today. The board of directors came, and I was also called to the meeting room by Sister Han. A promotion meeting was held especially for me, and she also personally apologized to me for what happened to Lin Chang yesterday. Chu Chou-ting was happy for Lu Mengli after hearing this. So now you're the manager of the company? After being recommended by Sister Han, I became the manager of the sales department. Lu Mengli was also happy and said, Chu Chou-ting, I feel like I've been dreaming these past few days, with good things coming one after the other. This is all thanks to you and the children. Ha, this is the result of your own hard work. Chu Chou-ting, however, laughed and said, if it weren't for your strong business skills, the company wouldn't have held a promotion meeting just for you. It's also because of your abilities that they value you. So now my salary has also increased, and it is not a problem to support the children and family expenses. Lu Mengli smiled happily, and completely expressed her mood towards Chu Chou-ting at the moment. Finally, I can share the burden of supporting the family with you. Chu Chou-ting knew that Lu Mengli had always wanted to share the burden for him. The promotion and pay rise would make her happy for a long time. Then you yourself remember to eat on time at the company, and call me if anything happens. Chu Chou-ting added, Officer Chen will also come over to accompany the children for dinner in a while, and in the evening, I will go back to cook a delicious meal for you. In addition, I also have another piece of good news to announce. Lu Mengli was curious, however, what good news? Is it buying a car? Chu Chou-ting gave a mysterious smile and deliberately hung Lu Mengli's appetite by saying, the car has already been picked up, which is why I can take the children out to dinner. I'm referring to another major event in life. A major event in life? Lu Mengli suddenly couldn't help thinking that Chu Chou-ting would confess to her that night. Or maybe he would drag her to get married. When she thought about this, she felt embarrassed. Chu Chou-ting, just tell me, otherwise my heart will always be on the line. But Chu Chou-ting just said cryptically, you'll know when you get back from work. Okay, I'll wait until I get home to hear what you have to say. Chu Chou-ting knew that the conversation was almost over, so he asked in the end, do you want to talk to the kids? It's fine, we can talk about it when I get home. I have to start working too. Just as Lu Mengli finished speaking, Chu Chou-ting heard the voice of Sister Han from yesterday on the phone. Mengli, you and I will go out and handle some new business in a while, and I will give you full authority at that time. Okay, sister. After responding, Lu Mengli said to Chu Chou-ting, I won't say anything else for now. Just be careful with the kids outside, and we'll talk when I get home. Bye. Bye. Chu Chou-ting laughed and hung up the phone. After that, he took out his phone and scanned the QR code to place an order. While doing so, he asked the cute kids what they wanted to eat. After looking at the food on the phone, the cute kids were like they had discovered a new continent, wanting every dish. Chu Chou-ting was also generous and ordered the whole thing for them. After ordering, a text message came through, sent by Chen Jipang. When he got up, he saw the figure of Chen Jipeng appear, and in his hand, he was surprisingly holding an oversized toy, which was also eye-catching. Chapter 36. When moving house, they encountered a difficult landlord who was a dog, so they took out the law to punish him. This doll is estimated to be more than half a meter tall, and it almost blocked Chen Jipeng when he held it in his arms. When the cute kids saw it, they screamed, "Ha ha ha, Daddy, it's Pikachu." What a big Pikachu! It's the police officer. Chu Ting didn't expect Chen Jipeng to bring a gift, and it was so unique. He got up and hugged the doll over, laughing, "Officer Chen, you came anyway, why did you bring such a big toy?" "I saw it when I passed by the boutique and bought it." Chen Jipeng laughed, "After all, I have to see the children, so I can't come empty-handed." "Officer Chen, what a big doll." "Daddy, I want to hug it." "Ha ha, it's so warm." The children were overjoyed to see such a big Pikachu and couldn't hug it enough, causing the other diners to turn their heads. "Do you like it, babies?" Chen Jipeng laughed as he stroked the cute children's heads. "Yes." The cute children nodded. Chu Ting, however, laughed and said, "Babies, make room for Shu to sit down, we're going to start ordering." "Great. Shu, sit here." "Dad, the doll can sit next to me." "Okay, just watch it so it doesn't get dirty during dinner." After giving his instructions, Chu Ting sat down next to Chen Jipeng. Then he said to Chen Jipeng, "Order whatever you want. I heard this cafeteria is good, so you must eat until you're full." Chen Jipeng was not polite, took out his phone and scanned the QR code as well. He smiled at Chu Ting and said, "Brother Chu, don't call me Officer Chen when I'm not at work. If you don't mind, just call me Jipeng. I'm a few years older than you, so you can also call me Brother Jipeng." Chu Ting also didn't feel awkward and said, "Brother Peng, it's rare that you're off work. After we finish eating, I'll take the kids to move house, so we won't be able to chat for a while." "Moving house?" Chen Jipeng said without thinking, "What a coincidence, I'll help you in a bit." "Thank you, police officer." "Officer, I'll buy you a lollipop." The cute kids also understood, and very kindly handed over their beloved lollipops. Chen Jipeng was amused by their actions and, after taking the lollipop, said, "Okay, thank you, my dear. How about I move with you in a little while?" Yes. "You're so nice, Shu. When I grow up, I want to be a policeman too," Chibo said again. She had made up her mind to do so the last time. Chen Jipeng, however, made some excuses before saying affectionately to the cute child next to him, "My dear, you were the one who told Shu that you wanted to be a policeman last time, weren't you?" "Yes, then you can catch the bad guys," Chibo said, waving her arms. After ordering the deli food, Chu Ting followed up with an introduction, "Brother Pang, they all have a wristband on their hand, and the colors red, orange, yellow, green, blue and purple are used to distinguish their sizes." "Oh, I see, I was curious about that before, I didn't realize it had such a function." Chen Jipeng suddenly realized, "Brother Chu, do you sometimes also get them confused?" He gave a wry smile and nodded, "A bit, but my wife can tell them apart." "Ha, it seems that you need to be more careful, little brother." Chen Jipeng smiled and said, "But if it were up to me, I wouldn't be able to tell them apart either." While they were chatting, the food that Chu Qiuying had ordered was delivered. There was a fruit platter and delicacies from the mountains and the sea, basically every dish was delicious. Chu Ting first let the children eat first, and he and Chen Jipeng personally went to the buffet area to find something they liked to eat. "Brother Chu, why aren't your younger siblings here today?" "She's at work and won't be back until tonight," Chu Ting laughed. "So you're the one taking the kids out every day while your sister is at work?" Chen Jipeng became curious. "I saw a 7-seat commercial vehicle at the entrance earlier, did you drive it here?" "Well, I just bought it." Chu Ting explained, "It's convenient for taking the kids out for a drive, otherwise I'd have to take 2 taxis every time, and it's not convenient for me to take them out alone." "That's true." Chen Jipeng nodded, "Having a car is indeed more convenient." Afterwards, the two of them ate and chatted. Chen Jipeng finally understood that Menger and the other kids had been brought up by Lu Mengli alone for the past 5 or 6 years. And he had only recently become acquainted with Menger and the other kids. Chen Jipeng was a little sad about this. His sister-in-law is really not an ordinary person. Chen Jipeng admired her a little, saying, "You are blessed to have given birth to so many cute children, and you must treat them well in the future." "That's a must," Chu Ting replied with certainty. The meal lasted 2 full hours, and Chen Jipeng also became friends with the children. When it came time to pay the bill, Chen Jipeng offered to pay, but Chu Chou Ting refused. Then, the two of them drove to Lu Mengli's rented house in their own cars. It wasn't far, about 10 kilometers. When they arrived, it was almost 3:30. Chu Chou Ting thought about moving the furniture and then cooking a big dinner for the family. After they had eaten, he would teach Chen Jipeng some moves from his dog beating stick method. The other person had come specifically to ask him about Kung Fu, but it had turned into a move, and Chu Chou Ting felt a little bad about it. When they arrived at the place, Chu Chou Ting was about to take the key and open the door, but he heard a noise coming from inside the house. He thought it was a thief and immediately became alert. When he pushed the door open, a foul smell hit his nose, and then he heard the man cursing, "You don't answer the phone and you're not here, have you run away from me? What are you talking about?" Chu Chou Ting looked at the other person's fat and bloated appearance and heard him scolding his woman, so he said impatiently, "And who are you and why are you in someone else's house?" The fat man wore a gold necklace and looked like a nouveau riche. He looked at Chu Chou Ting with some strangeness and said in a bad mood, "Someone else's house? This is my house. I'd rather ask you who you are and why you're here." Wu Bao then sneaked in and shouted at Chu Chou Ting after seeing the fat man, "Dad, he's the landlord." The landlord also recognized the Menghua. After all, when Lu Mingli rented this place, he was surprised that Lu Mingli was so fertile and had 7 babies. However, he didn't like children, so even though the Menghua were very cute, he said with a disgusted face, "Little ones, he is your father?" "Yes, I am." The children seemed a little afraid of him and hid behind Chu Chou Ting, nodding obediently. Chu Chou Ting then understood and, looking at the mess all over the floor, became dissatisfied. He said, "Even if you are the landlord, you can't just go into someone's home, can you? What do you mean by just?" The landlord, however, spoke arrogantly and domineeringly, saying, "You need to understand that this is my home. What's wrong? Also, I called your wife but she never answered. This house stinks, and if I didn't come in, I wouldn't know that you've made my house so dirty. If you don't live here anymore, how am I going to rent it out after this mess?" At the beginning, Chu Chou Ting heard Lu Mingli talk about it. When they first moved in, there was a problem with the toilet in this house, which clogged up from time to time. It seemed that after the cesspool was filled, the room she lived in happened to be directly below the cesspool, and dirty water would keep coming out. He has already asked the landlord several times to deal with the problem, but the other party has been stalling and is nowhere to be seen. He has also personally inspected the situation and there is simply no way to unblock the sewage. At this point, the other party instead came to the door and started to be difficult, so Chu Chou Ting was not very polite either. "We are here to check out, we will move out today, you damned place, whoever wants to live here in the future can find someone to live here, it has nothing to do with us. In addition, my wife paid a deposit when she first rented this place, so please return it to me now." "What, you still want the deposit?" The landlord, however, was justified in saying, "Look at what you've done to my house. I'm lucky to not be asking you for damages, and you want your deposit back? That's ridiculous." Chu Chou Ting had actually met quite a few landlords who deliberately made things difficult for tenants when they were moving out, just to try and hold on to some of the deposit. But he wasn't going to give in to them, even though he didn't need the 1,000 yuan. "It seems that you think we are easy to bully, right?" Chu Chou Ting's eyes were cold as he said, "Are you sure you won't return the deposit?" "No, if you want to move, hurry up. And I'll tell you again, you won't get the remaining 1.5 months rent back either. You are the ones who voluntarily moved out, not me forcing you to go." The landlord continued to speak haughtily. Chu Chou Ting didn't plan to ask for the rest of the rent, but the deposit had to be returned. Just as he was about to go up, Chen Jipeng, who had never spoken up before, spoke up, "Brother Chu, don't be impulsive, let me handle it." The landlord looked at Chu Chou Ting and called someone over, but he didn't give in at all and said, "Who are you? What, do you still want to hit me?" But then he saw Chen Jipeng pull an ID card out of his pocket and politely smile, saying, "Landlord, where's my sister-in-law? It wasn't easy for her to bring up the kids on her own. Now she has to move because of problems with your house, so I hope you can return the deposit to her. Of course, they can keep the rent." When he saw that Chu Chou Ting had actually called the police, the landlord's face changed slightly, but soon he spoke up again, saying, "Officer, it's useless for you to threaten me with your status. After all, I haven't broken the law." When the contract was signed, it was written in black and white that the condition of the room when they moved in would be the same as when they moved out, otherwise there would be no place to return the deposit. Now look at the state the room has been reduced to by these girls. You can just walk away if you don't want to live here anymore, but I have to clean up this mess you've left behind, so does that mean I have to pay for it? Everyone is treated equally before the law. Xu Qiuting saw that the other party's attitude was arrogant, so he said to Chen Jipeng, Officer Chen, you can see the character of this person. It so happens that you also know the law, so I will tell this guy whether he knows the law or not. At the beginning, Xu Qiuting also encountered this kind of stubborn landlord, and then he also looked up the relevant legal knowledge, and he never expected that it would come in handy now. In front of Chen Jipeng, Xu Qiuting pointed at the landlord's nose and said, you said that when you signed the contract with my wife, the house was fine. But my wife deliberately left a reminder, and that night your toilet was blocked, and she even took photos as evidence. Now, I'll tell you, according to the civil code, if the leased property endangers the safety or health of the lessee, even if the lessee knows that the leased property is substandard when the contract is concluded, the lessee can still terminate the contract at any time. Of course, you can choose not to believe in the law, but then we'll go through the legal channels. In the end, I'll tell you, not only do you have to return our deposit, you also have to compensate us for the remaining rent and other losses. Chen Jipeng looked at Xu Qiuting in surprise. He didn't expect him to recite the civil code as well. If he wasn't in the legal profession, the average citizen would never know such details. So, with the landlord's face looking slightly unpleasant, Chen Jipeng followed up, Mr. Chu is right. If you don't intend to settle this privately, then I, as a police officer, will intervene and investigate. If what Mr. Chu said is true, then you, landlord, will have to compensate Mr. Chu's family for all the losses incurred during this period of time. The landlord, who was already feeling guilty, was even more afraid after hearing this and said, fine, just move your stuff out quickly and I'll return your deposit. I'll just consider myself unlucky, really. Xu Qiuting didn't intend to waste any more time with the other party and told him directly, transfer the money to my wife's account, and once that's done, I'll just pack up and move out. Since Chen Jipeng was present, the landlord directly took out his phone and found Lu Mengli's WeChat account, transferring 1,000 yuan. Xu Qiuting was satisfied, glanced at Chen Jipeng, smiled, and started to get busy. The cute kids were left in the car by Xu Qiuting. After all, they were still young, and it was not good to accidentally bump into things when they were inside the house while moving. And there was not much to pack in the house. Under the supervision of the landlord, Xu Qiuting and Chen Jipeng spent just over an hour packing everything. Some of the things that didn't fit in the van were put in Chen Jipeng's car. Xu Qiuting was grateful, because if it hadn't been for Chen Jipeng, he would have had to make 2 trips. After everything was loaded, Xu Qiuting also handed over the keys to the other person and drove off. At this time, Lu Mengli also called. Looking at the time, it was also time to go off work. Xu Qiuting turned on the speakerphone and looked at the road ahead, saying, Mengli, did you receive the deposit transferred by the landlord? Dad, I received it. Did you go to move? As soon as she finished work, Lu Mengli hurriedly called Xu Qiuting. Just because she received the transfer from the landlord, she understood that Xu Qiuting had moved without her, and she was touched but felt bad. Why didn't you wait for me to go together? Chapter 37 Obtaining the Master Craftsman skill, the Meng children have double happiness. It can be heard that although Lu Mengli is a little resentful, she is not able to share the burden and it falls entirely on Xu Qiuting, so she feels bad. Xu Qiuting smiled slightly and said, what's the big deal? Officer Chen is here, so let's move together and save a lot of trouble. Thank Officer Chen for me, or why don't you invite him to dinner tonight? Lu Mengli thought for a moment and said, I'm going off duty too. I'll cook for you when I get home, or we can go out to eat. No, we can just eat at home, said Xu Qiuting with a smile. Lu Mengli hurriedly explained, that's not it, I'm just worried that you're too tired. It's no big deal, what's the point of getting tired cooking? Xu Qiuting is becoming more and more like a super dad, and continued, never mind that, just drive safely after work. Okay, honey. At this moment, Lu Mengli became much more cheerful, and her way of talking to Xu Qiuting became much more intimate. Although the two of them did not break through that layer of relationship, in fact, they no longer needed to express themselves like young people. They cared more about their inner feelings. You understand, I understand, that's enough. After returning home, Xu Qiuting did not carry the miscellaneous items in the trunk upstairs. After the children got out of the car, he and Chen Jipeng put the extra items in the back seat together. Because they were going to move to a new home tomorrow, they didn't want to make things difficult. After the group went upstairs, Chen Jipeng held the big doll for Menghua. After entering the house, he said with a smile, Brother Chu, I really didn't expect that sometimes fate can be so amazing. Yesterday I just had a case at your place, and today we have become friends. Yes, so sometimes you have no idea which will come first, the accident or tomorrow. After entering, Xu Chuoying didn't let Chen Jipeng take off his shoes and greeted him. You sit first, I'll get you a bottle of water to drink. Okay. Chen Jipeng surveyed the room and noticed that the house was tidied up neatly, even with 7 cute kids around. He felt even more that Chu Chou Ting was a very capable person. Brother Chu, I didn't realize you were so capable. If it were me, I think the house would be a mess. However, after Chu Chou Ting took out a large bottle of fruit drink and a bottle of mineral water from the refrigerator, he walked over and said, "This is not my masterpiece either. The kids are more sensible and they cleaned up after themselves." Chen Jipeng was even more surprised to hear this. Looking at the 7 children, who had already started drinking the fruit juice, he said with surprise, "Xu Chuoying, when I have children, I must bring them to play with these treasures and let them take care of them. Are you trying to say that it's best to have a boy?" Xu Chuoying could see Chen Jipeng's ulterior motive and laughed, saying, "Then you can arrange a child marriage." Although he was guessed, Chen Jipeng did not hide his thoughts. Who can resist our baby's intelligence, understanding, and cuteness? But seriously, you and your sister-in-law are indeed a perfect match, with strong genes, which is why you have given birth to such a cute child. Otherwise, can I also follow suit and be their godfather? Seeing that Chen Jipeng had also become related to them, Xu Chuoting didn't mind and said, "I would naturally be happy to have a godfather who is a policeman, but it also depends on whether the children are willing." "Xu Mu, do you want to be my godfather?" "Dad, we also have a godmother." "Dad, are godfathers and godmothers in the same relationship as mom and dad, as a couple?" Chen Jipeng sat up in surprise. He really didn't expect the toddlers to have godmothers. He glanced at Xu Chuoying, who was obviously asking. Xu Chuoying then laughed and said, "There is indeed a godmother, but she is recognized by the mother's sisters and has nothing to do with me." "So that's how it is. It seems our child is very popular." Chen Jipeng sighed with emotion, but didn't care. He hugged Qibo and said with a smile, "My dear, would you like to recognize Xu Shu as your godfather?" "Godfather, I want to be a policeman." He. Qibo started to pout, and her 2 dimples stood out conspicuously as she smiled. All 7 children took after their mother and had dimples, which made them very cute. "We have another godfather now, so can he protect us in the future and arrest all the bad guys?" "Godfather, I want a chicken leg." All of a sudden, the cute children surrounded him and started to call out sweetly. Chen Jipeng felt happier than he had ever been before, and a smile spread across his face. He said, "Okay, Godfather will buy it for you. Tell me, my darlings, what else do you want?" "Godfather will promise to buy it for you." Seeing how happy he was, Xu Chuoying laughed and said, "You'd better be careful. The children want a lot of things, and I'm afraid it would cost you a month's salary." "It's okay, Godfather has money, so just tell me what the kids want." Chen Jipeng was full of enthusiasm and said, "Even if I have to give up a year's salary to make you happy, I'm willing to do it." It was clear that he genuinely liked these kids. Xu Chuoying didn't stop him, and just let Chen Jipeng get closer to the kids. After all, there wouldn't be many days like this in the future. As a police officer, he was very busy with work and rarely had any holidays. "My dear children, although your godfather is very generous, your father has already bought you everything you need. It's all in the cabinet by the door, and you can ask your godfather to open it for you." Xu Chuoting didn't want Chen Jipeng to spend money unnecessarily. After all, a police officer only earns a small salary, and he is not yet married, so there will be many places where he needs money in the future. After all, there is a need for reciprocity, and Xu Chuoting is not a greedy person. The children were also sensible and didn't ask Chen Jipeng to buy them anything. Instead, they excitedly went to the cupboard by the door to put their things away. As soon as they opened it, they were greeted by a sight of overflowing delivery boxes. Chen Jipeng walked over and looked at the delivery boxes, a little dumbfounded. "Brother Chu, are all these deliveries for the children?" "Well, they wanted gifts, from watches to books and toys." Xu Chuoting began rummaging through the fridge for the ingredients they needed for tonight's meal, explaining as he did so, "Oh yes, when you have time, please help put together the transformers and teach them how to use the smartwatches." The children were all excited. "We'll have watches, and we can call mommy in the future." "I want my transformers. Benben, my Benben." Chen Jipeng then played with the children. After Xu Chuoting had almost finished preparing the food, Lu Mengli called again. He answered, "Hello, dear, are you coming back?" "Well, dear, I have something I want to discuss with you." Lu Mengli spoke a little quietly, as if it was inconvenient to talk. "Go ahead," Xu Chuoting laughed. It's just that Sister Han is coming to our house for dinner tonight. If possible, prepare some more dishes, and I'll help you cook them when I get back. Chu Ting thought nothing of it. He looked at Chen Jipeng, who was having a great time playing with the children, and said with a smile, "Come on then, there's plenty to go around. By the way, my dear, I also need to inform you of something. Our child has also recognized Officer Chen as his godfather, so tonight we'll have all the godparents here." Really? Lu Mingli said with surprise, "That's quite a coincidence." "Yes, the children don't have a problem with it, so let's do it," Chu Ting said with a smile. In fact, after entering society, being able to meet more people, and still a civil servant like Chen Jipeng, neither of them felt there was a problem. Although they may not necessarily need someone's help, if they really encounter difficulties, such as the case of the dog woman or Lin Chang, they can also ask Chen Jipeng to help. After the call ended, Chu Ting started to get busy. Tonight he was going to cook a Manchu Han Imperial feast. Of course, the ingredients would naturally be different from a real Manchu Han Imperial feast. But with his current cooking skills, he can also make the same taste. And thinking that they all drove, Chu Ting didn't go downstairs to buy beer, so everyone celebrated with drinks. Just then, the system's prompt tone suddenly sounded, "Ding! Congratulations to the owner for giving the cute babies their first gifts and toys. Rating C, get a 6,000 yuan reward, and start doubling. Ding, doubling successful, get double cash reward, already distributed to the owner's account. Ding, activated skill, not an ordinary craftsman." Chu Ting was a little surprised and immediately checked the description of the skill, not an ordinary craftsman. Having a good skill in sculpting can also do more for the children and become the most all-around idol father in their hearts. As he read the description, Chu Ting also absorbed knowledge about sculpting techniques and proficiency into his mind. This skill was specially created for the cute babies, and Chu Ting didn't feel it was useless. On the contrary, he felt it was very useful. And it's not just for carving small toys for cute kids, it can also be used for artistic carving, thus adding some money-making channels for yourself, which is killing two birds with one stone. After about an hour, Chu Ting was still busy in the kitchen when he heard movement at the door. Then, all the cute kids yelled, "Mom's back! Dad, there's also a pretty older sister who came back with Mom. Mom, this is my godfather." Chen Jipeng stood up at this time to greet Lu Mingli, and saw again a woman with an incredibly exquisite appearance and impeccable temperament. She had shoulder-length short hair, a bit androgynous, but with a unique charm that only a woman could have. It was obvious that she was of a high social status. He could only nod awkwardly and greet Lu Mingli. "Well, Ms. Lu, hello, we meet again, I hope we're not disturbing you." "Officer Chen, you're too kind. Chu Ting has already told me everything. Thank you for helping us out all day." "I don't know how to thank you." After Lu Mingli had changed her shoes, she said, "Let me introduce you to my boss, who is also my good friend and the godmother of my children, Han Shueme." Chen Jipeng nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Mingli also introduced Han Shueme. He is a friend of Chu Ying's, Officer Chen Jipeng, and also the godfather of the children. Han Shueme, however, was more outgoing and said, "That's perfect. I'm honored to meet you, Officer Chen." Then, she shook Chen Jipeng's hand. Seeing that the cute children had gathered around, Han Shueme said happily, "My dear children, your godmother has never had the time to meet you, but now I have. Come, let's see what gifts your godmother has brought you." Chapter 38, When the matchmaker brings you together, don't let him slip away. Han Shueme took out a more exquisitely packaged gift from the handheld gift box. It looked like one gift, but when the gift box was opened, there were 7 silver bracelets lying inside. Each bracelet was engraved with the initials of the Menghua children, which was a labor of love. The Menghua children only thought that they looked good, and did not know their value. Although it was very precious, Lu Mingli's face was filled with a smile and emotion. Obviously, she had known about Han Shueme's gift in advance. She had originally refused, but since Han Shueme insisted on buying it, she could only silently be grateful. "Do you like it, my dears?" "Yes. Thank you, godmother. It's so pretty. Daddy bought bracelets for us too." "Godmother, do you think they're pretty?" The adorable children were also showing off their bracelets, which looked like they matched their anklets. They were really pretty, and looked good on the babies. Han Shueme really liked children, and at the moment, the 7 adorable children were all surrounding her, while Chen Jipeng turned around and went into the kitchen to help out. After all, he didn't know Han Shueme very well, so he handed over the main role to her. Lu Mingli, however, put her things away, called out to Han Shueme, then poured her a glass of water, and then followed her into the kitchen. "Honey, I'm home." Chu Chou Ting turned back and looked at the other person and said, "The food will be ready soon, so you can keep Han and the kids company. Let me help you." Lu Mingli couldn't express her feelings at the moment. The family was happy and harmonious, busier than before, and it also made her feel more relaxed. However, she felt that she should do something, otherwise she would feel bad. But she was stopped by Chu Chou Ting. "You have brother Ping to help me, so why don't you go chat with sister Han for now, and wait until tomorrow, when you can cook again?" Lu Mingli nodded. "That's fine, just let me know if you need any help." Then, she looked at Chen Jipeng picking the green onions, nodded and smiled. "Thank you, Officer Chen, it's too embarrassing to ask you to help with the cooking, not to mention the moving." "Sister-in-law, you're being too formal." At lunchtime, Brother Chu treated me to a luxurious meal, and I'm also the godfather of the children now, so I'll just treat it as cooking for the children," Chen Jipeng said with a smile. Although it was a bit awkward with Han Shueme, he was more relaxed with Lu Mingli and Chu Chouying and could also joke around. After Lu Mingli left, Chu Chouying deliberately looked at the hall and found that the children were playing with each other. Each of them had an ankle bracelet on, and they were all very cute. He couldn't help but say to Chen Jipeng, "Brother Chen, she is Mengli's boss and the godmother of the children. What do you think?" Chen Jipeng suddenly had an epiphany. Looking at the other person's profile, he shook his head and said, "It's obvious that she's a woman who can accomplish great things. She looks like a person who takes decisive action. Just her temperament is extraordinary. If you want to set me up with her, it's unlikely to work." Chu Chou Ting laughed. "How would you know if you don't try? I'll ask Mengli later to see if she's married." "Hey, don't, so as to avoid misunderstandings." Chen Jipeng hurriedly said, "Hello, I actually wanted to tell you during dinner, but I'll just come straight to the point. I'm probably going to be transferred to another department, so I won't be seeing you as often in the future." "Is it a promotion?" Chu Chou Ting was surprised. "Which department are you going to, and where will you be transferred to?" Chen Jipeng whispered, "The anti-drug department, possibly enforcing the law along the border with northern Myanmar. That's why I can't wait to learn your dog beating technique from you, in the hope that I can use it when I encounter drug dealers or criminals." Chu Chioting understood what he meant and said, "Brother Peng, this is a good thing, and of course, a dangerous mission. I will definitely teach you everything I've learned." "Thank you." Chen Jipeng patted Chu Chouying on the shoulder, looked at the cute kids again, and suddenly felt a little reluctant to leave. He said, "After I leave, I wonder if these kids will miss me." "They will." Chu Chouying smiled and said, "Let's take a photo together when dinner is ready. If you really miss us, just take it out and look at it. Of course, you can also send me a video. You can watch them whenever you want." "Okay, that's a deal." Chen Jipeng also has the country in his heart. A 7-inch body has already promised the country and can hardly promise you. After the food was served on the table, they found that there was not enough room. Fortunately, the cute kids were not picky. A few of them were held in the arms of the adults, while others sat on chairs and started eating. After Chen Jipeng and Han Shueme had tried Chu Chouying's cooking, they were full of praise. "This is not flattery, but a sincere compliment. Mingli, your husband's cooking is really good. It's even better than the food I used to eat in restaurants. There's no doubt about Brother Chu's cooking, it's really delicious, and it's the first time I've tasted such good food." Chen Jipeng followed suit. Without waiting for Lu Mingli and Chu Chioting to say anything, the little ones burst out laughing. "Dad's cooking is even better than Mum's. I love eating Dad's food the most. Godmother, I even ate the crab that Dad made yesterday, it was delicious. And there was the cupcake made from instant noodles, we ate it all." The cute kids also know how to flatter, making Chu Chioting smile from ear to ear and say, "I love it, Dad will cook it for you again some other time." After the meal was over, Chu Chioting once again received a rating reward from the system. "Congratulations, host, for preparing a sumptuous dinner for the adorable children in Lu Mengli, which was well received by everyone and earned you a reward of 20,000 yuan. Doubling is in progress, doubling is successful, and you have received a 6-fold cash reward, which has been deposited into your account. I thought I would get a C rating again, but I didn't expect the multiplier to hit, and I went straight from a B rating to an A rating, instantly earning 120,000 yuan, which made Chu Chioting feel twice as good." The account balance had changed, reaching more than 2.5 million, and the smile on his face became even brighter. The four of them and the cute kids sat in the living room and started chatting. They also formally introduced Chen Jipeng and Han Shueme to each other. After they smiled at each other, they fell silent again. However, Chu Chouying and Lu Mengli both saw meaning in the eyes of the other party and began to play matchmaker that month. Sister Han, you should consider a partner too. Lu Mingli deliberately opened the topic and said, at the beginning, didn't you tell me that the person you admire most in this life is a policeman? Well, there's one right in front of you. Han Shueme, however, laughed in silence and said, admiration is one thing, but I don't have any plans to do it at the moment. I'd rather focus on my career. Chu Qiuying, however, took advantage of the situation and said to Chen Jipeng, Brother Chen, you and Sister Han are both godfathers and godmothers of the children, so why don't you also add your contact information? The cute kid suddenly gave a helping hand. Godfathers and godmothers, a loving family. I like godfathers and godmothers. Give me a kiss. Ha ha. Erba was a bit mischievous, and he didn't know where he had learned it, but when he teased, he would give a kiss, making the four adults laugh. But it also opened up the atmosphere. Chu Qiuying could see that Chen Jipeng's eyes on Han Shueme did have a bit of meaning. So he gave the other person a sign in secret, and then, encouraged, added Han Shueme's contact information, while also assuring her, Ms. Han, normally I won't bother you, but if you have any problems, you can call me. For example, if you encounter a stalker or someone is bullying you, you can ask the police for help. Seeing that the other person was speaking so tactfully, Chu Qiuying simply added, of course, if there's a broken light bulb or a broken door lock at home, you can also ask Pengge to help. Right, these are all things that are easier for boys to do. Lu Mengli chimed in. Han Shueme just smiled and didn't say anything, while Chen Jipeng just said nothing. Afterwards, it was getting late, and Han Shueme still needed to catch a flight to go on a business trip the next morning, so she got up and said goodbye. Chu Qiuying and his friends got up to see her off downstairs, but Chen Jipeng didn't go home with them. Instead, he took this opportunity to go to the community park to learn Kung Fu. The children in Lu Mengli also happened to be able to play in the small park, while watching Chu Qiuying personally instruct Chen Jipeng in some moves. Seeing that both of them had real Kung Fu skills, Lu Mengli's gaze was gradually drawn to Chu Qiuying's figure. 6 years. She never imagined that Chu Qiuying, who had once given the impression of being somewhat uninhibited, would end up with her after all. And it seems that he is even more outstanding and reliable than she had imagined. Ding dong. At this time, Lu Mengli's phone rang. She opened it and saw that it was from Han Shueme. I'm home. I had a great time today, and I'm so happy to be able to come to your house for dinner. The kids are so cute, and to hear them call me godmother in person, I feel like I really have children, ha. And, your husband, who you lost contact with for 6 years, is really not bad. You have to seize the moment and don't let him slip away again. Lu Mengli was also a little emotional, and she replied, I will, Sister Han. You, on the other hand, should hurry up too. Although I haven't known Officer Chen for long and have only met him twice, I think he's a really nice person and he's also very handsome. Would you consider it? Han Shueme didn't refuse, but neither did she say yes. She said, let's talk about it later. First, let's get through this period of time. Lu Mengli didn't push too hard either. After all, they were outsiders, and it wasn't their business to worry about what kind of relationship Han Shueme and Chen Jipeng would end up having. When she looked up again, the children were laughing heartily. Dad is awesome. Godfather was defeated by Dad. Mom, we won't be afraid of bullies anymore. Lu Mengli smiled happily, her eyes shining as she watched the sweat-drenched Chu Qiuying, her heart filled with a sense of happiness. Chu Qiuying had no idea what Lu Mengli was thinking, and he was single-mindedly teaching Chen Jipeng the techniques he had learned. Just so that he can have an extra layer of safety when carrying out anti-drug missions. Pine, that's enough for today, you're leaving in a week, so come here every day if you have time to continue training. At this moment, Chu Qiuying had become Chen Jipeng's master-like figure, smiling and saying. Chen Jipeng also readily agreed, okay, today I have seen the power of martial arts in martial arts novels, it is really as good as its reputation, I have benefited a lot. After a short break, Chen Jipeng said goodbye to everyone. After the cute kids saw each other off, the family followed them upstairs. Home. Lu Mengli personally took out a towel for Chu Qiuying, wet it, wrung it out, and let him wipe the sweat. With gentle eyes, she asked, Honey, you said you had a huge surprise for me at noon. What is it? You can tell me now, right? Chapter 39 Open the treasure girl's heart and become the life mentor of Menghua. Chu Qiuying wiped the sweat off while smiling at Lu Mengli. After I take a shower, I'll take you to see the surprise. Seeing Chu Qiuying's mysteriousness, Lu Mengli laughed and said, Chu Qiuying, what is it? Why are you being so mysterious? I'll wash up first, and then I'll take you for a drive. But Chu Chou Ting walked into the bathroom, and as he closed the door, he added, "Let you experience the comfort of the Mercedes-Benz V-Class." Lu Mengli laughed helplessly. At that moment, Lu Bao walked over and asked, holding the hem of Lu Mengli's skirt, "Mom, why can't I make phone calls with this watch?" She looked and saw that the children each had a smartwatch, the Hoel brand, which was obviously something Chu Chou Ting had bought for the children without telling her. With a faint smile, Lu Mengli took the smartwatch and said to the children, "Let's see, Mom." "Great. Mom, do it for me too. This is what Dad bought for us, and he said that in the future we can call you with it." The little milk treasure also gave a detailed explanation. With a motherly smile on her face, Lu Mengli touched their little heads and began to study the smartwatch. She discovered that the smartwatch can make calls independently without the need for a SIM card, and supports the eSIM independent calling function. After teaching the cute kids step by step, they seemed to understand but still needed to get used to it before they could become proficient. However, they had learned the most basic calling function, and even personally called Lu Mengli's mobile phone. After Lu Mengli answered the call, she communicated with them face to face. The cute kids were full of curiosity. "Mom, your voice came out of the watch. Can I call Dad?" "Me too. I'll program Dad's number for you too." After inputting the number with a smile, Lu Mengli said to the children, "Your mothers have also programmed the numbers in, so you can call each other too. And if you get lost outside and can't find your mothers or fathers, you can call us on this phone. Got it?" "Yes, Mom." "Yes. That way, we can go out and play without being afraid of being caught by bad people." This sentence seemed to stimulate Qibao, and her body trembled. She had been smiling, but now she became silent and withdrawn. Lu Mengli noticed this and quickly covered Xibao's mouth. Then she picked up Qibao and said, "Baby, what's wrong?" However, Qibao remained silent and even returned the watch to Lu Mengli. This action took Lu Mengli by surprise. Since Chu Chou Ting took care of the baby, Qibao's introverted personality seemed to have slowly opened up. According to Chu Chou Ting, Qibao can now also communicate normally with people, but it seems that the unspeakable past has made her wary again. Qibao also seemed to realize that she had said the wrong thing. She pouted her lips and was about to go and take Qibao's hand with some sadness, but the other party suddenly pulled it back. "Qibao, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." Seeing that Qibao was about to cry, Lu Mengli patted her head and said, "Baby, it's not your fault. Qibao doesn't blame you either, so don't cry. But mommy, Qibao doesn't want her watch anymore, and she won't talk to me. She's mad at me," Qibao said with teary eyes. The other cute kids also came over and comforted Qibao, saying, "Sister, Qibao is not mad, she's just having a moment of confusion." Yes, Qibao, you're a good girl. Your sister will keep you company. Qibao, you mustn't be angry. Mom says we should love each other and be good children." Lu Mengli listened to the way they treated their older and younger sisters with full concern, and her emotions were mixed. They were all very understanding, and sometimes it didn't even sound like they were speaking from the mouths of 5-year-olds. They are very mature and more rational than some older children. Of course, Lu Mengli also knows that this is related to the correct concepts she instilled in the manhua from an early age. This is a good thing. Chu Chouying also finished washing up and came out at this time. Seeing that the atmosphere in the living room was a bit strange, he asked Lu Mengli, "What's wrong? Why is Qibao crying?" Lu Mengli smiled wryly and said, "Qibao accidentally brought up Qibao's sad story and they are a bit at odds." It was the first time he had seen the two sisters argue, and he had no heart to wipe his hair. Instead, he walked straight over, knelt down, pinched Qibao's little face, and coaxed, "Baby, don't cry. If you do, Daddy will be sad too. Do you want to see Daddy cry too?" Qibao choked back silent tears, his big eyes fighting back tears, and said, "Daddy, Qibao won't talk to me, but I'm sorry." Qibao stared at Qibao at that moment, but still didn't say a word. From the tears in her eyes, it could be seen that she wanted to comfort something, but she couldn't open her mouth. Her personality suddenly became introverted again. After picking Qibao up, Chu Chouying looked at Qibao again, and his heart was also overwhelmed with helplessness. He had heard about the incident when Qibao was almost abducted from Lu Mengli that year, and he had a pretty good idea of the specific situation. He had thought that being by her side would slowly make her let go of this past, but it seems that it wasn't that simple. Chu Chou Ting did not try to comfort Qibao, but looked at Lu Mengli and then said to all the Mangbaos, "Babies, let's not think about these unhappy things. How about Dad and Mom take you to a new place to play?" The other Menghua were looking forward to it, and Qibao also stopped crying, but she was still a little aggrieved. However, Chu Chou Ting noticed that Qibao's eyes had also changed a little, and she looked like she was about to do something. After all, he is only 5 years old and doesn't have a lot of thoughts. His emotions are basically written all over his face. Lu Mengli also took advantage of the opportunity. Qibao, mommy will take you with her in daddy's super big car, do you want to go? Qibao just nodded, still not saying a word. But having experienced it once before, Lu Mengli knew that everything needed to be discussed at length, and that it was impossible to make Qibao better all at once. Let's go, Dad has a lot of little surprises for you, Chu Chouying said, and then put down Qibao and took Qibao from Lu Mengli's hands. The good news is that Qibao didn't resist Chu Chouying and actually let him hug her. This at least proves that Qibao's autism is improving a little. Chu Chouying took advantage of the situation and lifted her up, laughing as he said, Qibao, Dad's going to take you for a high-flying ride, let's go. Giggle, giggle. At this moment, Qibao let out a silvery bell-like laugh, which made Chu Chou Ting and Lu Mengli secretly breathe a sigh of relief. After going downstairs, Chu Chou Ting got into the car and packed up the luggage, all of which was concentrated in the trunk. As for the things that wouldn't fit, they were simply taken upstairs. Lu Mengli wanted to come over and help, but Chu Chou Ting stopped her, saying, leave these things in the car and we'll move them later. Okay. Lu Mengli didn't think much of it, thinking that Chu Chou Ting just wanted to take the kids out for some fresh air first, so she nodded and agreed. When Chu Chou Ting was done, the kids were already in the car. It was easy to fit 4 in the back row, 3 in the second row, and then the passenger seat was for Qibao, with Lu Mengli sitting with the kids. After everyone had fastened their seatbelts, Chu Chou Ting shouted, kids, we're leaving. Daddy's going to drive. Let's go for a ride. Mommy, Daddy's car is so comfortable. Lu Mengli smiled and said, that's right. Daddy bought it especially for you. When you grow up, you should also respect and care for Daddy, okay? Okay, we will love Daddy and Mommy. Chu Chou Ting was overjoyed at the children's answers. Of course, he was also deeply moved by Lu Mengli's words about raising children. When you grow up, you should respect and care for Daddy. Is this a recognition of himself? Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 100% favorability from Lu Mengli and completing the first stage of the Dash for Love mission, opening the treasure girl's heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the A-level mission and being rewarded 230,000 yuan in cash, which has been doubled and is being generated. Ding! Congratulations on receiving a triple critical strike bonus, a total of 690,000 yuan has been credited to the host's account, so remember to check it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining a special skill, Life Mentor to Cute Children. A series of beeps sounded in Chu Chou Ting's mind. It made him feel a little surprised. He had always known that his relationship with Lu Mengli was improving. The last time he cooked, Lu Mengli's affection score for him had given him a hint, and he had never expected that in just a few days, it had already exceeded 100%. This had activated various hidden rewards. However, Chu Chou Ting also understood that this seemed to be just the beginning, and that the relationship with Lu Mengli seemed to require a second phase of emotional cultivation. Unwittingly, Chu Chou Ting became excited. The system did not give any hints, and everything had to be figured out on his own. It was a bit like being in love? In addition, the 690,000 yuan generated by the critical strike had also increased Chu Chou Ting's savings to 3 million yuan. Even buying another large flat would not be a problem. While looking at the relatively novel Life Mentor for Cute Kids skill, Chu Chou Ting drove the car without being affected in the slightest. After learning about the function of this novel skill, Chu Chou Ting looked at Qibao in surprise, and a smile of relief suddenly appeared on his face. The description of this skill is, to take good care of a cute child, it is most important to understand her character, interests, and hobbies, as well as her thoughts. Parents are the best life mentors for their children. If you encounter something that a cute child cannot solve, or if you do not understand the child's inner thoughts, you only need to use this skill to easily grasp the child's inner world. Chu Chouying felt that the skill of being a mentor in a child's life was somewhat similar to mind reading, but also somewhat different. He was driving for the time being, and Chu Chouying was not yet able to distract himself from looking at Qibao's inner world at the moment, but instead chose to wait until they arrived at the place and then slowly explore it. That experience of being abducted and sold had left such a huge shadow of fear in her inner world. Chapter 40 Fulfilling the treasure girl's dream and giving her a warm home. Honey, this car is really comfortable. Lu Mengli looked at Chu Chouying, who was driving in silence, and a pleasant smile spread across her face as she said. Chu Chouying came back to his senses and glanced at the pure-looking Lu Mengli in the rearview mirror. He smiled slightly and said, "These kinds of commercial vehicles are generally used to receive business guests, so their performance and comfort are much better than sedans. The interior space is also large, so if the cute kids are traveling together, there's no need to call for two cars, which is convenient and saves trouble." Lu Mengli also nodded in recognition and said, "No wonder you were determined to buy this car. Now I realize it was a wise choice. But in the future, if you spend any more money, you have to tell me and I'll give it to you." Now that Manager Lu has been promoted and her salary has gone up, she's a different person. Xu Chuoying was happy for her and teased, "Okay, I'll be the super dad and ask you for money when I run out." But Lu Mingli knew that in the few days since Xu Chuoying had returned, she had worried about the family endlessly. If it weren't for her, her good fortune would never have come. Perhaps she was still worried about the overdue credit card, the school-age children, and her own busy work schedule. Now that it was all behind her, Lu Mingli's mood had changed, and she had let herself relax a little. "Then it's settled." Lu Mingli smiled and said, "But where are we going, honey? Spill the beans a little." "We'll be there soon." Xu Chuoying gave another mysterious smile, then turned the car around and entered the Guobin mansion community. Lu Mingli was a little puzzled and asked curiously, "Are we going to someone's house to visit?" As she spoke, she looked at the very nice community facilities, which were decorated with lights and lanterns in the evening, and the environment was very nice. She suddenly dreamed that if she could work hard with Chu Chio-ting one day, it would be great to buy a house in the community. Chu Chio-ting, however, shook his head and said, "You guessed right, but you can dream bigger." "Not a guest?" Lu Mingli thought about it for a long time, but she still couldn't figure it out. It wasn't until Chu Chio-ting's car pulled into the public parking lot of the community and she saw him take out another set of house keys that she suddenly realized, "Honey, you're not taking us to look at a house, are you?" The kids then followed suit and said with big smiles, "Wow, Daddy, this place is so beautiful." "Mommy, Daddy told me at lunch that he was taking us to our new home and that he had a surprise for us." "Daddy did say that, I heard him." Lu Mingli became surprised and stared wide-eyed in disbelief, saying, "Xu Chuoying, when did you buy this? How much did it cost?" "It's not expensive, just a little over 10,000. Xu Chuoying was referring to the price per square meter. Lu Mingli felt that she could only afford 1 square meter if she didn't eat or drink for a month. Xu Chio-ting saw Lu Mingli in a daze, but suddenly took Menghua's hand and said to her, "Let's go upstairs and take a look. It's a finely decorated apartment, but I plan to change the furniture in the room and decorate it myself. You can give me some suggestions too." Since the door required a card to be swiped, Xu Chio-ting took out the card reader to open the door. At this moment, Lu Mingli suddenly came back to her senses as if she were in a dream. She had just thought about being able to buy a flat one day, and Xu Chuoying had made it come true for her. It was unbelievable. Happiness came a little too suddenly. When they reached the elevator, a woman in her 30s came out pushing a baby carriage when it opened. She was surprised to see that Xu Chuoying and Lu Mingli were both holding several cute babies, who were even twins. Then she said, "Hello again, have you moved here recently?" "Yes." Xu Chuoying nodded, saying that they had only moved here today. "No wonder, because they had never seen you in the community before." The woman looked at the cute babies again, and her heart was full of amazement. "These are your children?" After Chu Chuoying had put the children into the elevator, he added, "Yes, a happy fruit of my loins and the mother of my children. It's unbelievable, Sevens. You're so happy." The woman looked at the few months old baby in the stroller again, and sighed, "You have to be good to your wife. When I gave birth to this one, I almost died. It's dangerous to give birth to one, let alone 7. Xu Chuoying smiled and said, "Thank you, I will." Then the elevator closed, and Xu Chuoying stared at Lu Mingli. The other person became a little embarrassed. "What are you looking at me for?" "Press the floor." Xu Chuoying then remembered that only he knew the floor, so he pressed the 13th floor and then smiled and said, "Mom, you've worked hard." "So," said Xu Chuoying, handing out a bunch of keys, "to make up for all the years of neglect I've shown you and the children, I want to give you a warm home." Looking at the house key, Lu Mingli was deeply moved by Xu Chuoying's words. "When you have time off, we'll go to the real estate transaction center and add your name." Listening to Xu Chuoying's words, Lu Mingli took the key, and then nodded and shook her head lightly, saying, "It doesn't matter if you add it or not, I don't care about this. It's good to add it." Xu Chuoying knew that Lu Mingli didn't care, but if her parents came in the future and found out that the house was still just hers, it would inevitably lead to conflicts. He didn't want any trouble. The less trouble, the better. After arriving on the 13th floor, Lu Mingli thought it was just an ordinary suite, but when she opened the door and saw the empty lobby, she was amazed again. "Honey, how many square meters is this?" Xu Chou-ting saw that the young children had already run in with abandon to admire the house, while exclaiming in amazement, so he said with a smile, 210 square meters, a large flat floor, enough for our family of 9 to live in. 210 square meters? Lu Mingli was almost shocked off her feet. She had never seen such a big house before, and only office buildings were bigger than her home. Seeing Lu Mingli's shocked expression, Xu Chou-ting's heart was filled with great satisfaction. This is only temporary. After saying this in his heart, Xu Chou-ting spoke again, "Why don't you go in and take a look around, get familiar with the place?" Lu Mingli, who had come back to her senses, was filled with excitement and started to wander around. Xu Chou-ting explained the layout of the house while the children were allowed to move around freely, jumping up and down and having a great time. Even Qibao was taken along by Wu Bao to play. In the future, whether it's bathing, going to the toilet or sleeping, everyone no longer needs to squeeze into one room together. Xu Chouying said with a smile, "You can sleep in the master bedroom, the children can sleep in the other rooms, and I'll just sleep in the living room." Although there are 4 rooms to be allocated, Xu Chouying ended up sleeping on the sofa. Although Lu Mingli and Xu Chouying had had sex and had a bunch of cute children, in fact they had not been able to break through that barrier when they got along again. Due to her inner reserve, she said, "No way. The kids will sleep in one room, I'll sleep with the other kid, and you have to sleep in the room, otherwise I won't sleep either." But Xu Chou-ting explained, "In the past, when you were away, I lived in a 2-bedroom apartment, but I actually slept on the sofa more than in the bed. Besides, I sleep late at night and get up early. It's more convenient to sleep in the living room. It's decided, so there's nothing to consider or worry about." Seeing that Xu Chou-ting was determined, Lu Mingli also became stubborn. "Then, whether you sleep or not, one room is reserved for you. You decide." Saying this, she trotted away, then went to the balcony, looked up, breathed in the fresh night air, and felt much more comfortable. She even grabbed the railing and her calves were up in the air. Xu Chou-ting stood with her, smiling, and said with a laugh, "So let's start moving in tonight?" Lu Mingli had no objection and said, "Great, I have time, so let's do it together." After discussing it, and since the fully furnished apartment had everything, Xu Chou-ting let the children stay in the house and play. He and Lu Mingli were responsible for moving the furniture. Fortunately, there wasn't much stuff, and with the large capacity of the commercial vehicle, they were able to finish in 2 trips. It was already 12 o'clock in the morning when they finished moving. Lu Mingli wiped the sweat from her brow, but Xu Chouying handed her a bottle of water. Looking at the messy hall, they smiled at each other as they saw that the children were still helping to tidy up. "I'll clean up these things tomorrow when I have time." After taking a break, Xu Chouying said, "You go wash up first, I'll help the children make the beds and put them to bed." But Lu Mingli shook her head and said, "I'm not sleepy yet. I'll help you clean up each room." Xu Chou-ting had no objection. Then they started to assign the children's rooms. "Babies, you 2 share a room. Choose one. Who wants to sleep with mommy? Raise your hand." Suddenly, all the cute kids raised their hands. "We all want to sleep with mommy, ha ha." Xu Chouying laughed silently, thinking that this method was not very good, so he changed his approach and said, "How about Qibao sleeps with his mother? As for you, you are both sisters, so how about each of you shares a room with one bed?" Fortunately, the children did not fight over it, but instead knew how to be considerate and said, "Dad, how about Bao sleeps with Bao, Bao sleeps with Bao, and I sleep with Lu Bao?" Wu Bao even directly assigned them, which impressed Xu Chou-ting. After the cute kids had made the arrangements, Xu Chou-ting and Lu Mingli made the beds and changed the quilts for them. As for the cute kids, they were washing up in the 2 bathrooms. Seeing how well behaved and sensible they were, Xu Chou-ting was deeply moved. Even when it came to sleeping, they didn't need to be coaxed. He turned off the lights in each of their rooms, leaving only a desk lamp with the brightness turned down. At this time, Lu Mingli also went into the bathroom with her own pajamas. When she passed Xu Chou-ting, Lu Mingli was a little embarrassed. The 2 of them had nothing to say, and soon the sound of running water could be heard in the bathroom. Xu Chou-ting did not idle around, but took advantage of the time when Qibao was alone in the master bedroom to go in and prepare to enlighten the other person. Find out about her inner world and how deeply traumatized she really is.